Futures trying to bounce here ever so slightly this morning on more downside pressure, unfortunately, on the back of what we saw yesterday. Heavy selling throughout the morning and the midday. We did get that late day recovery into the close, much of which has been given back already ahead of a key economic print. Coming up this morning at 8:30, we'll get May's CPI, 0.5% expected on the headline number, 0.3 on the core number expected to the upside. That comes on the back of, remember last time around, 3.8 was the print back in April. That was the highest level since 2023 ahead of the Fed meeting coming up next week. We are in the quiet period, however, so we won't have to deal with opinions throughout the morning on this print when it does come at 8:30, but we'll, of course, bring that to you when it does come out live this morning. Adair's with me this morning. We get Oracle after the close tonight.
Yes, we do.
So, I mean, we're through most of the earnings, obviously, but Oracle going to be interesting here, I think.
Oh, and we know I think it'll be interesting. I'm sure you and I will have more to say about this later down in the morning show, so I'm not going to belabor the point too much yet. But I will have a lot of Oracle-themed infographics coming out all day on X at TTV Research ahead of the report. I want to talk about this post from President Trump on Truth Social, because I think this really led to what happened here in oil and the market. This came out at 7:03 a.m. Quote, Iran's military is a complete and total mess. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. Hyphen. They have been completely defeated. Iran is all talk and no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead, all caps, 3 exclamation points. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. 3 exclamation points. He posted another post later, but I think this pay the price language combined with an interview that he did with Fox News, which suggested that he was ready to strike at any moment. There are lots of signs of further escalation in the Middle East, and we know yesterday's Truth Social post did lead to a brief drop further in the market. So keep an eye on Truth today. Also keep an eye on SMCI. We know that one got hit pretty hard here, trying to raise some money to the tune of $7 billion. Oracle after the bell. We had Chewy and Cracker Barrel report. It's another big one.
Let's see. I mean, is this more just negotiating tactics and him, throwing out the hard hammer approach first and then, being able to pull it back later? We'll have to see how this plays out. But yeah, I mean, just before we came on here at 8:30, I mean, Iran coming out saying, they're ready to strike again and they're preparing more strikes once again. So as you said, the back and forth continues. But as you're mentioning, here's USO right now. Big pop off of that this morning from 130.50 all the way to 134. We're not back to where we were going back to that 135.50 day a couple days ago. But heading in the wrong direction here, I think, ahead of, again, inflation coming up at 8:30 this morning. A lot of that inflation that's built into the system, or a lot of people talking about inflation that's built into the system coming on the back of these oil prices.
And we also have PPI coming through, some more inflation-related data on Thursday morning. I was looking at those estimates. I think I might have read those to you guys at one point or another. But the PPI year-over-year prints, core and non-core, are expected to be way hotter than what we had prior. So I would certainly keep an eye here on PPI. Then we get another inflation-adjacent print coming through on Friday at 10 a.m. with the University of Michigan consumer sentiment that does include the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectations. So smaller potatoes compared to what we get today and Thursday, but inflation absolutely without a doubt on watch.
And then Warsh gets the spotlight going into next week for the first time. We'll see what his narrative is like running the Fed. I mean, he's in a tough spot, let's be honest, with all this buildup. I mean, the numbers have been not only good, probably better than a lot of people have expected. Even if you look at the, the NFP print, we'll see what the CPI number is like. But going back to the last one, hotter than expected. But the market kind of shrugged that off and said, oh, well, let's keep going higher.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. And I think one thing as well with Warsh is going to be interesting is he is going to face some pressure, likely, potentially, from the administration. President Trump even last week saying, I'm not going to tell Kevin Warsh what to do at the October meeting, which implies he has plans for the October meeting because no one asked him about that. That being said, we also have Kevin Hassett, who is, of course, was a front runner at one point for the Fed chair position, also an economic advisor at the White House. And he's been really softening his tone lately. He said, well, the Fed's next move should be a cut, but they could hold rates for now, which is markedly different than what we've heard recently. We also have Permadove, Stephen Myron. He's off the Fed as well. And he's being replaced, of course, by Powell, who's back to being a governor. It's a very weird cycle. But the point is, now that you've got one Ultra Dove off the table and you've got a new Fed chair, I think this could be a really interesting meeting and minutes.
I wonder if it's going to be, how is this going to play out? We've never had to deal with this before where, a former Fed chair has become a governor.
Yeah.
Will, the media want Powell's opinion all the time, versus Warsh. We'll see. But anyways, again, quiet period in effect right now ahead of the Fed meeting coming up next week. So we won't hear from any of them until after that is over, which is good. AI downside a little bit here this morning. Worth noting, some of the semiconductors back under pressure. They led that bounce into the close yesterday, largely along with the rest of tech. We'll see if we can't find a little bit of footing here for NVIDIA and Crew. Lots to come this morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. A lot to get to today. Well, it's not looking very good. We're already down what are you going to say?
I'm just running down short.
We're down 1.5%. What looks good today? Volatility's up. USO's up a little bit.
Thinking about oil, is it still in that same range? Like, oil's not really doing anything.
You know what is doing something?
This is just an AI trade.
Silver and gold, man. Unfortunately, yeah, they're back on the radar, and for the wrong reasons. You got gold breaking, oh, come on, Wednesday chart. You got gold breaking down under the 200 period. That's a bit of a continuation. You got SLV losing the 200 period moving average. That's a trend break. That's on the radar for the first time today. Like every day, it's like, crypto short, crypto short. Well, silver as well. And there's no question about it. Like, we're just in a different scenario. Like you heard Brendan talk about the market shrugging things off. We're not shrugging much off lately, except for some profit taking. You can point to whatever you want. You can point to valuations. You can point to SpaceX. You could point to the war ongoing. In a bull rally, it's just you find the excuse and then you come back in. That said, silver and gold have not been in a bull rally lately. Neither is Bitcoin. They sort of sit on the other end of the spectrum. We also get Oracle tonight after the bell. Good timing for them to come out right when everybody is feeling as timid as possible, or Oracle decides to come out. But there's nothing you can do about it. It's going to be maybe rough on them tonight.
Oracle's not coming out at the right time. But the thing is the numbers are going to be what the numbers are, right? I mean, we can't really control it. Just like we can't control what's going to happen with SpaceX on Friday. But I mean, I was mentioning over the last 2 or 3 weeks to, probably time to start to think about selling heading into this event. We've seen it so many times that there's only so much liquidity that there is out there. And now you're trying to raise trillions and trillions of dollars, it's apparently, to get into SpaceX. And then we have OpenAI after that. And then we have Anthropic after that. And who knows the order of the last two. But at the end of the day, it's too much money. It's too much supply coming into the market. Like you can only, and then you need money being raised from Meta, from SMCI today, from Google. You didn't get a great response from Apple. Here's from their WDC. Okay, so we're basically red on the year now. This is the year line right now. This is January 30th, December 30th, right there. We've broken now below for gold. So, which was a really super hot asset last year, now starting to hit to the downside there. I mean, like Neil said, we've been sort of going down, but that's the final break, man. We broke through the 200 period moving average. Now we're starting to go lower. I think you can, again, depending on your portfolio, there's no dividends associated with gold. So, you got to really think that there's going to be some capital appreciation, and it doesn't seem to be that safe haven. When you can get 4% in cash, gold really right now not being treated, normally you get a downturn in the market and gold, can get to the other side of it. Not today. Yeah, and then Donald Trump, I don't know if we're going to be waiting for some more tweets to come out or what, but I mean, Brendan mentioned USO not getting back to that 135, 136 area. Yeah, but it's just so choppy right here, right now. I'm not even sure oil is, did I say gold or oil? Oil is not really the big shiny thing in the room anymore, right? I mean, it's sure it's going to pop and drop with different news stories that start to come through, and we'll pay attention to that, and we'll wait for volume spikes. Like this is one yesterday when Trump was speaking again in the midday. He's all that seems to matter. There's many things that are coming in and out of the White House right now, and out of Iran and different news sources. But today it seems like we're starting to get a little ramped up. I mean, that was a pretty good move here right at 7 a.m. on the tweet again, and now, or the truth, and now we'll wait to see if we can hold through VWAP. Doesn't look like we're getting settled anytime soon over there in the Middle East, and that's too bad because there was obviously some big time hope over the last little while. President Trump himself said just a couple weeks ago that it was days away, and then he said it on the weekend possibly as well. Here's what Brendan and Dara were talking about. We are now a week away from Fed, and this is what it looks like now. But now it's looking like September is getting closer and closer to a rate hike. So that's not great. Some of these numbers have changed over the last couple of days, and you're about to get a CPI number, right? That's coming through. So by the time we come to December, we're definitely going to be in the one rate cut camp, it looks, or one rate hike camp, maybe two. So that's not great. I don't know if the market can hold. Right now, it's going to be a hold in 7 days unless something dramatic happens today. But yeah, the CPI number we're looking for, it's right there. It's on our watch list today. We're looking for 4.2 CPI year over year. Its prior was 3.8, so that's a little bit of a bump there. But apparently, we have a CPI listed for May, expected 0.5, so a little cooler CPI in May. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here. Yeah, I mean, that's going to sort of wag the tail here today.
Here, I'll get this one out of the way.
Oh, is it weed days?
Well, TrueLeave is joining the ranks. Well, it's
yeah, because it went up last week, didn't it? It went to the NASDAQ or something.
It's going to the New York today.
Oh, New York, okay.
Yeah, coming to the New York Stock Exchange today is TrueLeave. That was the reason last week why you saw MSOS up. I mean, you're not going to see. There's really nothing to see on TrueLeave. Like if you pull it up, I can confirm it should be in everybody's databases there. So it kind of looks like it looks like an IPO, but this isn't an IPO. It's moving from the OTC and coming into the New York. So that'll open up. It should open up right at 9:30, like a normal stock would, and it'll be their first day. Whether or not there's any juice to this, you did see, like we said last week, there was a bit of a spike in MSOS, which I guess they faded this thing. That's what they always do. There was a bit of a spike, and then they faded it back in. But there's crazier places to be. In a world where we've seen it since the PDT rule, not everybody immediately complied, but since it's essentially gone, you've seen a lot of small cappers and more runners. So I think that does put TrueLeave at least on the radar off the open. Like if you start to see some squeeze, it's the kind of thing you might want to join. I've already seen a bunch of small cappers thrown out in the chat, and lots of our viewers, Tissue was in there. I know Mike Peter Ryder already looking at a wealth of small cap names that are just running and gappers, and they have more continuation than normal. So I wouldn't put it past TrueLeave to do a little something. Do I want to invest in the cannabis space? Probably not. No. But can it do a little something today? Yeah, it's not a traditional IPO. This is not the same kind of event, but it does give you a little bit of juice in something that isn't tech related if you're watching at 9:30.
Look, I mean, Heart to Heart Media, we want to keep on. I just reloaded our little chat screen there, so I have to show this one for now. But thank you for all the insight and the hard work. Well, thank you for being here. We do have, a great community, and we're going to keep on looking at the chat all day. We're going to be watching out for TikTok chats as well. So welcome back to anybody on TikTok today. We're live every single day at 8 a.m. And we're going to go over, Neil and I will put on a bunch of trades as the market opens up. We got some ideas floating through. We've got each put out notes on Twitter. So we got the sticky note ready to go. I'm looking at obviously the short in the crypto space. And then, Apple today, unfortunately, it's broke. Oh man, it's getting worse, I think here. It's broke. Oh, there's a little bit of a pop in the market. Okay. So when I looked at it, we were around 290. Now you're around 289 there. Looks like it's trying to battle back right now, which is pretty nice. But yeah, Apple yesterday was this. And we had the short yesterday. So we're going to try to run the same sort of algorithm back on the short again. And it was just yesterday breaking through 300. So we waited for that to happen. Once it did, we reversed into, I think we just went straight short on this one. We didn't reverse it. I think it was Google that we reversed. But Uno reverse card. Uno's a pretty good game.
I love Uno.
Yeah, so.
Underrated.
Yeah, very underrated. Gia got Billie Eilish Uno edition cards, so that's really fun. They have everything.
What don't they have?
They have, there's like trading cards, sports Uno cards. They're just additions that you can add on into your pack. But anyways, there goes Apple breaking through $300 right there. Makes a bottom yesterday at 288 before bouncing a little bit. So I'm gonna try to see if there's some support down here at 288. That should be interesting and see if we can sort of hold. That was a sort of capitulated bottom, but not really with too much volume yesterday. So that's the worry spot. I wish to make it a capitulated bottom, there should have been more volume down there. There was, if we see, there was a little bit of volume there at the bottom. So that was the biggest candle of the day, despite the opening and closing prints. Wow, look at that closing print yesterday. Wow, 10 million shares on close yesterday for Apple. Wow, that's insane. And it did shoot it up, so it was a buy imbalance there of a lot of shares on Apple there at the end of the day. So that's a pretty big one there. But I'm looking short still initially on all these plays. So we'll have to wait to see. There's our 300 marker right there. I don't think we're going to get up $10. I wrote down Apple 292. We'll see if that comes into play. Just a little marker from yesterday in the afternoon. And then we'll see about 288 trying to hold the bid. And then, yeah, man, tonight, let's see what Oracle has to say. I mean, Oracle's had a huge run, man. That low was what, 130, 140, something like that? Yeah, it looks like it's 140 for Oracle down there. All those shot up to 240, like almost went 240 straight line, you know, but so did all the names. You got the Marvells, the ARMs of the world, the AMDs, Intels, all that. Everyone had, it was actually the best 2 month span since the 50s or something like that, upside there in the NASDAQ for the month of April, May. So, you know, a big move there, and we'll wait to see. Now we're 14 minutes away from the CPI, and we'll see if that makes a difference. That's why it's kind of hard to write down some letters, some levels on these names.
Speaking of levels,
what is DSY?
We are probably seconds away from this breaking its highs. DSY has a decent short float. I believe Adam just put it in the chat there. 1.25 million float. It is big tree cloud holdings.
It's only at 500% right here.
Yeah, only up 500 points, only with a 1.2 short float. No discernible news story that we can find, but hey, who needs a news story when there's no PD2T rule anymore, and you're gonna have squeezes to left, right, center, and all around on them. This probably has reverse split. I'm going to make the, you have it on e-signal.
No, but this is not.
Oh, it has a reverse split.
Like, I don't see, something has had to have happened here. This doesn't make any sense. So I think there probably was a split.
It's got to be something.
Yeah, because if you sort of zoom back out here, this is 160, 170, 180, 190. Oh, it's you hold Alt on e-signal to go back and forth. You asked me yesterday. And yeah, I was fooling around with it, and when I realized what you were trying to do, yeah, it's Alt, so you can go in and out, and you can really zoom in here. But yeah, so this stock here, DSY. Did you find a story on it? I mean, I
couldn't find one.
Okay, I just saw it in the chat, but a 1.25 million share float already done. How many shares here? DSY. Oh gosh, already done 29 million shares on the day, and it is 1.25 on the float. So you're talking about turning it over 20 times already. And yeah, nothing but love for these kind of names. And as you'd already mentioned, man, shout out to the PDT rule coming into play. Again, Sharif not here this AM, but I've been told he's coming back for the midday show. So we're gonna wait to see what winds up happening with some of these floaters. And Mike DeRider, what's up, Mike? Hope you're doing well in the chat. He had mentioned 5 names already that he had saw, and there's probably more than that at this point, over that 100% marker on the day already to the upside. You know, I think you can almost get creative and put together like a watch list, like, okay, Chinese name, low float, something with AI, something with cloud. Is there, I don't even know what this big tree, this is a cloud, it's a big tree cloud. I don't know.
The problem is when there's no news catalyst, you're really just looking for those parameters plus volume.
Right, but there is no news catalyst in this thing.
Yeah, but if you just get, I think at this point,
you want to go long one of them and hit, you know, if you go long 10 of them and one of them hits.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like the second there's a volume spike, right? Like so, it was at $2, right? Volume spike in here, it's breaking 3. So I'm sure you can find a couple of other ones where that wasn't the case, where you know, like that initial break was no good, but this one goes like 3x. So if you just sort of enter, there might be a little something to this in the pre-market. I'm sure a lot of you guys are looking at it. Sorry, I'm chuckling because I just read in the chat that these guys have 20 employees. Well, I mean, it's a 1.2 million.
How come so many?
It's a 1.2 million flow. We've seen crazier things.
Don't they have AI? Why do they have so many employees?
Yeah, we've seen crazier than that. Sometimes
we have
you'll
less
see
than
like
20 over here.
Storefront, 4 people. Like that's just a reality. And sometimes what'll also happen is, I'm not going to say it's always the case. It could be that it just gets picked up on social media and it's got that small float, and then there's your juice. So you don't want to get caught, you know, the last one without a chair when the music stops. But certainly getting into these early does make a lot of sense. And let us know what else we got going on.
Well, I mean, no better of a day we have. Yeah, we're supposed to have Luis Barbado coming through today.
Luis.
So if Luis is here this week, we'll be talking about some small. Oh, he's traveling. Okay, it was in the calendar, but we'll see. If he shows up, he shows up. I double-checked with the calendar, it's in there, but maybe
in
he's
there,
not
yeah.
today. It doesn't matter, Luis or not. I mean, we're gonna be talking about everything here today as we get going. So I don't think it's overly healthy for the markets to find a bunch of names going on like this, but it's fun to trade.
Happens.
You know, you guys, our viewers here, know the risks associated with some of these plays. Lost money, made money, had fun in the meantime trading them, lost a bit of hair doing it as well. Back over to Joe right now. It's calls, it's puts, it's options minute with Joe.
Good morning, everyone. Let's take a look at some of the options activity in yesterday's session. We're going to kick things off with the fear index here, guys. The VIX, a lot of activity here, guys, at that $32 marker on the put side. Now, I mean, we're still a ways away from that specific level. $21, $22 is where we're currently trading on the VIX index, but open interest at 134,000. If you go through some of the expiration cycles, you're going to see a substantial amount of concentration through some of these strike prices, and we're going to go through those momentarily. Now, as for the strike price, guys, once again, 32,000, but this is going to be expiring on the 16th, guys, and we're sitting on a $16 spread, which I found somewhat interesting. We're going to get into the contract specifics momentarily, but what I want us to focus on is this delta. We're out of the money here, guys, $18, nothing substantial. As you get closer to in the money, obviously, you're going to see an increase within that Greek metric. Now, as for your gamma exposure, relatively high for such a far out of the money contract, $11. That's only $7 off of your delta, and then obviously you're at the money IV. When you have strong moves to the downside, you're going to see an increase in implied volatility, and that's why we're sitting on 105% here in the VIX. Now, I want us to focus on the contract specifics here, guys. What we had here is essentially an aggressive selling shortly after the open for an hour or so, but look at the decay within the specific contract itself. So you go from $21 to $95. That's a nice return, but as the market slowly cooled down and you had that nice rally up, you had the ability to breach the volume weighted average price in multiple underlying assets. Look what happens. So when you have those strong moves out of the gate, you have to, it's like the small cap momentum plays, you have to be prepared to get out of your positions. Why? Because look what happened. It wasn't a full-blown recovery in the day, but you end up losing 85% of the value of that specific put contract. Now, moving forward, I always say it's a little bit more difficult to anticipate the implied volatility increases, and puts are typically the way that you would want to go when you are trading the VIX. But what I do want us to focus on here, guys, is this $25 strike price on the VIX with open interest sitting around 271,000 contracts. Volume extremely light at 258, which I found surprising, but that means people are holding these positions for a potential move into $25, or they're just looking to gain some form of extrinsic value. Now, 271 once again, but $25 is the level that you want to be keeping an eye on here in the VIX. Now, as for the expiration cycle, it's going to be the same as our previous put contract on the 16th. $15 spread, that's the same as what we've seen on the put contract as well. Now, our delta sitting on that $14 metric, it's slightly out of the money, but from a name that's approximately $8 higher, you're sitting on an $18 delta compared to what we have here in this call contract at a $14 delta. And you can see that the gamma exposure significantly more cool, guys. So not too bad of a look, and you don't have to worry too much about the rate of change. It may be a little bit of confusing. We'll get into more of that during the midday, and your at the money IV is going to be the same as the put contract, same as the underlying asset. Now, as for this specific contract, guys, right out of the gate, we're going from 9:30 in the morning to just a little bit before the close. You get 398%. So that's a big time return. Once again, you'd have to be in those contracts the night before. So keep an eye on if you are looking to anticipate some form of increase in implied volatility, you need to be for the close on the previous session to obtain that form of gain. Moving forward, let's take a look at AMD. Almost touching bear market territory, guys. down 19+% off of the high, and a strong sell day yesterday, around $60, $50 or $60, the underlying actually fell. So let's see where there's going to be a potential bottom. And with that being said, $450 is what we're going to be identifying as our largest amount of open interest and volume concentration. This is going to be expiring on the 12th. Now, our bid in the ask sitting around $15. Open interest, once again, 5,190 contracts, still open at that specific level. Now, as for the volume, 8,600 contracts still there, guys. Now, Delta, $25, and your gamma exposure, extremely light. Delta exposure, relatively high considering still out of the money contract, and then your at the money IV sitting around 89.9%. Now, as for this, I mean, if we're looking at small cap names, I know they're in vogue right now, they're in play, but you can get this type of price action and returns within some of these contracts. Once again, you have to be in the night before, but this specific put contract gives you a staggering 997% return out of the gate yesterday, and then at the peak if you were to catch the bottom of AMD in itself. But there's some options activity. We took a look at the VIX and see where we can gauge that. I do believe that it's easier to trade the put side of the VIX. You're not anticipating increases in volatility. You're just playing the volatility decay, which we typically talk about on a day-to-day basis. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Oh boy, 4 minutes until CPI. Thanks a lot. And it's funny because yesterday we were sort of talking there, all of us, and it was like we could. Okay, good. Luis is here. Good.
Back
there
in the fight.
Is. I saw that. I saw him in the chat there, and I was going to mention that he's coming back. We do have CPI at 8:30. Then we'll follow with Luis, and it's great to have Luis back. And as we mentioned,
good timing.
With all these names popping off, so get some questions if you have any in the chat. I'm sure there's some topics that they're going to be covering here today. But I wanted just to show you about AMD because we were talking yesterday, and it was just kind of like it is. You know, if you got stuck up here or you're long or, you know, you're in this area, fine. This is only a week, 2 weeks, right? And we're just trying to break down a little bit now. Considering how negative the market's been the last couple of days and what exactly has been happening, you could do this for any chart, any stock right now. You just have to sort of zoom back out and say like, okay, we've been on this sort of epic run, you know, in the market, that there is going to be some kind of pullback. Like, this is just pullback to May 22nd. Like, it's not, sure, you're giving up unrealized gains, you know, holding through there and looking back at your portfolio, you might have said like, oh my God, like, I've lost $1,000 or something in unrealized because I didn't get out at the top. But you could also have said the same thing like right here. You maybe could have said the same thing, not really right here, there's no dip, but you know, what if you had, you know, 161 and it went to 260 and you were thinking, oh my God, that's like quite a nice run from October to February there. How come I'm not taking out $100 profit? And then when it drops right back to 180, then you're questioning life. And then all of a sudden this starts to happen and you're like, wow, man, I'm so glad I didn't sell, you know, especially at that last peak, because then it started to run right off of that again. So like there's certain things that we can't really lose sleep over. Obviously, if you're highly levered into these names, it does suck to go from 540 down to 440, and you know, there's probably, seems like there's more pain coming today. But at the end of the day, sometimes you got to plug your nose and bear it because it's part of the market. And I sort of said tongue in cheek the other day, if you're in the stock market and you didn't realize it could go down, then it's probably the wrong market for you, because there is a up and down aspect to everything. Palantir just broke 130. You know, I know there was...
The VIX is only at 22.
Yeah, and the VIX is not... Wow, that's...
It's barely even up.
That's pretty high considering it's not that it's unbelievably high, but it was at 13, 14.
Yeah, we were just in the...
So, you know, it's somewhat elevated. Yeah, you want to...
In the last year...
There's been, yeah, a few spikes for sure.
In the last year, almost every time that it's gone past, like it's gotten to this point, it's almost always gotten to that 25 to 30 range, right? Like if it breaks 20 and then holds 20, breaks 20, holds 20, we see 29. Breaks 20, holds 20, you see 27. Like it more or less, once we get that second push through like the low 20s, you're usually good to go. Another one here, Athlete of the Year, thanks for
trying, I guess.
Better.
You know, athletes, they miss some R's in their words. But yeah, so I was going to say, you're welcome. I mean, I'm in the same boat, man. I'm trying to make myself feel better, and I'm glad it's good for you guys as well. But you know what makes me feel better? J&J. We've been sort of pounding the table on J&J for a little bit there. Now that's starting to bump up 0.5%. All right, man. 30 seconds to go. Andre does not need to tell me to throw it back because we're getting ready to rock and roll. Right now, it's CPI, it's Brendan, and it's Adara.
All right, well, I'll get you set here for what's to come in a couple of seconds. If you remember, again, or just joining, this 3.8 print that came last time was the highest since 2023. So we are expecting another uptick from that. The consensus at 4 on a monthly basis, 0.4% was last time around. We're looking for 0.3 this time. 2.9 is the consensus on the core number. Again, this is all for May. So coming up here in about 5 seconds, we'll start to get some of these populating, but could be what moves the market today. So strap in here as we get the latest round of inflation data. 0.2, so a little bit better on the month-over-month number. So 0.2 for the headline number versus 0.3 expected. 2.9 on the core versus 0.9, in line with expectations. Inflation overall, the headline number 4.2% versus 4 expectation.
This is not bad. This is a little bit less scary than I think I thought. I'm sure a lot of people out here at home and analysts thought. We've got a slightly cooler core CPI month over month, and that's even further. Like, it was cooler than we were expecting, but it was also markedly cooler than the prior print. It was 0.4%. We were looking for 0.3%. We actually get 0.2%. So that's not bad at all. I will say, I think if you got cooler than expected for some of these year-over-year numbers, that might have been a little bit more fun for the market. The other thing I will say as well is we are still expecting very hot PPI tomorrow, so this might not necessarily change that.
Yeah, a couple people in the chat already mentioning this. Are these rosier than expected?
Yeah.
Possibly. I mean, Sharif and I have been going back and forth on that theory for the past couple of months here, but I mean, the last one, let's be honest, that one came out, I think, shocked everyone, so I don't think they were touching that at all. But again, if you're just joining, 4.2%. The headline number there versus 4%. Yeah, we have a 4 handle on inflation once again, so that's not great in itself. Better than expected on the month over month though, 0.2 versus 0.3, guys.
So far the market likes it. I mean, it doesn't really push the needle one way or the other, but not bad, I suppose, is being taken as good, right? Like it's not hot overall, and you get that one kernel of the month over month being a little bit light. So yeah, you can paint that as potentially solid, but it doesn't necessarily change some of the narrative around, right? Like you still got that 4 point in there just because the expectations were going to be a little bit hot. Yeah, I don't think this is one to necessarily fall for it. But yeah, ultimately not bad. Not bad. You just didn't want it to come hot again. I'm not sure the market would have handled that very well at all. We can just sort of get back to hoping for earnings and worrying about SpaceX and the like, and then CPI isn't going to be the reason today. At least you can put it into that bucket for now. I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, I even had some I mean, I was looking at the Benzinga platform here, and it was 2.9 versus 2.9. Like, some of the expectations, 4.2 versus 4.2. Brendan said a little bit hotter than the 4 that was written on that screen. But, you know, you're not really doing too much. We could check out right here to see if the dollar had spiked at all, and you can see right now it does have a move down, then right back up. This is on a 1-minute chart here for the USD. So this is the DXY, of course, the dollar index. Spiked down into 99 and change, trying to make it back to the upside again right here. We can check out some of the government bonds or whatever, potentially moving around. This is the iShares Treasury. Okay, well, that's not doing anything, so we have to worry about that. What about the TLT today? See if that's doing much. Yeah, so there's not, you know, for right now, that SG over here is the wrong symbol. But there it is, the TLT kind of. So yeah, the dollar's stable right now, and you know, that's not gonna really spike the market too much. We just saw a little bit of an up and down move, I thought, there in the NASDAQ. No, now we're continuing.
Now we're starting to
Yeah, so now we're starting to go higher here. Maybe there was another, all right, well, I was gonna say maybe there was another word here somewhere, but the market still going higher right now. That seems to be a little strange. I don't know, because there still is that rate cut. I mean, the dollar's not really moving on this. I'm just looking at that as well. There still is that rate cut potential. We said 2% in 7 days. I don't think that's really going to change based on anything right here. But the ES trying to battle back right now. You know what else is going here?
Bitcoin.
Yeah, it looks like IBIT right here with BTC starting to finally fly a little bit. 61.2 and change. Bitcoin right now is starting to get a little bit of a bid. I don't know exactly why that is, but there it is right here. It's a nice little spike up on BTC proper. Here it is, 61.1 up to 61.8. I actually have written down here as an idea to short crypto. So this move higher is getting me right into the level that I had thought about, 35 bucks right there for IBIT. So that was the level that I had written down. We'll get it all figured out where it's going. But yeah, nice little rebound back in BTC. We've seen it, Neil, so many times. These numbers go up and then they just come right back down as the market digests and gets back to, you know, its selling ways. Maybe this is something, but wow.
I'm never chasing these E3.
Something has happened because
gold and silver are both going as well.
It's not just,
it's all metals.
It's just, even AMD just went from 455, like it just shot up 15 bucks right there. 460 to 472, that's $15 if you're doing bad math. That's $12 right there back.
Look at Micron. Micron just hit 50.
So maybe is it back risk on right now? I almost feel like there must be some sort of a headline about one of these names, but there it goes, man. AMD upside, SNDK. Like we're looking on risk on right now assets. You just saw Micron to the upside. Here's SNDK going back. I mean, SNDK 80 bucks, 90. Right. Again, you know, the very bottom there, but let's call the $50 move to the high side right now. But look what the market's doing. So there it goes, man. Some exuberance off, I guess, off that number, and now heading right back in. And someone just said it's weeks like this that create more Uber and Lyft drivers. Let's see if that does anything to Uber stock. I mean, right now,
nothing's helping that stock.
Uber stock is near the low part right now. There are bananas here.
Oh,
that's bananas.
At some point, Randy, see, that's the thing. We're sitting there looking at charts, don't even notice Randy creeping up.
The other day, you weren't here on Monday.
There's
a banana that was left back there. I think it must have been Joe's or something. I didn't really realize it. And Brendan's like, get that banana off the screen. Like the banana was just chilling out back there the whole time. I was like, oh my God, I didn't even realize we had those bananas there again. But yeah, your bananas if you think that this market's gonna hold this bid, I think, because you know, there's been so much depreciation in some of these assets, but it's a nice move higher. We'll still see if Tesla keeps going again through 400 would be real nice, you know, as we wait for the big day. That's Friday, right? I mean, SpaceX IPO. We're going to be sitting here trading that, and it should be a fun one on that day. That is for sure. It's 8:36 right now. We do have Luis. Whenever Andre's ready, I guess we can call him through. But there's the number right there. Consumer prices rose 4.2% annually in May, the highest in 3 years. So, yeah, that's not great. But hey, I think we're in a rate cycle right now.
Until proven otherwise.
Yeah, so I don't think there's any reason to fear that because the market's sort of pricing that in. We showed you guys out to December, there's a chance for 2 rate hikes.
And that's just how it is.
Yeah, so
until something changes, that's the world we're living in. Rocket Lab just went green, so
all right,
we'll see how far this actually takes us, but this one's blasting off. We got some small caps to talk about because Luis is in the building. Good timing, PDT rule gone, so I know the small cappers are running.
It's worth noting both the 10-year and 30-year back downside currently. We did get an uptick on the initial number, but back downside right now along with the dollar as well, coming off a little bit on the back of that CPI number. Again, I mean, optimism coming in the sense that could be a lot worse, was a lot worse just going back a month ago. So, you know, maybe it's just one of those things, but like I was saying, not a good thing to have a 4 handle back on inflation ever. I don't think anyone wants that.
No, and I was actually seeing, I think the worst case scenario for one of the year-over-year prints for PPI tomorrow, I saw a 6 handle. So this could get a lot worse or a lot better, depending on what we get compared to estimates for tomorrow for PPI. That's truly what I think. Yeah. And it'll also be interesting with these numbers being what they are. And I'm sure the survey is done in advance, but I'm very curious to see what that University of Michigan consumer sentiment print comes out at, because this is continuing to post all-time record lows for the metric. So that'll be interesting to see.
And it's a future look down the road kind of thing. I mean, PPI never been a huge market mover, but it's one of those things that if CPI, if inflation overall is moving in the wrong direction, you know, you're going to expect PPI to do so as well. He's been waiting patiently. Let's bring him in. I don't know, Luis, you don't look like you're in the same environment. Are you still actually out on vacation, being that dedicated, joining us from the road?
No. I'm back in Barcelona.
Oh, okay, good.
Home, hidden by the jet lag a little bit, so I didn't join the office today. I let the guys alone.
Nice. We saw that all over social media. You're in Chicago. You're all over the U.S. How was your trip?
It was good. I have my two daughters studying there for 1 year in Michigan and in Ohio, so I went there to visit the families and see the environment that they were learning there for this year.
Fantastic. Well, you're coming back to craziness, as always. It's been a wild week for short caps. I mean, these two guys, Joe and Sharif on the midday yesterday, were just away for more than a couple of seconds without missing some sort of action. So I know you've just kind of landed, getting your feet back under you and getting ready to go here for Small Cap World. But what have some of your guys maybe been looking at this week? It's been nonstop.
Yeah, it's been very crazy. I was received by a crazy move on INHD. This is stock that move up over 2,000%. Look at that, from $1 or even less than $1 to $64 after market. I don't know why. It might be the PDT rule, but we don't know yet. But for sure, that it looks like mainly Chinese and Hong Kong companies are using this new rule to create some crazy environment. We have seen this INHD and the SEC finally took part of it, and it was a T12 halt, so it's going to be halted for a long period now. I don't know how the SEC is going to handle this, because we have a lot of stocks moving 1,000%, 2,000%, 500% up in a couple of days. So I think they will have to change some measures of halts and fraudulent and manipulative movements, because this is not normal. I think it's not good for the market either. So I think they will have to take part on this.
Yeah, a lot of these, teeny tiny little companies as well. I mean, this one we were looking at this morning, DSY, I was just looking, I mean, 7-8 million on the market cap for this, never mind, the float. Speaking of 500+%, here's another one.
Yeah, I mean, if you check for the last 3, 4, 5 days, 95% of them are Hong Kong or Chinese. If you look, our scanner today is Hong Kong, is China, is Hong Kong, is Hong Kong, this is USA, and then we go back again to China, Hong Kong. So tiny float mixed with Chinese or Hong Kong companies, just avoid to short until this settle down. I don't think it's only because the PDT rule, but it's the first movement with the PDT rule that everyone was expecting. So I think in a week or a couple of weeks, everything will settle down and the movements, we will come back to the normal movements. So far, if you're a short seller in this environment, be very careful to not be in a blown up situation like INHD, for example. Or we have, I think it was PAVS yesterday. Let me see if I can put it here. Because it had a crazy movement as well. Hold on, I had this. There you go. We have a crazy movement yesterday, not only in the way up, but also in the way down. So be very careful also buying dips, because the environment is wild. Look at this. It went from $1 to $2 and all the way down to zero, almost zero. So if you buy a dip on the first halt or the first candle red, it's very tricky as well. So avoid front side, tight stops. Well, tight stops. Let's say small size and a little bit wider stop because of the volatility, but mainly be very careful with the size. And sometimes it's better to leave to trade another day than trying to make profit. Not always looking the opportunity, but also looking the risk involved in every trade.
One aspect that you and I have discussed about this in the past, and it's worth mentioning, I think, specifically with these, is the availability to actually borrow shares to, take advantage of that move back downside. If we're talking about stocks with 1, 2, maybe even below 1 million share floats, that cost of borrow starts creeping higher and higher and higher. How have you found that so far?
Yeah, absolutely. The lower the float and the higher the volatility up, the more difficult it's to get short locates or easy to borrow. It is true that sometimes, like on ANHD the other day, we have borrows for a decent price. We paid like $7 per 100 shares. So considering the volatility that it had, it was very, very cheap to borrow. And then what happened? If it's very cheap to borrow, we will have a lot of shorts getting in the position and getting stuck on the short side when it starts to move up. But usually with higher volatility and lower float, because the broker don't have these companies available to borrow, so it's more difficult to short, which is kind of a good news sometimes, you know, to avoid the risk of going too big on the short side front.
If we're looking at today, let's zoom in a little bit, talk a little bit about today. Is that DSY, first of all, on your radar at all?
Not at all, because it's very, very expensive to borrow. We tried to make a couple of longs on the retracement, on the first retracement, but now I think it's already overextended and has lost VWAP a little bit. There you see. So for us, we took a couple of longs here on the VWAP rejections here. And now, since we cannot short, we will avoid this ticker. If I will have shorts, I'm sure we'll short it against $8.50 or $9 with a tight stop around the $10 round number. So, but it's not on our radar because of the short locates. In this environment, I would say look for the stocks that has been already up and they are already destroyed. Let's say, for example, CIIT. There you go. This stock is the kind of a stock that in very wide environment, you look with better winning ratio and better high risk reward, sorry. So the stock has gone already up from $1 to $8, and once it's destroyed and below VWAP, you are more looking for short here around $5, $4, and then if we see another push to $3.50, $4, we will short it again. It is better. Even though it looks that it has already gone down a lot, look, it can go to $1 again. So it's from $3 to $1. It's a lot of range yet. So it is more safe than looking for shorts in a stock that are yet in play. We are waiting for this shift of volume from one stock that is hot to the other, and then the one which is losing volume is going to go down. You know, so it's very important to identify what stocks are hot within every minute to try to short the one that are not in play with a lot of volume.
If we want to avoid volatility, I mean, that's a pure volatility concept from the perspective of, you know, if I was just watching this DSY, I mean, it's moving 80 cents to $1 basically every tick or every other tick as prints start coming off. You know, you're talking about potentially a 40, 50, 60 cent stop on something you were just showing versus, you know, $4 or $5 potentially on DSY. So obviously a wide difference. If someone is, and let's be honest, there's going to be a lot of people who want to be involved with something like a DSY today. Talk a little bit about that sizing and how you shift gears mentally, saying, okay, if I'm used to a 40, 50, 60 cent stop, wrapping your head around $3, $4, $5 becomes a little more challenging.
Well, it's all about the range of the stock and the expected movement and the expected value. We call expected value to the movement against you versus movement in your side and sizing. So let's say if you are willing to risk, let's say $50 per trade, if you are short here, your stop should be in 50 cents movement. Okay, so you can do it both sides. You can set first where it would be your stop loss. Let's say you will, if you short here, you will stop out on 750, which is the VWAP. Makes sense. New relative highs and VWAP. If you go short here and you're risking $1, so you can go with 50 shares if you are willing to risk $50. If your stop loss per trade is $1,000, then you can go with 1,000 shares because you are risking $1. The other side would be, okay, I'm going here 1,000 shares, and if I'm willing to risk only $100, my stop should be in 10 cents. So that makes no sense at all because your stop is too tight for the volatility that it has this stock. So size, range of movement, and of course, it's not only about how much money you want to lose or make, but also important levels. So I think if you're short here, your stop should be here, and then you measure your sizing against these levels.
Real quick, just to wrap things up, anything else as we head to the open here that's catching your eye?
As I said, look for the stocks that has been already up and down. For example, CIIT, maybe VSME as well, although it's a Chinese or Hong Kong, I don't remember, and very low flow, but it's kind of the same situation. You see, it has already gone up a lot, like 1,000% almost, 700, 800%, and it has already gone down. So we can short this with tighter stops, better than shorting front side when the movement and the volume comes. So look, the lower volume, then you are more safe to go short. The same for VSME or CIIT. As you see, we're losing volume, and don't short on the front side and start to short here. Those are the two main tickers, and of course, because of the movement yesterday, 4% down the NASDAQ and all the way again up to minus 1% also. So we are looking some also blue chips like NVIDIA or SNDK or something like this to look for few selected trades.
Luis, back with the guys on the midday coming up about 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll recap some of these, and I'm sure a bunch more. Luis, great input as always. Good to see you.
Thank you very much, Brendan.
All right, welcome back, Luis, and looking forward to more conversation during the midday. Make sure you guys join us at 1 o'clock sharp. Luis will be joining us, guys. All right, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to start things off with some downgrades. Nike at the top of the list, guys. We're down 1.6%. RBC Capital giving them the downgrade, outperform to a sector perform, but also reducing its price target to $50 from $70 as this retail name continues to bleed. Now we have Franklin Financial Services here, guys, at the lower end of the range. You got you're down 1.1%. You're going from outperform to market perform by Hove Group. There's no specific target on this one, guys. And then Nuvalent also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a buy to a neutral and $124 price target. That's down from $151. Guggenheim giving them that downgrade. And then we have Passage Bio. You're positive here today, plus 6%, 6 1/3, going from a buy to a neutral rate. Neutral weight, and once again, no specific price target. Moving forward, guys, I know Sean's going to like this one. Oscar Health getting the nod, going from an equal weight to an overweight. You're up around 4% here this morning, and a price target of $35. Barclays giving them that upgrade. Now, Illumina slightly flat here today on the pre-market session. We're going from a neutral to an overweight, guys, with a $185 price target. JP Morgan giving them that nod. Now, Pfizer up about 0.4%, going from an underperform to sector perform with a $25 price target. Now, SailPoint, Adair talking about this name yesterday. You're down 2% here today, going with an overweight rating and a $23 price target by Cantor Fitzgerald. Those are your analyst actions here this morning. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Oscar, man.
Oscar the
I like
Grouch.
Oscar's not grouchy at all.
Oscar the Grouch is a gangster. Straight
This is
up.
$28?
Oscar is a gangster.
Oh boy.
Maybe he owns stock.
Maybe. I mean, UNH has been, I was kind of getting some FOMO that I was not in UNH, but instead I was in Oscar. But I actually hadn't looked at this in about a week. So yeah, there goes. We last talked about it literally a week ago because I remember it was stuck in this area and was thinking to myself, like if we get to 25, maybe we should do something about it. And then of course I got distracted by the new shiny thing and didn't even look at Oscar. So this has got a smile on my face now. Thanks, Joe. $25 broke. There goes Oscar with a nice upgrade. I mean, this is another one of those healthcare plays. I mean, the healthcare industry has been super hot as of late, right? If we talk about the XLVs coming in here, this is your healthcare sector spider ETF. I've been pumping the table a little bit here, not overly, with the XBI and IBB. I kind of like the biotech sector a little bit better than healthcare. Healthcare is one of those names that, one of those sectors that of course goes up and down. It's very political. You know, you're coming into the midterms and whatnot. I don't know enough really about the US landscape to know if this is going to be talked about, you know, reform or whatnot coming out. But yeah, it's a nice little run up there. And we did talk about, that's why I like J&J. I like the pipeline. We talked about Eli Lilly as well in the XBI and the IBB. And here, we'll just do, it's as if I work for a Spider Series here. You could also do the IBB, the Invesco, but XPI is what I'm in, and it's kind of languishing as well. So, you know, trying to figure out if this is, I mean, look, it's had a nice.
Not languishing. It's
I know, that's the thing. Like every time I see
boringly
something that's
amazing.
not breaking the top, I always feel like, what's happening? But yeah, it's been pretty good. And you can get it all the way back to April levels here as well on the XPI. And again, I think this is a good AI story, right? I mean, we saw the industrials really take off. I've been in this one for a minute, so we're cooking on it. But at the end of the day, you know, I think that this is what we talked about before with ETFs, you know, and you can get into individual names, like we like the J&J for that 3% dividend or so. But at the end of the day, you know, there's lots of money to be made in various spaces, including ETFs. So I would think that if you wanted to de-risk a little bit, but still have money in the game, nothing wrong with, you know, getting out of some of these high flyers. Like if you got out of some Marvell and put it into, look, SMH is going to be very violent as well, but just as talking about the semiconductors as a whole, you know, Marvell's high was, let's call it hold on a second, let me look it up. What was it, 330? What was Marvell's high? Exactly, yeah, 320. You know, so it's 320 down to 250 today for Marvell. So that's quite a nice move. It's not the same percentage-wise in the SMH. So you could still, you know, keep grabbing a little bit of, you know, exposure to the industry while dropping out of some names. So yeah, that's just a little bit of a talk there. But I like Oscar. I didn't realize, not a grouch today, that's for sure.
Yeah, been looking good. I picked up some of the cash to go into ADV to buy the dip on a bit of a dividend play. But if we can, I want to slide back over to small cappers. I know Luis, like literally while Luis was talking, Fold was able to do an entire, it had a whole life cycle. Like it has birth, you know, it started walking and then it exploded, graduated high school, university, started a Fortune 500 company and then went bankrupt. Like it's crazy. Like this went in a matter of minutes. This was $1. It was 90 cents to $1.80, so it doubled up and right back in for a brief second underneath $1. And Fold, this is a Bitcoin play on Fold. Like they actually FLD, like they sold some Bitcoin to pay off some debt and raise some capital. That was the news headline. And it looks like they would have, and they had to have done that a while ago because they sold it at 71. But yeah, it just goes to show it doesn't really matter, but you got to be able to take profits where you can because obviously some of these are going to be built different than others, and it's easy to become a bag holder. Just coming back to the market, we did make a high, surprise, we did make a bit of a high, the 830 number, of course, CPI. Coming as, I mean, obviously 4.2 is going to be high, but as expected for the most part, there was a slight beat on the month-to-month there. So the market did like it, but we haven't held most of those gains, and you can see topping tail candles, and you can see what happened yesterday. So yeah, no overreaction to that CPI print and the initial move to the upside. Still down 0.8%. ES is still a little bit weak. Still an upward trend, but you know, we're back to where we were before, where it's, can they hold any gains? Can we ever hold any gains when we get some buys? That's the real question.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, sorry, Luis, yeah, that's no problem. We'll get that figured out. But yeah, no, just talking about what you were doing there. This is that number, you know, we just had the CPI come out, of course, and now you're starting to maybe battle back to the downside just a little bit. We had that huge run up, and I'm just getting the sticky note out in a matter of seconds here, but you know, that IBIT up to 35 bucks. I mean, that looked like a good level to me earlier. We did write, it's on the note right now, 35 up to 35.25, and that was yesterday's sort of closing area where we, you know, wound the day off a nice move higher midday on IBIT. So just if Bitcoin is catching a little bit of a bid here in this move up with the CPI number coming out pretty much as expected, you know, and as Adair I think had mentioned, like it's what it is right now, and we were thinking that this could have been a much more dramatic move in the overall market, but it's not really paying dividends right here for many names that were looking for some liquidity grabs or whatever. I mean, there's the dollar that shot up on that number as well. We were sort of looking at that. Sorry, that's Bitcoin right there shooting up, and that's what we were just talking about. And here's the dollar, which wasn't actually doing too much. And if anything, here's what I'm trying to mention right now. There's the shoot up here. in your US dollars. So this name has been, when you're looking at the dollar, it's been sort of wagging the tail of the NASDAQ a little bit. So we'll have to wait to see if this moves higher or lower as we start this show at 9:30, and we'll have to watch it to see for some movement in the IPO space. Tomorrow on Friday, we'll see if the dollar has any sort of effect on the NASDAQ today. And then we start to clear out as we wait for SpaceX to come in on Friday. But you can always look back at Cerebras, CBRS, right there, just to get a good idea of what could possibly happen. I think Luis nailed it there about size and about opportunity and about making sure that the opportunity is there before you size in. He was talking about DSY and sort of the short floats and what was available there to short and what wasn't. But we had quite an aggressive move there on CBRS day one, where you were able to get long at 350 off the open, popped up for what Neil called 10 seconds. I think that's probably right. We can look at the time and sales, I guess. Goes up into that 380 marker, halts, opens up, I guess, 370, and then just finishes the day downside, closes 330, so underneath its issue price. The very next day, a very dramatic candle all the way to the downside, right? From 320, that's let's just say, 330, let's just say it's where it closed, and then it closes the next day 280, so you lose more than, that's a 15% or so. Then it has a nice couple days, and then it's just whoosh down again, another move lower here. So, you know, this is just part of the fear too, and Quantinuum as well. You know, it's continuing to the downside again today. We don't even have, I mean, if I zoom in here, I'm already zoomed in as much as I can. We may have one little green day right there, and then now back to the downside, and it looks like it wants to potentially flush again here off that 56 level. So yeah, I think there's more and more downside here in some of these IPOs, and we worry about what's gonna happen on SpaceX, honestly. I think there could be an initial pop, but what if the market loses the bid on SpaceX? Then all of a sudden, you know, you're gonna have a little bit of a problem, because all this new money could potentially got caught near the top. So what exactly does that mean?
Even if you're not trading SpaceX.
Yeah.
Like if you think, oh, I'm not trading SpaceX, I don't care, and I know I'm looking at DSY, who cares? No, it doesn't. It's going to affect just about everything else. You could be sitting around thinking, oh, well, I have this trade that I'm going to be in, like Rocket Lab. Maybe that's what you're looking at on a daily basis, and you could be in the space. Or you could just be trading the futures. Maybe you're trading something in the AI stack. It doesn't matter. It's such a big market event that if it loses the bid right away, it's not going to be a good signal at all. So on Friday, whatever it ends up being, whether it's 12:30, 1:30, 1 o'clock, I don't know. It's like an economic number. You just have to be in the know when it opens, and you better have the chart up to get an idea of what it's doing. Right? Like you wouldn't not, even if you weren't trading Apple on WDC day, you're going to have you probably, if you're trading anything related to the market, you're going to have the stock up, and you want to see what's going on with the chart. I think that's going to be the case for SpaceX. Obviously, we'll be trading it, but I think everyone else is going to have their finger on the pulse, or at least should have their finger on the pulse. Otherwise, you're going to be missing the biggest potential market mover in terms of an event, and that's for sure.
Look, we're very happy to bring you this hour sponsored by Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint Securities gives you access to an extensive, easy-to-borrow list from multiple locate sources alongside a trading platform designed specifically for active day traders. Visit, one word, centerpointsecurities.ca/tradertv and try it today. And here's the kicker. It's the 90 days of free commissions on your trades. Scan that QR code. We just had Luis out here talking about this. The runners are here. You know, if you want to get active and you want to trade, that's 90 days of commission-free trading. And then again, with Centerpoint Securities, the multiple locates. I mean, that's what you're looking for, multiple sources on those locates. Luis himself said that DSY wasn't going to be on his radar because it was too expensive or unable to locate.
Let's check it out.
Definitely want to make sure that you go into your broker, find the right one, and with this 90 free days, you might as well give it a try. It's Centerpoint Securities. No more important time to get back into this market where there's so many, you know, movers
daily,
so many different opportunities, and including what we just talked about there with SpaceX. And then we said there was 5 or 6 runners over 100% already today, let alone the last couple of days. We want to thank Centerpoint Securities for their continued sponsorship of this opening hour. So yeah, that's that. It's 9:03 right now. We're really proud of all the accomplishments of this show. and including that big board there behind us. I mean, that's looking absolutely fantastic. We get a lot of people commenting about the new wallpaper back there, and it's, although I liked what Fabian had before, the skyline.
No, it was cool, but now we get to engage more.
Yeah, now it's more about engaging.
You can see the GIFs up there and on the left, and then you'll have, when we get polls up, we'll be able to do that. Like, and I think it's just, it adds, because the show's about you guys. The show's about the viewers, and I think it takes it right back into making it all about the viewers. But speaking of the viewers, we have a free watch list for them.
Yeah.
And that's something we like to go over right about this time at 9 o'clock. So buckle up. We got less than 30 minutes to the open. CPI away as we head closer to 9:30. We'll see. But we haven't done very good at holding these bids lately.
I was just reading a breakdown of that print this morning, and it basically came down to car insurance.
Really?
Car insurance, the index, fell the most since COVID, randomly out of nowhere. So if you look at core specifically, if you pull that out, if that car insurance print doesn't come on a down print as much as it did, it would have been higher.
Yeah.
And significantly higher. So,
That's interesting.
I mean, at least we're paying less for car insurance, I guess.
That's good.
But that's kind of random, out of nowhere. But as the guys were mentioning, let's get into what we need to know here this morning. If you haven't done so, jump down to the description below. In that, you'll find the link to the watch list, absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single day. You know the spiel. If you haven't done so yet, use your email, sign up for that. You'll get everything you need to know in one neat place every day. Lots of back and forth between the U.S. and the, Middle East in general, but Iran. Overnight, once again, we had President Trump on Truth Social early on this morning. I mean, very aggressively, let's just be honest about it, and let's see whether or not this is, as we were saying earlier, just more negotiating tactics, being harsh or harder than he has been over the past couple of days, or not. Regardless, oil is higher here.
Lately, I feel like there has been a little bit more follow through with his truth post. Like, we know what happened yesterday. He posted, and we got this drop into intraday lows of the market when he says that the U.S. is going to retaliate for Iran striking these Apache helicopters in the region, and that actually did happen, right? So then Iran strikes back. So then President Trump releases two Truth Social posts within 20 or so minutes of each other. I read the first one out earlier today where he says that Iran has taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price, 3 exclamation points. But there was a second one, though, mostly deriding media coverage of this entire event, but he also said that the U.S. naval blockade is, quote, the most successful blockade in the history of naval warfare. All caps, nothing gets through unless we want it to. So there's just a lot of, I think, posturing now from both sides, but as we know yesterday, there was actually some follow-through from what was posted, so we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, this unrest does not look like it's ending anytime soon.
No, it seems like his patience running a little bit thin with this negotiating as well. So oil, guys, was coming off a little bit. We're seeing a bounce here right now.
Yeah, it's been, ever since the midday yesterday, it's been spike, hold, spike, hold, spike, hold. Yeah, and I think that's more or less what we're gonna get. Like all of the latest news or updates or movement has been bad. I mean, good if you're long whale. I'm talking about necessarily bad for the market. So until proven otherwise, you know, we're gliding higher here. That's part of the reason why I was, yeah, I guess we'll talk about it now. Why I was looking at gold and silver again. Like if we're creeping up and starting to look a little bit timid there in the markets, and if it has to do with the turmoil, then in reality, you already saw SLV. Gold did it already, but SLV following suit. I think there's room to get back to the March low at 55. So I'm looking at this specifically. Like I had 59 and 60, just the two resistance levels set, and almost tagged one on that 930 number, but I'll be heading over to silver. And I don't think you're trading those without looking at USO or paying attention to any headlines at all. Senator Warren seeks SEC review of SpaceX IPO. Shocking.
Yeah, I don't think, no review necessary on that one. I mean, if there is, it's not gonna affect the open, I don't think.
My guess is it's probably just complaining about the governance is my guess.
Who knows? Yeah, USO, I mean, we won't, have talked about, you just talked about gold, silver there a little bit. I was gonna look at gold myself, but yeah, for me, USO, I don't know. I already said what I need to do about trading wise. I think you just wanna wait. And basically, I was gonna say fade. For me, I think the right move is you fade whatever direction a major move occurs in. So, like yesterday, I mean, it's easy to cherry pick this one, But even if you look again, like, you know, here's a move down, there's a move, like it's almost like V-shaped recovery right back to get to the highs, only to close sort of where we started again. I mean, and there's gonna be different, there hasn't been too many volume spikes actually going through. But, you know, here's another big one, sort of continuation until eventually melted back down again. So, you know, just looking at yesterday with some of these headlines that are gonna come out, watch for like a bigger spike and then a move down. This is what we're talking about here today. So there's the move early, here's the move down, there's the big spike again, there's the move down. So just thinking that, you know, eventually it will find a home. It'll probably will be up today, but it's unless we get something completely definitive, which I don't even know what that could be at this point. I would think that any major move, let's look for it to slow down and then play sort of the reversion for USO. That's kind of something that I'd be looking at, and you know, ear to the ground for any sort of updates as far as Middle East talks and peace talks and less than peace talks. Anything like that going through is something to look at. And then, you know, for some of the equities, we've talked about maybe an Occidental or something moves a lot more than, you know, XOM or CVX. So if you were looking for something there, you also have the XLE, which is an ETF that I'm still involved in. I haven't really done too much with this. Was never really a huge position, but, you know, another way to sort of play all these games with oil is, we don't have the split adjusted, but it's doing quite well still. XLE from January, you know, 45 up to 57. So lots of names involved with the XLE, so you can get a little piece of the pie there. I still think long oil makes a little bit of sense. It's going to take a minute to unwind. You know, who knows what those reserves look like. We do get oil, actually, inventories today at 10:30, so watch out for that one. All right, SMCI. Nobody knows what the story is because it just says SMCI. So we're going to go back over there. We're going to find out right now, and this is the importance of grabbing our watch list. Get that link in description. SMCI is one of the top stories, and it's a big one today.
It is a big one.
Yeah, after the close yesterday on the back of this news that came out, I mean, was it like 420, 430, somewhere in that neighborhood? $5 billion underwritten offering, $7 billion financing package in total after just a disastrous day yesterday.
Yeah, and in addition to that underwritten offering, they're going to be also doing a $2 billion at-the-market offering. Apparently, they're trying to fund the purchase of components to fulfill $39 billion or so worth of orders from more than 20 customers. Yes, that's a lot of numbers coming at you guys, but again, orders sound pretty good. I was talking to Neil about this off camera. But then you also, their margins have already been pretty smacked, so it'll be interesting to see if this can really help the margins at all. Apparently, again, they did announce this $39 billion in AI server orders. This number sounds familiar, so I wonder if they maybe hinted at it during their last earnings report. Either way, kind of a mixed look here for SMCI, but the stock certainly not receiving this news particularly well. Apparently, the banks involved with these offerings include JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and Citi.
I mean, it's not nothing. This is a $24 billion company, market cap-wise, so it's a significant chunk of change, guys, they still need.
Well, if people are gonna get remotely freaked out about Google for $85 billion when they're like a $4.5 trillion company or whatever, I guess they were yesterday at the open. They probably aren't anymore. Well, SMCI raising about 30% of their market cap is going to raise eyebrows, especially when it's SMCI. But there is what Radera said, the $39 billion in new orders, which is it's good. But when you consider their margins have been typically in the high single digits, 10% at absolute best, and that that backlog in the orders aren't necessarily guaranteed, right? Like it's potential orders. So you still have a lot of these same concerns rolling through. Obviously, the chart hasn't done very well, and it's down 12%. So there's nothing positive that I'm going to be able to say when it comes to the chart. I just want to look short. I was going to short the pop anyways back into this breakout level. You had a lot of buying acceleration at 38 bucks. Just go back a couple of weeks ago, and then you had that bottom in yesterday. So as long as it's under that, it can try to do SSR squeeze or whatever, and I would look for it to fill in the gap and wait for the 38 on SMCI. And if not that, there's always the prior day low, which is also something that we look at to give me some confidence with that same price level. It's at VWAP as we speak. So if it's gonna break out this 36, then I'm in a wait mode on SMCI. Otherwise, we could always just follow the volume-weighted average price if it wants to give us that as well. But I'm going to be looking for the short here. It's a big raise. It's not all guaranteed revenues. Their margins are pretty thin, so it's hard to see the market liking this one too much. But it might require some patience at the open. We've seen it try to squeeze before.
All right, yeah. I mean, I was just going to say, it's getting hit today. I think this is a business that has sort of proven that despite, you know, sort of all the controversies around this name with management and with some of those, you know, importing and exporting violations that they had, I still think this name can be bought at these levels, you know, down into the 200 period moving average. It almost looks like where you had the 200 period above the 50, similar to that IBM trade yesterday, where you're right here, right now, into a level where this is going to be interesting to see what winds up happening. So I'm actually going to look for potentially a long in and around 35 bucks right there, just a key level of 35. Let's see if it flushes into that. That puts it down about, you know, 14% or so, and then the move higher. The pullback recently has been happening to the whole space, right? I mean, we'll take Dell, for example. You have a move up in a stock that's just been like, you know, El Fuego, it's been on fire. 480, 490, all the way down to 374 right now. So if, I was gonna say, if Dell catches some strays today because of this, you know, probably a good opportunity to pick up some Dell at some point, but I mean, dude, if you haven't gotten a Dell, you know, are you gonna get it soon? Because this 260 level, if that ever comes into play, I think that's a buy, like right off this 50 period moving average. 260 would be great. I mean, you gotta drop down 110 bucks from here. That's another 30%. I don't think that that's necessarily gonna happen, but wait for this 50 period to sort of get back up here and see if we can play somewhere in this 320 to 340 area on Dell. So if Dell catches anything, which it is today, down 2%. The market's down too, right? So, and there's that move. There's the move higher on CPI. Here's the move coming back in. So as expected there. But Dell and SMCI ready to go. And yeah, this DSY, I mean, starting to get hot again there, looking to break through. We had Luis on, talked about, it's really cold in here right now, I feel like. Maybe it's not. But there.
I find it cold in here every
Yeah. So there it goes, man. Up to 1030 again right now. DSY. Shout out to Tisha Perkins and everybody. Joe's trading this one right now in the chat. So we're getting ready to rock and roll here at 1040, 1050, looking to break through on DSY, man. The name that can't stop, won't stop. It did break through VWAP right there and through here, but just held it. So watch out, man. Right now you got the 50, the VWAP, the 25, everything's right here right now at $8. So it seems to be a lot of technical support down there, and there might actually be support for shares because we hadn't broken through $7 on that last move there. So we'll wait, man. DSY, huge move higher today, only 400%. CCI for a 2-3 month swing up to the 105 area. Any thoughts? Is that
Bada
Cummins?
bing.
Is that what CCI
bada
is?
ding.
No, Crown Castle, CCI. Cummins, C-C-U-M-I. Yeah, CCI right there, Crown Castle. So don't know a whole heck of a lot about this name. But yeah, looking pretty healthy on the, what did you say, 2 to 3 month swing up to 105 area. 105, I think, is the high, or is that the all-time high? Yeah, so I mean, there's room to go on here. What does CCI even do? Hold on a second. CCI, Crown Castle. Let me have a quick look at what they're doing. Crown Castle, second largest,
they're like
tower operator? Oh, okay. Financial position, plans to divest. All right, 40,000 wireless towers. All right. I mean, look, I think right now when you're talking about wireless, everything, it's been a little bit on the back burner because we're looking at ASTS and things like that that are trying to do something similar with satellites in space. But yeah, I think it's probably a pretty, the only thing that I know about this, and there was American Tower Corporation and things like that, they're not like huge movers, and they need something underneath them. I think lower rates might help, and that's not happening. So I would think up to 105 seems like a huge move for this name. Especially where it's come from. Does it have another 15% in it, upside into the next 2 to 3 months? I don't know. I'm not super bullish overall in the next little while, but this again, maybe it's not an AI name. CCI, thank you for the super chat. Now I know a little bit more about it. I just don't know if it has the juice to get there in that couple months. That's all. Like this in the month of April, we had a great April and May, and this went from 86 to 92. It looks like it's a slow grind. It looks like a great name and good name to be in, other than all these rest. But 105 does seem like that's a little bit of a jaunt there. You can actually look up historical volatility and see what the chances are that getting up there.
Maybe
if this is an options name, you can actually check out options and see what those prices look like and the odds of it getting up there and play those odds.
But if SpaceX creates like just say like maybe a theoretical top or something, and the satellite names are a little bit weaker, then you get a market top too. You get sort of this as more infrastructure and the dividend play. Like I think they pay a decent enough dividend. You might see that kind of a rotation possibly. I think that's what you'd be going for. You'd be looking for the rotation into some things that are a little bit more stable that have a divvy. So why not? Let's talk about some Apple again.
Yeah, downside, I mean, it's kind of chopping around, not doing a heck of a lot. I was just keeping my eye on a couple other things coming across here this morning. But yeah, downside again this morning, potentially, anyways, on the back of 2 straight days under pressure here. This was an interesting note. I read through the entire thing this morning before we came on. And this was not the first time I've heard this narrative, but a lot of analysts maybe shifting the tone a little bit when it comes to the gross margin aspect of Apple's business after the Siri launch, relying so heavily on Google's infrastructure and Google's network and Google's cloud services, whether or not they actually see more processing compute going to Google and therefore not necessarily having to handle that cost structure themselves. Does that hurt? Does that harm them? Time will tell, but some question marks anyways on the back of, are they actually helping Google more than I think people think?
Yeah, I think you guys really say the Apple stock crumbled over these last 2 days. And I mean, I've talked to you about this off camera. I mentioned this on camera multiple times, but historically we do perform poorly on WWDC, like the day of the keynote. The fact that we dropped yesterday though so sharply was also really interesting, and I think those margin concerns of note. I also want to mention a note that Baird wrote yesterday. They basically think that at least part of the reason for the sell-off is because, yes, the company gave us more on AI than they tend to have given us on AI, but they said like later this year for the Siri AI beta, and they didn't really give us a timeline for the full release. So in addition to margin concerns, we don't even really know when this new product's going to come out, and that probably sounds a lot to investors like the Apple intelligence nightmare of 2024.
Still some challenges in Europe as well with this entire thing not being launched yet. The sum of that note was essentially inference is cheaper than training still, and will be going forward, I think. So is it an Apple win? Is it a Google win? Is it a win for both, guys? Who knows?
Long-term, both. I think that's the easy answer. The partnership has yielded benefits for both parties. Nice and cheap for Apple, and keeps revenue in Alphabet's pocket. I think both ways, it's still something that's worked. Unfortunately for Apple, you know, it hasn't been a good ride the last couple of sessions. Everyone can see it, but we're back to the 50 period, and we're back to the 2025 high. That's 288.5-ish, whatever you can round it up or down if you want to, but that was effectively just yesterday's lows barely broke that. So I said yesterday, looking for, I think it falls into that 50 period. I like the 50 period here, so I want to look dip and rip here on Apple. It's flat on the session, which is actually better than the overall market. You got 0.8 down on the NASDAQ. You got about 0.5% down on the ES. So it's already relatively strong. I think that's part of why it didn't move that much on the CPI, because it was already doing a little bit better than the market. And it's not having that sort of risk, the same risk moves as you will see in some of the chip names. And that aspect of the market. So yeah, 288.5 dip by zone Apple.
Now, guys, we have 7,200 and 363 watching. Hit that like button. See if we can get up to 1,000 before the market opens. And if you do hit the like button, your trades have a better than 50% chance of working out. So if you hit that like button, you'll be in there. That number is not vetted nor guaranteed. But if you do hit it, it does give good karma. So I think you guys should try to do that if you're able to. And yeah, look, I have Apple right now. Or mobile or whatever, hit the like button for us and get that going, and subscribe to the channel would be fantastic. I'm still looking at the short here for Apple. I mean, we had a crazy short yesterday. Oops, this is my actual post. Maybe it's here from yesterday, that short on Apple. Did I even write it down? Oh, this is the start of it. Yeah, here's where it went. It just kept on cracking down. So we shorted into that 300 marker, and then it just bled pretty much the whole way. And what's up, Jesse? I still have this up on the note there. But yeah, nice move to the downside and for Apple. So we're going to try to do basically the same thing again. So I put this go over onto X. You can find this right there. It's also made potentially on Instagram. Apple short right there, 292. WWDC failed to provide any major catalysts, in my opinion. And yeah, man, it's nothing but downside. there for Apple. The last 5 days is pretty good move right into the 50-period moving average. So we could get a bounce off this level, but that's still only 288. And that's where we want to look for the long, right? We talked about this earlier, right into there. Let's see what winds up happening if it does get into 288. That was sort of bunched up yesterday. And for some reason, we had stopped there and then retraced back up. That's around that 12:30 time when we had the tweet from the president there talking more about Iran. But the market did get going, but then at the end of the day, Apple still was on its way down until it had that imbalance. And you could see it was a big buy imbalance. So I still think up here is a little fugazi. Like if we don't have that imbalance, you might go back in and look at 288. So I'm still gonna look at the short, and this is 292 right here. So that's why I'm drawing that line in there. We couldn't really beat it yesterday. When we came back in, we tried there at 12. We tried again at 2. We tried again at 230. We tried again at 3. And at 3 at the end, sorry, at 4. And then boom, downside. So we hadn't yet broke through 292. So I say, Apple, you do you, but I'm shorting 292. That was all right. I mean, a little bit of a rhyme there. All right, let's go back over the desk. Right now, it's semis week. You kidding me? It's been week for a minute here, so we'll go back over. We'll find out more about the semis and maybe talk a little bit about Marvell or something.
Yeah, past couple of days pretty tough here for this group in general. I mean, there's no real significant catalyst to pass along today. I wanted to highlight this, however. If you zoom out on NVIDIA, I mean, that candle is maybe the least or the farthest thing from weak on a daily chart. If you're looking for some sort of positivity here, there was a ton of people sitting in front of $200 to buy NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think there's like definitely technically a lot of support potentially. I do want to mention one thing that is at least tangentially related to semis in the AI trade. Oracle earnings tonight. So we are expecting $19 billion in revenue. That would be 20% year-over-year growth, earnings of $1.96 per share. And again, I think because of their AI-related interests, depending on how this performs tonight, and if they beat or if they miss, how the market feels about it, I feel like this could potentially influence what we see with these AI stocks tomorrow. So I would maybe watch this even today, see if it performs with the AI stocks or separately, because I think these semis very much still in play. Let's see if this recent weakness continues, though.
Didn't move on this, but worth noting, Robinhood, some insider buying, 20 million total, wow. Director Meyer Malka bought another 250,000 shares at $81, bringing his total stake to 8 million shares.
Oh.
Not notional.
Shares.
Shares. He's very, very long, so good for him, I guess. But again, Robinhood just kind of chopping around here.
I wonder if Robinhood is going to be a huge beneficiary of all of these moves. I mean, we talked about Centerpoint Securities. You make sure you scan that right there, grab your free 90 days. But on Robinhood and Centerpoint, all these names could definitely get a bump up here with the recent volatility in the market. But before
Market volatility is a good thing. PDT is a good thing. Your balance should be out.
Yeah, I know. I just want to see, before we go over some names, I just want to see if any of the names are on there. TSM as a semi with a little bit of a sell there. We can check. They've had a little bit of a rough ride, but not as much as the others. There's SoFi. We just talked about them as well. Well, not them, but the banking sort of sector there with Robinhood, trading wise. But yeah, no semis on here. IBIT with a sell though.
No surprise, IBIT with a sell. I'm pretty sure it's been the sell imbalance every single morning. 500,000, 500,000, 600,000, something along those lines. NVIDIA, yes, had buyers at $200, but it also lost a 50-period moving average. And so lost a 50-period moving average and closed underneath it. I just wrote 208. The 50 period's at 209. But I think I wrote down the 208 here because you had double barrel close. That's why double barrel closes at the 208. Back to back. Close prices matter more than open prices. But if it's a consolidation in a downtrend under the 50 period, then on the daily, your 50 period's somewhere up in here, and then the 208 gives you a place to look. It didn't make the top 4, but it was the next on the list for me. Continued weakness in the semis, and I still think the CPI possibly gave it at least enough juice to get some pops. And if that's going to be the case, there's this and there's SMCI, which are both, although SMCI just lost a bit again. So you can maybe forget about the pop to fill in the gap, at least for now. That just went through 35, now 14% down for SMCI, continues to bleed.
Marvell, unfortunately, a name that I really like that we've been selling a little bit of. We never sell it all, of course, and so that's always looks bad because it's 340 down to 240 or 260. It did touch down to 240. I'm a little nervous about this here. Potentially, like I had said about some other names coming back, and I think it was Dell coming into the 50 period moving average. I still think that this is a possibility for all of these names, especially as we get some liquidity pulling out of the market, getting ready for Friday. And look, I'm sick and tired myself of talking about SpaceX, but I really, talked about potentially some juice coming out of these trades, traders, selling names that have been huge profits, huge windfalls to raise some capital, to put those bids in, to grab those SpaceX shares at 135, to put in your order of interest, right, for your broker, Schwab, or whoever you're with, to tell them you want some shares. You got to have some money in your account to do that. Feel like a lot of these big winners have been hit just because of that, and I do think that this story is nowhere near over for a name like Marvell. Jensen's talked about it having a 9 or a 1 handle on it. That's $1,000 or $900. So that's not that I'm taking that for what it's worth. It's just, the AI stack and the AI trade I do not believe is over with, but I do think that we can fall in, and it's vulnerable right here today at some of these levels. So watch out for a pre-market break of 253 on Marvell. That's basically just a warning sign there. All right, do you guys want to talk about Chinese small caps? Maybe there's a couple names we could go over, and then we'll start the trade with 1 minute left.
Yeah, real quick, coming up to the open here, guys. I mean, there's nothing as far as news, real significant news anyways. This is the latest contestant in this past couple of days game show, it seems. DSY, teeny tiny little $8 million market cap kind of company. Headquartered in Shenzhen. Again, this is more we were talking about with Luis. If you missed it, go back and rewatch that. It's worth a note. More of at least he was suggesting more of a market structure type of event, less on the news side of things, but very, very thin. Tread lightly. Good luck, guys.
Try to go long. I mean, the order is probably going to pop in. I don't necessarily want to have this right now, but long through 10 to see if we halt early up at 11. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right here off the open. My order's in right now, but my order won't trigger in the pre-market. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. Hopefully we don't miss it with only 10 seconds left before open. I'm gonna go long, hold it back to 9, try to risk about $1 here on DSY straight off the open. So I think we'll get punched in. And this open, of course, brought to you by VinFast, ticker VFS. Go check it out right now. The global company that is, there it is. No, we didn't. For some reason, we didn't get filled there. The order went out at 10:10, and how did I not get those shares there? I'm pretty sure it went against me back and forth there, but there's the move. We tried to take that long at $10. There's the blast through. That's too bad we don't have that. My order went out, but just didn't fill there, so too bad. But there it goes, man, upside there. We only crossed 20 pennies, so that was not good enough. So 10, we should have been long at 10.20. There's the blast off on DSY. But watch out now, we're stopping right here. It did not halt. Thought it should have there, but it did not. So watch out for, there it is. Nice little flush there on DSY, so we're not in that. There it is, it's halting down right now, DSY. I don't have the shortable shares, but it's a down halt right now on DSY.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to, you cannot pay for locates at the last second if you're trying to play that. There's also this one, VSME, which is, whoa, okay.
Hello.
All right,
it's halted DSY.
VSME was about to break this wedge and close over 4, and I was gonna even go for that one to the long. Absolutely, we're just rugging off of the open here, so I actually lost a bit. Overall in the market, slight tick down. Apple did not move, so nothing to see there. Bitcoin doing power moves to the upside a little bit. So Bitcoin heading up to 35, IBIT heading up to 35,
yeah,
Bitcoin heading, obviously Bitcoin heading up to 62,000, but the pre-market high is 35 to 35 quarter was the zone that I like. So we're gonna get on the offer of this bad boy. SMCI trying to make a move as well. As it was back through 36, already at 35 again. That didn't take very long, SMCI.
Nope,
these stocks are, wow. SMCI shot up from 35 to 36 and a half and is already back at 35. They wasted no time dumping that thing.
All right, I do have an order already. I'm already into IBIT. I mean, this is what we wrote down on the note, right? We'd like the sticky note level there of $35. Obviously, it goes for a run early, so we'll be in this short right now, and we're gonna wait to see what happens if we get through 35 bucks. We're short right now, IBIT, and a decent amount of shares, so we'll wait for that. Okay, the other one we want to look at was Apple, so we'll have a quick look to see what Apple's doing. We like the 292 level, not quite up there yet, so we wait for Apple. The NASDAQ not doing much, so our TQQ short that we were sort of thinking about here, 72, 75 to $73. We wrote down 73, that's pretty much where it gets to off that CPI number. We have to wait now to see if it gets back into those levels one more time. SMR, there's some questions about that one underneath 10 bucks right now, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on. What was that? There's something about Citigroup right now.
Yeah, I think
just something about Trump and Citigroup. That's all that I heard.
Well,
so Citigroup now popping up $3.
It's flying.
Adara's looking into that one, so get ready for that. Donald Trump and Citigroup.
Robinhood, by the way,
Oracle.
before we go to Robinhood, 87.50 is absolutely flying to the upside. So Robinhood catching a huge bid. Adara.
Keep an eye here on Citigroup. Here's the post from U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump saying, quote, wow, Citi was ranked #1 in topping M&A advisory market by value in Q1. Congrats to Jane F., referring to CEO Jane Fraser, and all of her great people. They've worked really hard. Big comeback for Citi. Now, Jane Fraser was actually one of the CEOs that was present on President Trump's trip or delegation to China, so they do have a prior relationship. Interesting look here. Again, for Q1, apparently good ranking for Citigroup as mentioned by President Trump. Back to you.
So we'll wait to see if there's any movement over there in the banking sector. There's Citigroup now pulling back, was 137, now back down into 135 and change. Okay, here comes the market, right? Looks like it's trying to get lower again right now. I mean, so we'll look at Google that has popped a little bit higher right here, trying to get back into VWAP. So with the NASDAQ down 0.9, we'll look to get some Google strength, right? Yesterday, we actually ran that. Was my #1 stock, was my #1 stock yesterday, P&L wise, because we hit this right there on the way back up. We realized it was relatively strong against the market, but here come the market right back in. And, you know, as expected, we talked about that bump on CPI. There it comes right back in, right into VWAP again, so no surprise there. And of course, IBIT not really moving. We wanted to look at silver as well, but
it's not moving yet either.
Right here as well, so
yeah,
we'll wait to see if there's any movement today.
Silver very much inside move, but you know what? If it breaks this trend, I'm not gonna pop into the short unless it gets all the way up into this 59 quarter range, or it can break down. SMCI is now 34.50. 34.50. As I was saying that, I realized that I was saying it down 15%. As it is absolutely bleeding. It's VSME. That's versus Media Holdings. Okay, whatever. That one broke the $4. I didn't catch the break. So if it maybe pulls back and gives you something off of VWAP, 480%. I guess everyone knows the drill by now, right? Like yada yada yada, small float, yada yada yada, squeeze. All that good stuff. They're all just pure momentum plays. But IBIT, we want to have a couple of bids down here, but if we lose 35 and break that to the upside, I give it a couple of shekels, get out and wait for 35.25. So I want to try to keep it tight. If we lose 35 even, I can get out and try to jump back in, but I don't want to hold it all the way to the quarter. Got to have some kind of a break of the trend line to try to get us back into that trade. So yeah, was it VR? I already said it. Versus. VR, yeah. VSME. I keep wanting to say VRME. Maybe it's not even going to pull back in, but this feels like it's going to be the runner, at least early on. It's the only one that held VWAP out of these small cappers that I saw.
All right, we're going to try to go short Apple if it does make a move back higher there. I'm still going to hold on. Obviously, Neil and I have different strategies there on IBIT. He's going to get out. I'm going to hold on, give it a little bit of room there up into the level that we thought could hold. That's that 25 area. But I'm going to try to short Apple. VWAP's right here into 290.50. That would be sort of an area that I'm talking about. If we can get some 289.50s to start this game, then let's play it. 289.50 and then up into 290. Looking to go short on Apple. It was one of the top ideas yesterday. It was a top idea yesterday, and it looks like it's happening again here today. But the NASDAQ's kind of just trying to find its footing, so not really sure which direction we want to go yet here today as far as NASDAQ is concerned. And a name like Palantir's not sure either. We're at a very key level of 130. I mean, we dropped down below that. We got ourselves a little bit of a problem. DSY was one of the early halters and still is halted, so now it's tapping 750. If you paid for shorts, maybe you were able to get that. We tried to punch that long at $10. I had mentioned, you know, $10 into 11 should halt, didn't halt. That would have been an out. We were trying to say that. You know, we wanted the long 310. We punched We just never got filled, but there it is upside on DSY right now. All right, we're short Apple. So the market, the market is now running. We average into our position here on IBIT, so we get a little bit there. We're still waiting for that level to break 35.25, and that looks like it may be going, as there goes Bitcoin now through 62. And there goes the market, right? The market is now shooting higher. So we'll wait to see.
Robinhood is gone.
Yeah, what's up with Robinhood? What? That was the insider buying, right?
Insider buying, but outside of insider buying. But outside of that, I mean, you do have crypto going up and the market going up. You do have the 80 level holding. Ooh, this is exactly just keep making these higher highs. Robinhood 80's been the 75 to 80's been the spot to be able to try to take this thing. So I want to try to respect that. Look, I recently blocked.
Here comes
Apple.
Apple.
For the first time ever, so is what it is. Excited that it's going up finally, but it's fantastic. That said, IBIT just went green, so no question about it. Back up to the 35.25. This is the second level. Send the note 35 quarter. So it goes at the 35 quarter, and I'll take the second shot at it. I want to hold it all the way. Get a quarter in there and try and take some in the high teens on this.
Okay, good. Right now we have Apple. Good move to the downside there on Apple, man. We take 50 cents. We'll wait to see what happens after that. 289 quarters, 289 flat. Sorry, 289 flat, yeah. And now it's starting to make another move higher here. It's Apple looking to get short here in around that 290 area. Hey, man, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we're out. 290.50. You might as well put that price in right now just in case it runs against me, that we have our stop in just in case. We are looking to get shorter up there right now on Apple. So let's see what, okay, here it comes. Nice move a little lower right now on Apple. We are like fully loaded now on IBIT. Like we're trading almost at a different level here for what I'm trying to do, waiting for that 335.30. If that pops through, it'll be a decent hit today for IBIT, as it's just going green. So we're sort of, hitching our wagon to this trade. It's been a good one. We're able to make a little bit of money here. Okay, there goes Apple to the downside as well. We're able to capture some Apple. That's trying to get into the vaunted club right now as well, as it is the two top trades that I have today, as we talked about, written down right here on the list, 35 to 35 and a quarter on IBIT, and then the Apple short as well. But hey, man, it's a pretty violent market right now. Nice move back up to the upside, and now trying to come back in. And Apple's at a dangerous spot. We talked about that 288 because it's right at the 50-period moving average. So we don't want to be averaged into this one for very long, but looks like Apple right now making a move lower. Let's see if it winds up holding, as it's just bounced back up into 290. Was that a call for Adara?
I think so.
All right, let's go see what she's up to.
So there's just been a lot of insider purchases by this one guy. I found at least 3 separate articles suggesting that cumulatively, starting in June to now, Meyer Malka, who is a director of Robinhood, has purchased $50 billion or so worth of shares over the last week or so. So I couldn't find anything from today, but we know June 3rd, he purchased some. That would be last Wednesday. Also, a couple days ago, it was reported that he purchased even more. So massive cumulative purchases here for Meyer Malka. Again, circulating on social media today, though the articles have been posted about this as this has come out again over the last week. Back to you.
All right. There's Apple right there. Now it's $1. So it's down to 288.50 right there. Boom. Goes to the downside. It's Apple. It's starting to tank right now, here, right now. And it's a good thing, too, because we're in that same short over there with IBIT. So we'll make some money, obviously, on Apple. And right now, take a wait and see approach here with IBIT, as it's getting close to a level of shutdown of this particular trade. But hey, man, that's why for me, trading multiple names, looking at multiple ideas, and these are the top 2 ones on the list today. So it looks like we'll go 1 for 2, 1 with Apple. Apple's huge. Apple's now $1.20 in the money. And the next one would be the TQs. We just had a rip up to some levels. I don't know. Oh, we got to 73 again, and I wasn't watching. It's too bad. 73 was the short there for the TQs. And unfortunately, we're just getting into that IBIT trade, end of that Apple trade. But hey, man, we couldn't be happier than what's happening right now. It's now $1.70 in the money, and the traders are here one more time for you today. Neil's here, I'm here. We've got these trades on board right now for you. It is Apple to the downside, and there it goes, $1.70 now in the money for Apple. Hey, man, sometimes it takes one trade, and we got it right here. It's Apple.
Yeah, Apple downside, market coming back in. We said SMCI would try to short it. We got it off of VWAP in here. It finally came in after that crazy run at the open, up to 36.5. But we got it just underneath VWAP, 35 quarters. I'm in at 7. Looking for LODs about 34.5, so we're kind of scalping in a 1% range. So it'll be a 1 for 2 position depending on IBIT, because the second salvo on IBIT, it's got a good topping tail candle, but we haven't pushed back yet. Nothing back into the downside yet on IBIT. It's in the money slightly, but I want this back into the volume weighted average price. Then we can be a little bit happier about how that one's going, because the market is still very, very much, I mean, I want to say, I hesitate to say it, kind of bullish. You're holding higher lows, and we did have that good move off of CPI. Don't want to completely ignore that. It's all higher lows, and see if we press back in. You got to take the profit on any kind of a move that you're able to get. So I got half out into the lows on SMCI, and I'll only reload if I see another topping tail candle. The market's looking pretty strong, and it's getting buoyed by a wealth of names. I mean, Robinhood's at $90 now.
Bang.
$90?
You like that one?
It's gotten to 90 before. Can we hold 90? This is, people have been selling this sucker between 95. I just want to see 100 on Robinhood as a new shareholder to Robinhood this year. This is what you need to see. Finally, it's got some juice going. PDT was part of it, but the fact that Bitcoin is going up kind of helps the long term, but not good for the Bitcoin trade.
No, yeah, we covered. We're out of more than half right now of Apple. I mean, Apple's making its way back up, and we're going to have to think about shorting that one as well, again, if it does keep on doing this move. And we talked about where our stop's going to be. I'm still happy with that one right now. Here goes SoFi coming back in again. Yeah, when do you go to London?
Oh, shoot, wait a minute.
Aren't you going to London
Oh,
soon?
shoot, that's mad soon.
Yo, bring me a stack, man, over here at some point, over here. Yeah, we're actually really lucky that we get to go on these trips, and they're funded, you know, by...
Dude, that's like, it's soon.
Yeah, exactly, so...
I didn't even, yeah, I totally forgot how...
All right, IBIT right now is really Rip City here, up into 35 and change. So there it goes, man, 35.25s now for IBIT, getting close to getting stopped out on this name as crypto just keeps on running higher here into some of these bids. We'll wait to see what winds up happening now with IBIT making moves higher. So it looks like we will wind up getting hit on this one as it just goes higher, and it's gonna break right now. We're not gonna, as I said, we're not just gonna sit in this one and let it lose. So there it goes. We will hit the fail button there on IBIT, 0 for 1 on that name, and we'll see if we can get back in. Who knows? Apple, this is where we're sort of looking now, but wow, what a move higher here for the overall market. Now breaking through that 73. I'm not gonna short the market and Apple at the same time. We just lost shorting Bitcoin, but Apple up to 291 and change right now. Watch out, that's maybe a stop out zone into the 50s, but we're short. So let's go and see what happens now with AAPL now trying to pull back in into the 70s. Good level for us if it does come back, but we just shorted off VWAP. We're trying to give it to 290.50, so there it comes right back in. Now in the money here on Apple.
Yeah, so one came out and one actually did not break, but close, but 1 cent or so on IBIT, but SMCI lost VWAP, or whether it gained VWAP again. So even SMCI caught a bit of a bit. I know this is, when it's gapped down 15%, I have to zoom in, zoom out. We got a little bit of a stop because I was holding still half. End up being flat for now, but you're back under VWAP. I'm just jumping back in to the trade and taking a second shot. If you do a topping tail wick and I get out, then I just jump right back in the trade and I just adjust the stop back over. I wanted to go to, it's VSME. I know these small cappers are going. VSME hugging VWAP so far, so it's looking pretty good. Nothing crazy parabolic yet in at least this small capper that I'm looking at. But I know a lot of you guys are trading the small cappers, looking at them. If they halt, just throw in the chat and say, like, at one of us if you want to know what the tap is. We have halt scanners as well. I don't really see anything popping off on any of those. And Robinhood, for art thou, Robinhood. Yeah, 91 we just hit on Robinhood. It's flying today. No question about it. And then SoFi, by the way, SoFi also.
Yeah, SoFi's doing nice.
Yeah,
too.
SoFi doing really well today as well.
Like some SoFi. And as Neil said, man, none of it matters unless you get out. So hopefully you guys are able to capture some of that profit if you are into Robinhood, but it's a back and forth game.
Needs to get to 100.
Yeah, exactly. So if it gets to 100, maybe you'll cash some out.
Well, I'm going to cash some out if I see $100.
Yeah,
but if I don't see the 100.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
you got to,
exactly.
People always talk about it's so easy to say, you know, your dollar cost averaging one way, but are you getting out the other way? And that's the questions that we've had on the show, so shout out to everybody that's looking at that. I mean, Apple right now, honestly, it's a big one now, almost in $1 again, and we did put on a good amount of shares to the upside here for Apple, so we're really, putting some work in on that one. We did get reshort again there on IBIT because, yeah, we got stopped out by 1 penny. They're breaking through 30s, so we'll get back in and just see if this market does want to give a little bit back up to the upside. We'll stop out again if that does happen, and then we'll leave it alone, because right now the big trade for me is on Apple, and it's not even close here. Hopefully it keeps on going down. We have a lot of protection on that one. DSY does open back up and is actually pretty stable right now between $7 and $8. So here's DSY. Prone to more halts, right? I mean, it's already up 300%. It just has to, flash back and forth, and you could get that other halt. Watch for that 10% there in just a matter of seconds, and then you get the halt the other way. So here it comes now down in through 7. It would be watch out. That low wick right there is 650. You lose this little area that's potential support, which is maybe why it bounced off $6, but there we go. That's a level to look out for here is $6 on DSY. So we will have a quick little look there. And then, the market's already off, so I'm not even gonna look at that short anymore. And then we had SLV written down for $59, and that one ripped through that level too. And these are just closing areas for potential support or resistance. So right now it's really just Apple working. We're back into the short with IBIT. But yeah, there goes SLV upside as well. And we'll just sit here and wait to see what happens with Apple. This is gonna be hopefully a big P&L one here, but still more to come on Apple.
Lunch 99 caught Meta up. Thank you, everyone. So Meta, the market's going.
Yeah, the market's
I
nice.
want
Back
to
to
jinx
flat,
it.
finally.
The ES is green in like 2 points. Like a couple of ticks and we'll be green on the ES. The NASDAQ is already in the green, at least close enough to it. Yeah, 0.1% to the upside. But look, Meta being up 1% is good and all, but Meta's underneath $600. I still think Meta, downward trend, break the channel, do something, man. Like that still looks a little bit unhealthy to me for Meta. I just don't like the stock underneath the $6, but I'll slap the fail on, where are we? On Bitcoin. Report it every single day. One day, it's gonna only go up. And this is so different from most of the opens. Sideways sometimes, but mostly it's just trend down, find an early pop zone. And it could still happen, but I don't wanna fight this one too hard. I'll go back to another name that's on the list, right? And that's gonna be SLV. SLV, I liked 59 and 60. 59, no topping tail, no entry point, but we can still trend up into the 60 level. So this VSME, which is versus media limited, it's not really popping down into VWAP like it was before, but it's consolidating over the volume weighted average price. So I might this is the one I like out of the small cap. There's like a million of them, but this is the one that I like. So I want to try to get something in front of the $4 if I can the next time it comes down here.
Okay, yeah, obviously IBIT continues to go to the upside, so we're out of that one. Let's look at Marvell here quickly just to see what's going on in some of these semi names. Yeah, back up 1%, so that's really nice. I can't feel my hands, so it's all good. It is the coldest it's pretty much, I haven't.
The AC's on full blast.
It is like, very uncomfortably cold, to be honest with you. But here we go, AMD coming in now as well. That's upside, but now starting to fade out. I'm just waiting for Apple to break, man. I mean, if Apple can get up with that break side of this 89.60 marker. I'm sitting there again. It's actually 88.70, sorry, not 89.70. We'll hopefully get a break lower right through that price to 88.70. We'll see if there's something going on there. But yeah, for now, not much. Let's check out Tesla. And again, guys, we have that stock visualizer. Sometimes it's on back there, right now not, but we do have that up so we can have a quick look at what you guys are looking at. Yeah, there's Robinhood, 91 bucks.
AMC.
FLD, another runner there. We have that DSY as well here. Let's check out FLD. Their fold holdings now halted. So yeah, another good look here for FLD. 70 cents up to 180, back into $1. Now looking to take out that 150. Its tap right now is 125. So a decent look there for FLD on the come up. And because Robinhood's going, you could have a name. Weibo must be on the New York. No? Okay, why did I type in NQ and it didn't work? Okay, there it is. So let's type it. Yes, sir. There it comes back in, man. And here we go again. Nice move back into the downside for Apple. So everything we lost on IBIT, and this is part of it, man. Everything we lost on IBIT has now come right back into us now with Apple. So we'll be net zeros on the day as it's coming back in. You're not even still short I
No,
don't think so.
I already told them the position board is wrong. I got
okay.
out like 5 minutes, well, a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
VSME
Go
just
ahead,
halted downside. It's a volatility halt on VSME. That's at versus media. Silver's trying to break trend in here, so we waited for the next available trade. Topping tail, give it to the high pretty much always. But that VSME nasty down halt, and the tap was already negative pretty big. 315. It's going 371 halt with a $3.15 theoretical auction price. So that'd be somewhere into that support level. That is now correct, Andre. Yeah, so now position board. I guess it maybe just took a fill. I think that's all it was really waiting for. Not looking very good for VSME, but it's still potentially, just because it's tapping 320 doesn't mean it's gonna open down there. It could always, in 3 minutes or so, open holding VWAP, but it might be off the radar. I don't want to get involved in the down halts. I think yesterday, one of the down halts was probably the best chance to even short it. I forget which name. It halted like 5 times in a row downside. So I'll stay away from VSME, maybe find another one that we like.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, thankfully, we only have the 2 trades on today. It's been a little bit choppy to see some names going back and forth. I mean, especially these futures, right? I mean, we were looking at the T. I still wondering, I mean, we're still short Apple, which is good. That's a buck, but still wondering about what that next trade's going to look like. And maybe it's a short here on the futures, the TQs, if we can break below. I'd like to see us break below this level right there, 72.50. So I think we're 72.60. We got to get below this 25 period moving average. I mean, you know, that's something I've been looking at. So if that winds up happening, then so be it, and good for that trade. But that's what we need to have happen right now for the futures before I'm going to step in and short it. We've already sort of got a little bit of a proxy on the futures trade with Apple being downside right now. And there, I mean, now Apple's really coming in. Let's see if we get back down. I mean, if we get back into here, then oh boy, we will be dancing in the streets with that one. But that's what's going on there. SMR, that FLD, as soon as these things start opening back up, we'll talk about it. SMR, nice move, still at that $10 mark. Rivian had themselves a day yesterday, down 7 or 8%. And here's that magical level again, 1550. So Rivian down another 1% here today, as this name just keeps on getting hit. Downside Rivian. We'll wait to see where that winds up going. And we did talk a little bit about Tesla. Just trying to see if there's anything actually moving around besides some of these stopped out names like FLD halted again, DSY as well. So yeah, what is this one saying?
We've got Omen in the chat, $5 super chat there. Good morning. If everyone sells off to buy SpaceX and it flushes and semis keep selling, could it be a Black Monday scenario? I think Black Monday would be a little bit extreme, but if they rug SpaceX and everyone's sold for that, then yeah, I think you could see things extend a bit further. I think that's why like some safer like dividend things, if you can find them, are decent places to hide. I'm not saying it's going to rug, but yeah, this is a pretty big event, and there has been a lot of this going on, where people assume that money's coming out of some places to get retail pile into this. And if memory serves, I think the last time a major IPO had over 15 to 20% retail allocation was Robinhood, and Robinhood was down on its first day. And I'm not talking about down from where it opened. Robinhood was down under the issue price on its first day. And I'm not saying SpaceX is Robinhood. It's just that the last time they allowed retail to get into one of these at a decent clip, you know, it ended up being a losing proposition on day one. I tend to think the first few minutes it'll still be good, but yeah, I'm not betting on it after that.
Here's a Chinese name that, and shout out to everybody there in the chat. And thank you so much for everybody that's been participating in the chat today. Here it is from Tech Lion. Tech Lion says CPOP is popping and is halted, and that's exactly what it is here. Here's Berankila as well, talking about CPOP there, round 2. So yeah, we've heard of this name before. There it goes, now halted at 87 cents, tapping 89 and change. So we want to say thank you to everybody there that's bringing this out one more time. And then Savannah wants us to check out MTEN. MTEN right here.
That's the one from yesterday.
Yeah, check out what that one's doing. Apple's on the way back up. We've been doing some covering. Here's MTEN. This has been a popper as well over the last little while. That DSY has not halted again, so it has found a base there at 7. So here we go again, maybe round 3 or 4 here for DSY, as Apple coming all the way back up here. So nice move in the market, nice move in Apple, not the market. Apple starting to pop through here, some levels again. So I'm gonna change my stop now to a little bit higher. Let's give it up into 291 now, just in case that winds up coming through for us on Apple. We did get stopped out of our IBIT, but you know, so far not so good on that stop out, as that's come right back in now. So, you know, it sucks when, you know, we get stopped out there and then, you know, we're now underneath everywhere where we shorted, but that's what trading's all about. You know, you got to have your risk, and unfortunately, that's twice in a row we were stopped out with 1 penny to go. So there's a stop out there on IBIT, and right back to the upside is Apple as well. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer here to see about getting some more Apple shares shortable as it's making a move into. So 290.50 was going to be that one first area. Hey, look, man, maybe Apple's back, you know, due for a run now, back up to the upside. It's been hit. It just bounced pretty cleanly there off the 50-period moving average, so definitely something to think about. And now for Apple, potentially getting some strength back into this space now. So I'm going to average in here, take a little bit there at 10s, get us to 289.80. So, you know, we're only 10 cents out of the money now on Apple with a nice little average in there on the 200-period moving average. Here it comes back to the downside. Let's see if Apple wants to get a little lower than where we are right now. And then everybody wants to always talk about Robinhood when it's going well, and it's going well today. So there's Robinhood up 8%. Nice little movement there. Hood as it's going long side today. Let's see if it breaks that 91 and holds it this next time. But 62 and change for IBIT still, or for Bitcoin, still trying to go higher here.
Yeah, it's still holding up pretty well.
Yeah, it's not doing,
on
it's not
Bitcoin.
the
The
worst.
market's not doing a whole lot with these highs. Like yesterday, afternoon highs have been rejected a couple times, but you're still solidly in an upward trend. SLV is still in that bull flaggish, where like hold the afternoon high. Want to look for the VWAP exit point. I'm just gonna put all the bids out. If we like VWAP, then VWAP's not gonna move around that much. Like I want to get bulk out in this range here, which is, it showed you this top, so there's your support chop area between 59.1 and about 58.8, and then the volume weighted average price is at 58.5. VSME is going to open in 10 minutes, not 5. Obviously, at this point, it's been halted for 8 minutes. So some of these small cappers are going to be 10-minute halters because there's just that much volatility in them. So just be a little bit careful when you are trading them. SMCI was trying to hold this trend line. So it might not be exactly VWAP, but there's some lower highs going in. If it breaks out, I won't try it again. But if it loses the trend, or sorry, holds this little downtrend, I'll pop back into it in and around the volume weighted average price. Just want to see more topping tail candles if we're able to get them. I believe it is almost 10 o'clock, and that means going to Adara for happening now.
Yes, indeed, Neil. It's time to talk about what's happening now, and what's certainly, I think, a lot of what is happening now is influenced by what happened this morning with CPI. We'll get into that in a second here. S&P 500, 15-minute candle here, the second one of the day. A little bit indecisive. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ, looking pretty similar here. And USO, however, continuing to try to track to the upside. We know that there still is this conflict in the Middle East waging on, unfortunately. President Trump kind of appearing to threaten to escalate matters in some Truth Social posts and in an interview with Fox this morning. So here are the CPI prints. As you guys can tell, these are mostly in line with estimates. The one print that was cooler than expected was core CPI month over month for May. But regardless, on CPI year over year for May, you do have a 4% and above print. So that is pretty significant here. Let's take a look at some of these earnings on watch for both tonight and also what we had already today. ORCL is reporting after the bell tonight. We are expecting 20% year-over-year revenue growth. This is their final quarter of the year, so they're posting for Q4 2026. We also had CBRL, this massive move to the upside on this one for earnings, despite year-over-year declines for a lot of their major metrics. They did raise their guidance, though, for fiscal 26, which I guess was well received. You also have here CHWY. They reported earnings before the bell, initially looking good, giving back a lot of that early upside move, though, for Chewy. Do make sure to hit the like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much, Sir Adair. Well, guess what, traders? We've got a little something broker isn't giving you, and that's from June 8th to June 25th. Trade the Pool is giving first-time users an exclusive
few.
Second chance opportunity. If this is your first time joining Trade the Pool and you don't pass the evaluation, Trade the Pool will give you another evaluation account completely free. That's right, a second chance to come back bigger and stronger and prove yourself. This is a one-time exclusive promotion available only during the Trading World Championship event, and once it's gone, it's gone. So scan the QR code on screen right now, join Trade the Pool today, and take advantage of the exclusive second chance offer before it disappears. Shout out to Trade the Pool. I want to thank them for being a sponsor and a friend of the show. We have Mitch on tomorrow.
Yeah, we did. We have, do we? Okay, good. Yeah, so shout out there. We have a super chat there. Short TQQ seems nice. I did talk a little bit about that. Joe and I will be the ones that will put on futures trades. And for me, I talked about that short at 73. It didn't, that's a level that I was looking at. We wrote down basically 72, 75 to 73 bucks. It didn't really hold, but yeah, it's at that level. I don't hate that trade, but at the same time, the futures are bouncing. It's the same type of thing. We're over VWAP, we're over, and now we're going higher right now. So I don't love that short. We've had some rebound days. The NASDAQ already turned green today. So if you're gonna short, I would just wait for the top and then maybe use yesterday's sort of level right there, 74.50 or so as your stop out. But I would give this a little bit more room, kind of like what we're trying to do there on Apple, giving it a little bit more room, but here it goes. And we just got a bunch of covers down there, and look what Apple did off VWAP as well, bounced through. So now we're getting, it's a good thing we've exited out of some, but here it comes upside right now again, Apple to the moon. We did get, and unfortunately I missed who it was, but we did get some, and I don't know if we can't show it, but someone gave 5 memberships there. If I can find your name, put it in the chat and I will shout you out. And we do have another one from Nicole right here, has been mentioning all morning, if we could put that up, shouting about DraftKings. Yeah, look, I actually did something on DraftKings not too long ago where I talked a little bit about where I thought DraftKings was going. And yeah, it's a nice little break long there. And we talked about getting into something that might be a beneficiary of AI. DraftKings there, setting better tables, getting odds. The Knicks, the series has been good for gambling, as well as every game's been close, back and forth, prediction markets. Yeah, World Cup coming through. So yeah, DraftKings, good shout out there, Nicole. You're right about that one, man. Up 7% today and right at the 200 period moving average. What a good name DraftKings has been. And we had mentioned this area and that breakout, and it looks like it happened yesterday. Nice move there on DKNG to the high side. Unfortunately, I did not, it was just too busy. The thing about hosting the show, man, like we said, 291, we should have been more short upside there on Apple, and we missed that. So unfortunately, I keep saying how cold it is, Joe. Maybe you can go find the thermostat at some point, but we can get that fixed. But there goes Apple, made a move back into 290 one more time there for AAPL. We'll watch out for that one as the market just kind of hovering around highs right now.
Yeah, it's putting in a bit of a bull flag there for sure. SLV caught a bid off that 59, so it got halfway, it's 59.5, but it just caught a little bit of a bid right after 59. So looking to reload what we got out up into the 30s and 40s, and then try to see if this one will get back down into the volume weighted average price. Your small capper VSME did not completely die. It held on to $3 or so, opened up. See that 315, it was actually not quite as bad on the reopen. It opened at 330, now heading back into the upside. And remember, if a stock goes into a volatility halt for all you small cap traders, if it doesn't open in 5 minutes, it's probably open in 10. If it doesn't open in 10, all bets are off. We did see several 30 to 40 minute halts yesterday. So don't completely freak out. If it says it's a volatility halt, then it's usually a volatility halt. If you see information requested, that's probably a good time to put the brown pants on if you happen to be long one of those. That's usually a death sentence. So yeah, just SLV for myself. Robinhood for all the strength is still bull flagging up here. I like it. It's just a matter of can it really hold on to this 90 level to the upside. And the other one going, and we mentioned this like briefly, and I know in the chat, I specifically saw a couple of people mentioning that they liked SoFi, although I'm pretty sure I saw in the 15 range. SoFi only green. I know we said it was having a good day, but compared to Robinhood, this is very much a Robinhood kind of event. Maybe Webull would be something that would have a better sympathy play than SoFi. Yeah, see, there you go. Like this is more like Robinhood's up big, Webull's up 9%. This is really about the trading aspect of it. So it's the trading side, it's the PDT rule, it's the IPOs. This is what it's all about going into SpaceX. And Adam James Abroad, DSY. By the way, thank you for the pizza, Adam. We appreciate you.
That's a good one.
It's really good pizza. That first of all, the pineapple pizza, not so much, but DSY to $20. At this point, with these names, why not? You bet against them at your own peril. I don't see anyone trying to short these. They're going crazy. Probably the hedgies are having a fun time with them because I'm sure they know that this will be like short-lived on a lot of these names, but the momentum has been fantastic. It's 500% up 12. I think we had, what, a 1 point? Was this the 1 million float or was this something else?
Yeah, 1.25 million, I think it was, maybe.
It was these guys.
Yeah, we have, so FLD.
It's done 60 million.
Yeah, exactly. FLD is another one, 70 million shares here, as that's reopened again here now for FLD. So wait to see if this can hold now. This is not FSD, this is FLD. So it's gonna self-drive itself right through $1 here and try to hold out for that dollar move. So there it is coming into play, FLD, watch out, trying to hold out for that dollar spot. And then is another one entered the building here, NERD. Legato, maybe not, maybe this one is a little different here. It doesn't look like it's that major. What was TrueLeave? They were the ones going over into the NASDAQ today, or the
it was in New York, I believe.
Yeah, so that's one there. And then AZI was one from yesterday there, AutoZ. Moving around again as well today, 15 million shares. Why did I just see somebody there? What's up to everybody there in the chat as I'm trying to talk to you guys in the chat here? Crackle Barrel, what's up, West y'all? What's up, West y'all? He wants us to look at CBRL, their earnings play, right? And he's saying, why is Crackle Barrel up 32%? Good call
32.
Right there, West y'all. There it is right there. I mean, I know there was earnings in there, but we had 8% written on our note.
I was going to say, it's actually poised apparently for its best session ever. And it's interesting because this was not on its face a good report. They did have year-over-year declines in revenue and comparable sales, but they also raised their guidance for revenue and adjusted EBITDA, so that could be what's happening here for fiscal 26.
I wonder if this is like another one of those things where it's like, you know, President Trump a while ago was hating on the new logo, then they changed it back, and it's just one of those names again where we've seen, you know, the president. I mean, I guess Palantir is a good example of one that didn't go up on president notes, but you know, here's one again, Crackle Barrel, with what Adara just mentioned there, earnings, strong surprise there to the upside now. And yeah, I'm surprised too there, Wes, of this kind of a movement as well. But make sure that you guys are in the chat, you're talking to us, we're reviewing it all. Shout out to everybody there on TikTok. We can see in the back there, all the super chats today, man, we have a column for that. We can see the super chats that are coming through, and we're gonna address those with you as we speak. As soon as we see something, we did have a super chat on Meta as well, and that's a nice upside play here today is what was written, but now it's coming back down into Flatsville. Again, here is Meta. The futures, I mean, now we're at that level here where if there was an interest in the short, you know, you now have an out where you can safely, I'm already short Apple, so it doesn't matter. I can go multiple names, long or short, but this is now you finally finding yourself a little bit of distance between where you'd be and the stop. I think that's pretty reasonable here. If it does take out the high, maybe give it a little bit up to 29,180 or something. See if it does try to run that and then a pull back in. So that's what the futures are doing off of a relatively calm CPI number. I mean, it came out as expected 4.2 there, and now it's just what it is. And the market See, again, we'll talk about the futures. Do we put anything on? But there it is, man. As we go, wow, that would have been a good idea to go short right there. We should have maybe put it on ourselves instead of talking about it. But there it is to the downside. You're already almost 1-to-1, if not more than that, against that top now with that move. That would have been a 29,160 short. You're now down, you're down 50 handles. The top is 30 handles. So it's 2-to-1 right there on your futures trade. And we were able to take advantage of that move down as well and take some bids on Apple. So we just got out of some Apple there at 289.90 AAPL. If Randy's around, my coffee has turned from coffee to iced coffee. So well, maybe we'll have to get another one.
I like the cold brew.
Maybe a cold brew.
I'm a fan of the cold brew.
Yeah, the cold brew is very, very nice. I don't really know the difference between cold brew and iced coffee, but I'm sure there is one. Nice downside move here again for Apple. Let's see if we can continue to support that.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly see if we have locates on Open Door. Oh, we do. Never mind. I was gonna see if we had to pay for locates on that bad boy. But look, realistically, I'm gonna try reload an SLV, but I'm gonna like a trend break at some point on Open Door. It's up 9% today. There's a lot of other names that are running that aren't like Chinese small cappers out there. Open Door is one of them.
Oh, boy.
AMC is kind of one of them. But I'm looking for Open Door to do something like AMC is already doing. See how it just broke the trend and headed back in? That's what I want to see happen on Open Door. I haven't found a single shred of news, and it's almost at the 50-period moving average. Look at the range. Adara?
What, I think it was yesterday near the close, Eric Jackson apparently released an article or did some kind of, I believe it was an article saying that he believes that Open Door could be like a triple-digit stock. I saw that right before the close yesterday, but the stock didn't move on it. It could be a delayed reaction, but I haven't seen anything else.
That could make sense. I just like the level on the daily. Oh, so in the 15-minute. Like it pulls right into a prior low on a potential trend break, so you know, that's all I'm looking for. Like it's got a pretty distinct, like now that you've done a pullback, you've got like a really, you know, kind of steep trend line, which can get broken on Open Door. So that's what I want to look at. We got Salvador, look at DSY. Looks like you had a right idea with this name. Why is it, go to Sean's chart.
Yeah, no, because I think Salvador, what's up, my guy? I mean, yeah, sometimes the spidey sense is there. We just talked about this $7 range. It was nothing. I tried to punch the long at 10, right? But that flushed, so I didn't do it. But there it is again, that second time through $10. Wow, make them sing, DSY, make them sing. Right now, up 800%. So yeah, boom, shaga laga, as we said. And it's good thing that our good friend Lewis did not locate. He was saying that he liked the short around $9 or $10, but could not find locate. So that's a warning shot for him.
They were 60 cents a share, I checked.
Yeah, maybe they're too expensive.
Yeah.
So there it goes, man. Nice upside play there for DSY, needless to say. And I think you're right, Salvador. We did have that. That is for sure. But we will not be, and shout out again to Uonos there with your super chat. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be streaming the Oracle, but we do appreciate that super chat from you. You know, if Oracle, I don't know, we can find the time exactly that it's coming out there, Adara.
It's 4:05.
4:05. So, okay, maybe we'll see if we can hang around a little bit there until 4:05 and see what winds up happening with Oracle. But give us a minute to figure that one out if we're going to do that or not. But all right, there goes Apple. We talked about where those futures were going, and there goes Apple. Oh, okay. Apple does break upside, so we got to slap the fail there on that last little reload as the futures are upside, and so is Apple. Apple catching a little bit of a bid. Wow, we just got stopped out, but Apple was catching a bid there off of day 3 now, or day 2. Sorry, no, day 3. Yeah, yesterday, it wasn't yesterday, it was Monday, right? So,
that's right.
Yeah, it is day 3 right now of WWDC event, so we'll have to catch that one later because there it is, we get stopped out. Well, maybe I don't know, man, that was right at 291. Don't want to necessarily get right back into it, but could have been maybe stopped out a little bit too early there. We got stopped out of our IBIT.
Oh, when they topping tail on you.
We got stopped out of our IBIT as well there, and now that's way lower than where we were. So a couple stop outs that haven't been great executions there, but hey, it ran the top, so we got out. What are we supposed to do? That's Apple right now. I'll try to get back in if it comes up to 291 again, but yeah, that's too bad because our average price was, I think it was 80s or something right there on this move, and there's the flush back in. So yeah, man, missed opportunity there for Apple to get that short. We did have it. We got stopped out right there against that high, and there it goes now right back in. Damn it, Apple. That's a day changer for me. We would be well up if we had just held that. There goes Apple all the way down. That's trading, and what are you gonna do? Hopefully that doesn't happen to me on SpaceX. But we just stopped out $1 ago, and we had a pretty decent position.
I've already said on SpaceX, if I stop out and I'm not shut down, and I see it do a bottoming tail, I'm just punching back in.
There will be no chance I'm not shut down if that happens.
Well, I thought the same thing about, what's it called? Quantinium or Quantum, whatever the heck that thing was called. And then when I got stopped out, it was actually not a lot of slippage, and it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, but you almost took no shares on Quantum.
But that's even if it wouldn't have made a difference.
No, but if you took the same shares on that as SpaceX, you would have got smoked.
But if the stop is that tight, then I don't think I'll be shut down. We'll see. Again, we'll have to see. If it's that much liquidity,
I'm telling you, I will be. If it breaks the level, I'm shut down.
But it depends on where it opens.
No, if it breaks the level it opens at, I'm gonna be shut down.
I think if it loses less than 50 pennies, I'm not gonna get shut down.
Okay.
If it
I will
loses
be shut down
dollars,
if
yes.
it loses 50 pounds.
So one thing happened on silver. You'll see I got an open door.
Damn you, Apple.
I still had a quarter left. Like it held the 59 level. Still had a quarter left. Moved stop down to the lower high, and then it wicked. So I'm just gonna try to jump back into the trade if we can. So we're just gonna sit on the offer, try to get back in and give it back into the same 59.8 or 59.4. Open door did also break trend. So there's this, just to give you like the why. There was the trend break here, and then when it actually broke
Damn you, Apple.
this one, we jumped into this short. So you could have it, I could have it at this price and be stopped, but I got it when it actually put in the pullback, and we'll give it again to the high on open door. And maybe this was, you know, maybe this was reaction or delayed reaction. That's something was said by Eric Jackson, and a great guest, and fantastic having him on the show. But this is simply just technical. You know, you had a support level, it goes into said support level in the other direction, and it's a complete mean reversion that I'm looking for. We have not talked too much about, actually we haven't talked at all about a lot of Mag 7 names. We haven't talked at all about Tesla. The market might be going higher. Tesla at the low of the day, down 1.5%. Sorry, Tesla shareholders. I, of course, being one of them, but the exuberance in this stock seems to be waning going into the end of the week and SpaceX, unfortunately. So you're not gonna like what you see here. You don't wanna see something counter trend to the overall market. I would chalk this up, at least to a certain extent, to the rally being more like chip related than anything else, but it could also be a little bit of SpaceX as well. Maybe a sentiment thing. No real good explanation on Tesla, but it is one of the weaker names. Not really holding the market down, though, Adair.
Tesla, no.
Let's mention here, ServiceNow, NOW, seeing some reports from TechCrunch suggesting that the company has notified some customers of a potential breach of a software bug. So not a great look here for ServiceNow. Also hearing the IDF having sirens sound in northern Israel with warnings of a hostile aircraft. And the U.S. reportedly telling Al Jazeera that, quote, our forces attacked nearly 20 targets inside of Iran in the context of self-defense. And you know what? We're here. It's like 10:20. I'll just do the small caps while I'm here. Big push lower here for DSY, giving up some of that move. Another one of these Chinese ADR names with no catalyst that I'm aware of, a 1.25 million share float. VSME also on watch here, $9.53 million market cap and a 2.5 million share float. This last name here, not a small cap in the traditional sense. Neil mentioned it. I think it's worth noting here. Open Door, $4.5 billion market cap, 17% short float. This stock is currently trading around $4.65, and we know that Eric Jackson released an article late yesterday, during yesterday's session, suggesting that he has a high price in the triple digits in the longer term. Back to you.
So frustrated because today we had we just talked about that top in the queues. I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. I'm just more upset about this Apple because we get stopped out there and then all of a sudden it tanks $1 and that was pretty much our whole day that we could have made. Well, we would have easily made IBIT. I mean, IBIT's already been made back, but this move right there to the downside, we'll take a hit, and here comes right back up. So, hey, man, you do you, Apple, as it's coming back up. I said I want to try one more time up here at 290. I'm sitting at 290.90. Hopefully I'll punch a little bit here, as if it just misses me for a decent amount of shares up there. So I think we'll try it one more time, sort of against that high. That's 291.20s, 291.22s or so. That sucks because we just missed again a bigger position there waiting at 291. So good thing we punched into a little bit, but here it comes right back down now. Okay, Apple, I see you. You just don't want to fill me at certain levels, I guess. But they're a nice move. We were waiting at 290.90. It went to 290.88 there. So if that comes back up, we'll take another short into Apple. But we did punch a little bit there because I was frustrated. I punched 83s there and got it. So we were, again, 2 pennies away from putting on a decent size. We still have a decent size, but more shares to that trade there as Apple goes up. Apple comes down. There's the fill again. So, yeah, man, not bad on the reload there for Apple as we just continue to look at very many of the same names. And just as we went back over to Adara, there it is again, DSY, the other way now halted. Now you have $11 tap. So there it is, DSY to the downside. That one's moving, and then that CPOP, people were talking about round 2. Shout out to you guys in the chat. I got to give a big shout out to everybody that's here right now. What's up to Tech Lion? He's on CPOP right now. You brought that to our attention earlier. What's up, Jesse? What's up to Joe here as well? Juan Padilla's in the building. Damn you, Apple, as that continues to go down. Nimit is here as well. What's up to Taylor back in, man? And it's just going as we continue to look out for some names here in the chat. We want to thank everybody for being a part of this. Yeah, what's up, Andrew? Glad that you're here as well. Gworev is here. Tony, UK official. Blicky Spears is here. We love Orange's Erie pages, so send some Florida love. No question. Send some Florida love down here with the oranges, my guy. Yeah, morning, Taylor, and everybody that's here. We want to thank you, and thank you for everybody that's on TikTok as well, as we continue to go. Mr. Worldwide with Trader TV Live.
Get your vitamin C.
Right there, yeah, get your
As in C-pop.
Yep.
Or C-love, otherwise known as Clover. You know what's good for the small cappers when this sucker's up 15%.
Yep.
As well. It was up yesterday too. This has been running, but it's been the healthcare. See, this is not. I know this is on the visualize as well, but this is moving as healthcare is also moving for Clover Health. So it's a little bit more than just, you know, small name, small cap running. This actually has some moves in the space, which I think is helping it out. Doesn't necessarily give it more juice. Percentage-wise, it's actually not going to move as much as some of the others. Open is catching a bit of a bid in front of VWAP, but I'm going to try to be out of 2/3 of this if it gets to VWAP, and if it fills in a little bit more of the gap, there's $4.50, which is yesterday's high. I just look over at AMC and like the pattern of like what this is doing, like break trend, pull back into the prior high, and I'm thinking the same thing over there on Open Door for sure. As far as the rest of the market goes, wow. I guess we really do like the CPR for now. CPI print for now. Like we're holding higher highs. No break of the afternoon resistance though. No break whatsoever yet on the Qs. And if you wonder why, NVIDIA under VWAP, not looking very strong over there in NVIDIA land. It's hard for us to go sometimes when the biggest...
The market just broke the highs.
Okay, well, I was about to tell you, NVIDIA is barely breaking to the upside.
Yeah, I mean, the market's getting going right here. We're trying it here. We're just gonna try light into the futures now as there we go, man. We are really starting to get going here into these, I don't know what's, again, nothing's really hitting the market. It's just the market's been upside here late, I guess. It was pretty much fading out all morning there, and then now, okay, here we go, we're gonna get stopped out as the market gets some momentum now, back up there to the upside, and again, not trying to put on too much risk, but okay, well, there it goes. We tried to short there into the open market, into the, with the futures, and blast higher. Look, we were down 1% and things were not looking good, and now all of a sudden, shoots the moon, right there goes the futures, and up goes Apple, up goes the futures, everything now starting to take off. You know, names like, I was gonna say Walmart's back to VWAP. It's actually down today, Walmart. But Apple, Netflix could be a good one. SMR was
I suspect that's down though.
Yep, it is down, yeah. SMR, $10, so that could be a good little level to look at. People blasting away with Meta as well. We do have oil coming out in just 5 minutes. That's the US oil inventory crude number. That's gonna be coming out, so we'll have to wait to see if there is a move on USO into that right now. But, you know, Apple not moving with the market, so maybe there's something about that play as well, as we'll wait to get a little more short upside there for Apple. But yeah, right now the futures blasted higher there pretty aggressively, so we'll wait to see if there is a little bit of a pullback now as we wait for oil. But, you know, a stop out there, I'm pretty happy with it. The futures are really moving around, like it's pretty aggressive now at the high end, so there it is, nice pullback, of course, but stopped out maybe at the highs again for TQs, but it's a move higher anyways in the market now today, going green as there comes, of course. So again, you know, falling back in, but you gotta take stops where they are. Maybe hold for a little bit longer if you're looking for the short, because right now there's a lot of buy pressure in this market, but not in Meta. Meta's falling. I mean, there's a couple names.
Meta's falling. NVIDIA wasn't all that strong. For those that asked about DSY, the tap is holding pretty steady at $11. $11.25 now, was $11.11 before. So it's indicating somewhere around the original highs from earlier on in the session. So if you look at that, it's gonna be a 10-minute halt. So it should it should be open it should be open right now. Okay, that's been 10 minutes and 10 seconds, 15 seconds. All right, hopefully they don't do this nonsense. There was a couple, there we go, it opened lower. There you go, it opened at about $11.50 for you there. I really don't like when they do the 20-minute, 30-minute, 40-minute halts for no reason. But this one's giving it up, unfortunately, for DSY. That's just how they do it. I'm gonna try for a little bit of a head and shoulders reload here on open door. So we'll see if I can't get some 70s just to reload this one. Head and shoulders meaning put in a shoulder, try to short that, and then back into the volume weighted average price. And I never got my silver re-entry. So I moved it down a little bit because it's still working. This is actually still working off of those highs on SLV. Like I just got stopped out, but this high is still holding, so I'll take another shot at it. Kind of got wicked out when it held that trend and then just didn't get back in. So I'm gonna give this one another shot. We'll stick with open door. And maybe it is a chance for NVIDIA to go. If NVIDIA wasn't doing anything before, now above VWAP, starting to wake up a bit, trying to break out this trend, it's got room to the afternoon highs, which was at 209. So you got room to resistance. Close above 06, and this might be worth a shot here.
All right, yeah, we're watching out. I mean, we were back into the short here on the market, just because it's been pretty violent. So just trying to watch out for that top break level. We were able to get short there and cover around 74, trying to, like I said, trying to give it a little bit more room and not necessarily just getting like so excited to short every single level at all times. But it's now 75 cents. Apple is the one that's working, and we do cover a little bit here on Apple. I'm gonna get another bid out right now just in case we do not continue this downside play. We're bouncing off VWAP right now on Apple. So let's take some more bids. Maybe it comes out right now on Apple and we're able to take advantage of that move lower on VWAP trade there. And I know, I'm not really trolling. I'm not doing it on purpose, but you know, when I trade the TQs here, I know it's not the actual futures itself. We talk about that all the time. This is a triple levered product, obviously. But I put some shares, yes, finally. Nice move back in now. Okay, now we're starting to ring some Reggies on the high side right now. So down goes Fraser right now with these TQQs coming in nicely now on that move lower. Look, I mean, I was thinking the market may collapse there, and it's just, honestly, my whole day right now is this trade. Like we could have just been monstrous there, but we get stopped out, and we have been crying over spilled milk, and we'll try to stop doing that because we're right back in the game now, baby, with a nice move lower on the TQs with the NASDAQ, and we are right back here right now. Thank you, Randy, for that one. Right back into 289 and change as the short now starting to pay off here. Thanks, Randy, with Apple. So Apple short, NASDAQ short, finally. I think it might be short-lived, but there's the move right back into that break spot high of 29,150 on the NASDAQ. So far, so good there. And then, yeah, man, just a DSY. I mean, it's been a mover. Halted again. So yeah, so this time it opens up there around 11, 12 bucks. Looks like 12. Right away to 15, halting back upside, now giving you 1570, but moving around 1580 now on the tap. So now back to 1517 where it closed. So again, you got to give this one probably that 10-minute marker, and then we'll see what happens there. That last halt was 10:15 to 10:25. So we're looking for another 10 minutes. The gasoline inventories is now out. That was a...
Oil inventory just now.
I don't have it to draw. That's all I'm hearing is a draw right now. So we'll wait on that one. Yeah, good
not
cover
like
here.
In soccer, but
gonna get, yeah, not like a soccer draw. There'll probably be lots of those this year. Here comes the TQs downside as well. We'll take another bid out. There it is, minus 7 million. So I don't know, man, that's a decent number there. It looks like it was expected 2.9. So a little bit of a draw, that is for sure. That could rally the NASDAQ a little bit here, but
not moving much.
Yeah, not much going on based on what I see here. We did cover some more Apple. That's about it for me.
Yeah, so USO means slightly moving. I won't say it's not moving. It's slightly higher on USO, not really doing a heck of a lot. SMCI is back underneath the volume weighted average price, so no, I did say either gap fill or VWAP. So no gap fill, there's VWAP, we're back underneath it, so I'm gonna try to take another shot, or another stab at this bad boy as it's continuing to head down. If you're not familiar with the story, they're doing a raise. $7 billion on SMCI, which is like 30% of the company's market cap. That's the reason why they're down so much. I got to reload on Open Door. Still looking for that VWAP. Get out of 2/3, hold the rest for a push down into 450 is the name of the game, as they are kind of riding the wave on a lot of these, I don't know, like small cap gappers. And then Eric Jackson with some positive comments about it. Obviously he would, because he's a big holder in there. But just again, looking for the volume weighted average price, and then we look for that 450 into said downside. So finally, we're getting one of these reversions that follows through. Although silver did. For being real, like silver again just continues to head lower. I got that bad wick, but that is what it is. Keep trying to short the next available pop, and we'll keep going with that until at least this gets to 58.60. So Open Door coming back in. We're warming up as the NASDAQ is cooling off.
Oh boy, yeah, we're heating up there. We almost got it. We were covering for about $1. That went down to 73.50 there on the TQs, man. I mean, you got to hit. Yo, what's up? Good afternoon from IE, which is IE. I'm not sure, but good afternoon to you as well. We'll take that 1 cent there from TikTok. Thank you again for all of that. There, Joey O. Yeah, what's up, Joey? Hopefully he's doing well over there on DSY. We can go find out right now.
It's at the tap is $19.90. So that $20 could easily. Oh, never mind. Now it's back to 15. The tap's all over the place. The tap was just at $19.90. Now the tap is all the way at $15. So.
Yeah, and yeah, Joe doing well over there. Joe up the most right now today. So congratulations to Joe. They're trading. He did. Oh, he gave some back, but still, Joe right now, you know, I don't care. I'm going to shout him out. The #1 trader on the desk today, Joe. So shout out to that right now. 700% up is DSY, but yeah, he did give some back, so that's fine. And actually, you know, it's just one of those things there today where if you're trading some of these names, you want to make sure that you're trying to get out, trying to get in, but DSY again halted now 1488, 1475, looking like it actually wants to go lower right there so far. So far so good there if you're short on DSY, but this is going to open up in 5 minutes, I guess. The halt was, the halt was 30s. Was it? Yeah, so 29. So yeah, 5 minutes. So we got about 5 minutes or so until this name opens back up. We liked Alibaba long yesterday at 120. We got out of that one. Alibaba bleeding today again, man. Down another 2.36%. That just showed up on my watch list here because we had broke through VWAP. So now 117 coming back in for Alibaba. And wow, what a wild ride, man. Those futures are all the way back up again. Absolutely crazy that what's been happening here in the market today. So yeah, just up and down, bouncing cleanly right there off that 50 period. So we took some good fills, man, when it was down here. We had gotten hit on the futures on TQQs, and it looks like right now it's running the top one more time. So see you later, man. That short, bye-bye. The short just not working today as we go higher and higher there. We'll still stay red on the here as the TQs runs the top one more time, and that's why we talk about making sure to get out when certain levels hit, because that was just almost $1 we were talking about it, and then it ran the top again. So yeah, man, trading, I've always told you, man, it's not for the weak of heart, and it is probably one of the hardest things you'll do in your life is to try to figure out how to trade. You know, the success rate is very minimal as a trader, but that's why you got to develop it, make your plans, and get going. Like right there, we just get stopped out, and here's the move down. So not only is it hard to do, it can be frustrating, but you know, stick with it. And as we talk about, you know, use whatever shares you're comfortable with, and you know, trade according to your plan and not somebody else's. So right there, that's what's happening right now with the TQs. Nice little pullback downside again off a top make, but looks like we're going higher. Maybe look at NVIDIA. I don't know what's going on. I haven't looked at many makes.
NVIDIA was trying to go, by the way, that DSY is now open,
yeah,
but
NVIDIA's at the top.
There's a dance at the halt price that's happening. So the halt was at about $15. It was just dancing back and forth at that 15 over and over and over again. I know a lot of people are looking for $20 on that one. Jonas, thank you for the super chat. Can you guys also stream Oracle earnings, please? I don't know what time they are, but I'm pretty sure for Oracle, like if
we already had this super chat.
Yeah,
it was 4:05.
It's 4:05. So you know, sometimes basically like we'll stick for like a couple of minutes, and if it comes out on time, then we might just show this is what happened. that kind of a notion. And now $18 for DSY.
Still going.
And still the champion. You know what? I didn't really look. Oh, that's right. This is the reverse split one. So you have to look at it on these signals. The levels aren't going to matter too much when it comes to this overall. You know what? I think a lot of the whole this is a bag hold level, I think that stuff matters more when you don't have like this type of squeeze event happening 3-4 times a day. You know, they're just a little bit, they're built, these ones are built differently as opposed to like your regular days, the small cap runners. Don't put anything past these names, and don't assume bag hold levels will even choke up a little bit. Like to me, open doesn't count. Like it's not, like this isn't one of these Chinese, you know, small, super crazy float that's gonna just go 100%. Like it's not doing that. So I think it can follow some of the standard rules, whereas looking at the other ones, forget about it. I think you just get yourself into some trouble if you try to do it. Yes, SMCI is at the low of the day. I'll also have to fail on it. I did like VWAP. I haven't got picked back up under VWAP, but it's right back into the low, still down 15 points as it's flush city. 15%. It's almost at the 50 period moving average, which would be 33.5. If you get another $1 down, I'd probably look for some kind of an SSR bounce on SMCI, but that's still $1 away there, unfortunately for them. Just a rough, like I said, if people are gonna complain about Alphabet raising money, then what happens when SMCI does it, right?
Yeah, so that's 3 times today now. There's the stop out, there's the tank. We were playing it against the high of the day. I guess the only way for me to combat all of this is to just get short at the high of the day, basically, and hold it for 20 pennies after that. You know, not just always wait for that level, but we're working on that to get a little bit better. But I mean, we'll be a frown, but we can turn that frown upside down because here goes Apple. Apple's now $1.50 in the money and starting to go lower. So lower, lower, lower right now for Apple. And just into that area one more time. I'm not trying to take outs in here. We're trying to hold, see if we get Apple back into this 288.50 mark. We did see some strength yesterday at 288. We talked about that level. So we'll see if it comes back in right now. I mean, I will put a bid at 289 just because. And then we're going to go right down into 288.50 and put one more and see if we're able to capture that kind of a trade as well. All right, we do have a halt scanner here, right? So anything that shows up, there goes Apple, wow.
Oh my God.
Downside there for Apple. Now 170 in the money now on Apple, so okay, that's going well. Palantir CEO Alex Karp speaking right now, and that's starting to go up back up to the upside right now. As there goes PLTR, nice move higher here for that name, and you know, we can have a look at where potentially to get long. I mean, if this drops into 131, that's VWAP time, and we've seen support there as well. So on a potential drop down for Palantir, yeah, buddy, that could be worth something there if that winds up hitting for you guys down to 131 on Palantir. So yeah, and then thanks again for you in the chat right there. We did talk about this a little bit because we got notice from our good friend Joe when he was talking about upgrades and downgrades. And there it is right there, it's Oscar. So Oscar is having themselves a week, and I think I'm going to log into the old portfolio here and cash some out on OSCR. It's definitely a one-bagger. I mean, we're up 100% on this name. We're long around $13, $14, up to $28 there for Oscar. So, you know, you got to have some of these in your account as well. Nice play there for Oscar. And yesterday we bought, which wasn't really that great. We bought some IREN at 51 again yesterday. It did have a move lower into today. It opened actually at 51, move up to 56. I like IREN, I like Oscar, and I do not like the TQQs because that stop out sucked. But over to Adara, it's 1040 already.
Just be aware here as well, there is currently a Senate hearing happening for the confirmation of Brett Matsumoto, who is the new nominee to lead the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That is the bureau that's in charge of the release of CPI and PPI. Very likely not going to be massive, but you guys know me, I'm watching this hearing regardless. And if there is anything market related, I'll let you know. I've already seen a couple comments come through on my board. Let's talk in the meantime, though, about this sector board, which is actually kind of mixed. We usually, as of late, have seen a lot of sectors that are really strong, a lot that are really weak. In this case, lots of things just kind of all over the place here. You've got weakness right off the top in consumer durables, transportation, health services. Producer manufacturing is kind of split. You've got GEV down 3%. This following a really weak session yesterday on a negative analyst note. CAT also to the downside, but AMAT and LRCX, the AI adjacent plays here, are strongly to the upside. Health tech mixed, Eli Lilly and J&J strong, the rest of the sector pretty weak. Retail trade mostly flat, though Amazon leading this to the downside here, down 1.5%. Communications strong, industrial services mostly strong, finance pretty strong here. Tech services mostly flat. Oracle going from down in the pre-market to up today ahead of its earnings report after the bell. And of course, electronic tech. This is, I think, really emblematic of that mixed look that we've had across all these sectors. SanDisk, Intel, both green. Same with KLAC and Dell up nearly 4%. Then you've got NVIDIA and Broadcom, especially to the downside. Same with Qualcomm. So chip plays, for the most part, pulling back, but there are some other tech names of note today. Back to you.
Definitely, and thank you, Adara. Definitely some tech names in play. An entire group of tech in play today, and that would be software. The IGV, temporary bottom, not the 50 period, but 90 bucks here on the IGV. That's off heavily off the 108 level. But if this can round off the bottom and maybe break something out, yeah, it's still in a downtrend. I get it. It's not there yet. It needs to bust 95, needs to bust 97. But it's starting to look at least a little bit better for sure. But 15 minutes to go, then we're going to throw you guys back into the midday, where I know a lot of small cappers will get talked about. But hey, if they are going to be the belle of the ball, then got to be able to cover DSY. It's given something back, up 700%. But there's still this battle with the last halt up at about $15. It's done a topping tail candle of $2.50. It's done a bottoming tail candle of $2.50 on DSY. So this is probably one of those shakeout type of moments where it's just going to try to shake one side out. And I guess usually you look for a bit of a reaction. This is why I prefer these. Like Open Door is just, it's a little bit more calm. I have one bid that hasn't filled at VWAP, and then I'll be 2/3 out. I might do one more reload, but if it holds VWAP, I don't even know if I should like the reload if it holds VWAP again. Not really a bit of a fan. Taylor bought some DSY, they just said underneath 14. Yeah, so like you're looking for the shakeout of the longs, and then hopefully it heads to the upside. That's the tricky thing with these. It's one thing to be long this little break at the open, or the break of the high. But in here, if you can get it right when it's at this kind of a shakeout level, little bit easier to hold till the highs. Because these entry points are always really tricky. Because a lot of times you'll get the slippage, like you just can't get the fill. Like VSME, for what it's worth. Like this morning, it did do a breakout here from about 4 to like 520. But if your customary is on a $4 stock on a break to try to get like 03 or 04, because you think you're gonna get a couple of cents worth of slippage, well, you're not crossing far enough. And then you miss the print and it goes $1. So you have to open everything up. You can't treat this like a normal $4 stock, and you can't treat DSY like a normal $15 or $16 stock. You have to get out of that mode.
Yeah, it's been a rough little one there for some of those small cap names if you've been the wrong way, but they've been pretty nice. That's for sure the other way around. Tesla, good call on this one. What's up, Daniel? If you guys want to short, why not short Tesla? I mean, there's DSY, looks like it's trying to break lower as well. But here's Tesla right now. Yeah, it's been hot garbage. Someone else in the chat was like, oh, Tesla's been hot garbage today. Yeah, you're right, man. Down to 387 right now as that's getting cleaned. I almost want to send this one to Joe as well. He knows what this is like. There's another stop out, $1 higher on the TQs, as that's now making new lows. But we are now $2 in the money. What's up, Ozan? On Apple, and we'll take a fill. Hey, remember that level we mentioned, 288.50? That was a good idea, as that came right back in now. Wow, that Qs is killing me right now as we go lower and lower and lower right now on that spot. So there it goes, man. Yeah, Tesla is a good one, Blicky Spears there. It is always chanting, short me, short me, short me. So there it is right there. Shout out to Blicky. Get his Blicky ready to go. $73 right now. Nice move lower. That really sucks. Again, that's another day maker. I've had 2 stop outs today that were epic stop outs for me. Right there, and then again on the Qs right there. So that's like back-to-back stop outs that were day makers and real liquidity for me and just stop out. Obviously, I can only talk for myself, but I'm going to be red today on the market, and that is what it is, and nothing I can do about it with those stop outs. We tried, wishing that Apple could make it back, but we don't have the same amount of shares there that we did have, obviously, right there. We're looking to get a little shorter on Apple, maybe in and around 290. So you guys let me know in the chat there if you guys are up or down, red or green on the day, or flat-ish, whatever. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're doing. I'm down today what I was up yesterday, so something very similar. If you're gonna call that an up or flat day, that is what it is. And there's JP Morgan going back into the banks. We talked about what Robinhood's been doing there in the chat as well. And yeah, man, that's what I was saying. It's at 91, and that could have been a decent short there, but yeah, right now underneath VWAP, moving lower right now goes Robinhood. So yeah, man, there's everybody in the chat. Red, red, green, green, red, red, green. Yeah, so it looks like it's a little bit of a mix up there. Red for Elated Trader, green for Delonte West, green for M. For the Vegas Knights. Green, green, good job, Taylor Batty. Purple,
really hate the Vegas
that's
Knights.
good. Green, red, 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 green, 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 green. So good, it looks like a pretty mixed board there. I'm happy for you guys out there. It makes a lot of sense in today's market, especially with this whole back and forth talk and when we wait for SpaceX to come in the next couple of days.
Yeah, I think this is one of those days where it's so easy, if you were mean reverting or shorting anything, to have those nasty wicks. I just feel like that was the case, because the difference for me today is SLV. Like it is what it is. Like I'll be 2 for 4, but the problem is one of the ones that's up is this one. So therefore, it's just not going to be able to. Usually, it'll make it back. If this gets to VWAP and open gets to VWAP, and great, you're able to make up the loss on IBIT. That's just how it works. But I do have that stop out, and sometimes it'll be like that. But you just have to remember, in this game, all that really matters is, can you be consistent over time, right? So I said this yesterday, you cannot throw out the strategy just because that happens to you. No, you were right, and there's just a small little thing with the execution, and silver's gonna head to the downside. It'll suck, but it is what it is, and you just move on. Because at the end of the day, trading is gonna give you opportunities today, tomorrow, left, right, and center, if you're a small cap trader, if you're a large cap trader, and even if you just bounce around from strategies and just go to whatever is gonna be hot. I think that can be something as well. OSK just said they're now bullish on BMNR. I think it gets really interesting if you're catching a temporary bid in crypto, in Bitcoin, to look at things like BMNR and MSTR. Because if we are really, and I'm not completely convinced, holding 60,000 to be at 62 is nice. Hey, my thing is, oh yeah, my key where I did the highlight, the circle that comes up when you hit the key in it?
Yep.
I guess that turned off somehow, which I didn't turn it off. I'll have to figure out how to turn that back on, because I wanted to show like the 62. No, but I think if we are catching that temporary bottom, then you're gonna get a better move to the upside out of maybe a BMNR. That doesn't have it since it moved over, or even MSTR. But again, I'm not completely convinced that you're at that point. Why? Because we're made a little bit of a rally. You're up 0.8 here on MSTR. If you're looking at like where IBIT is, like it barely broke this afternoon high and really didn't do much of anything with it. So I can't be at the point where I get bullish yet. It hasn't broken through a big resistance level at any point yet on Bitcoin or on ETH or on MSTR or on BMNR. So I don't know that this has changed my mind, whether it lost today, but I still kind of like it as a short. Let's go to Adara, it's 1050.
Here's the US dollar. Poised to be red here for the third straight session in a row. We're going to dive more into CPI and the implications of that in a second. But I do want to let you guys know, I've mentioned this a couple times already today because I do think it's important. PPI tomorrow. So PPI month over month here, 0.7% is the forecast versus 1.4% prior. Core PPI month over month, 0.5% forecast. Prior print here was 1%. So both core and non-core month over month PPI we're expecting to be halved versus last month's print. Now, year over year, things get interesting. Year over year PPI, 6.4%. Yes, that's a 6 handle here, is the forecast versus 6% prior. Core PPI year over year, 5.4% versus 5.2% expected. So we're expecting very hot PPI year over year, but cooler than prior here, a cool down for that PPI month over month. So it's going to be an interesting look. We'll have to wait and see how that all sorts out. We did a pretty ho-hum CPI reading. Now, of course, this four handle on the CPI year over year, never something you want to see, but it was in line with estimates. Core CPI year over year, also in line with estimates, but higher or hotter here than the prior print. Core CPI month over month, cooler here than we were expecting, 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. Non-core CPI month over month, exactly in line with estimates. As always, it's time to turn the conversation back over to rates. Right now, 96% of participants expecting at this meeting that is now 1 week away. In June, we will have the Feds hold rates at that 3.5 to 3.75 area. Now, if you look at probabilities, Sean mentioned we're gradually creeping up here, the chances of us getting a rate hike earlier this year than previously expected. What we've really seen over the past couple of weeks is, somewhere between December 26 and March 27, we're likely to get a rate hike. That December 26 is holding on more and more firmly. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get a situation where we start seeing people expect a hike in October or even September. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Adara. But Adara, please prepare for the most important segment you've given today. We have what's for lunch. She's ready? Then let's go for it. Let's go figure out what is for lunch. And of course, I have Thursdays and Fridays, but Adara has it today. So, all right, Adara, let's start with the flag.
Okay, so what they say the flag is not what the flag actually is. So I'll start with that. The flag is the Israeli flag. They describe the flag as Jewish. So I'm just going to go off the bat
Jewish
with that.
flag, okay.
Yeah, Israeli flag. But slow roasted garlic and herb chicken leg is our main course. Our starch is going to be a rosemary potato wedge, or plural wedges, so more than one wedge. Sides are going to get roasted seasonal vegetables. Seems very apropos with those
time we get those.
rosemary potato wedges. And the salad, again, this is the Israeli lunch, is a Greek village salad. So
I mean, Israelis, there could be some Israelis living in Greece.
interesting.
We don't
look
get the
here
Greek salad with Greek.
for this lunch today, as we send you back to the guys.
So I'm guessing that it's supposed to be a Greek flag.
Yeah, that
maybe,
sounds
because we had
more
the
like a Greek.
roasted, the rosemary, the chicken. Yeah, so okay, a little bit of a flag mix-up happening there. That's what's for lunch.
It's
Should be
Italy
okay.
this weekend here.
Is it Taste of Italy?
Yeah, it's well, also there's something. There's a small event starting on Friday as well that some people may have heard of, which might be a big deal in the city and a lot of other cities as well.
Yeah, something about the World Championship.
They kick a ball around.
The ball kicking thing. Yeah, footy.
Footy, yes.
They're coming
a little
through.
footy.
The real football coming in
Is it
this
though?
weekend. Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, much more popular than the
Oh,
NFL,
100%.
of course.
I'm not gonna.
So, okay, man, Sharif is in the building, so we're getting ready to rock and roll with him back at 11 o'clock. We do have another halt, of course, with DSY, so if you're gonna look at that, now up to $10 on the tap there. It was a little lower, but that's not a great sign, as there's DSY. I mean, it's actually been pretty controlled. Like, there's one halt there, another halt, and then another one now. So obviously, what I mean by controlled is not the fact that it's in the money or anything like that right now, but it's been halted, opened up not too dramatically both times. So this one halts at 11:77, and the time there, it's been 5 minutes, right? So we're getting ready to open back up in just 1 minute now on DSY, and it's looking like $10, that magical level. And that's right where VWAP is. So let's get a take on DSY and see what winds up happening in less than 1 minute from now. Damn you, man, that market still got me. IBIT, it's just so hilarious because every single thing, like the Apple short, Apple's fine. We're flat on Apple. Today we got stopped out right there. We're actually, position pending on what's going to happen with this, but, relatively light now on Apple. So we're not going to really make too much of a difference there. But that short, one stop out's going to make the whole day there. And then the futures, man, every short we had is underneath it. And then IBIT, same kind of ways, man. That IBIT there at 35, no good, but up here was fine. But that's what trading is going to be like. So 3 names for me, as we had mentioned on the desk here. We'll be negative today, but hopefully you guys are not, as we go ahead and talk more and more about what's been happening. We do have Kevin O'Leary scheduled to come on tomorrow at 10:30. So join us tomorrow, and we'll talk to Kevin about what he's hearing about SpaceX, what he thinks. Geez, man, damn, futures. I'm still going to try to go long down here near 72 bucks just to see if there is going to be a bounce back. But man, oh man, that short. Talk about a whole day. Like we could have put this whole office on our back with that trade, but unfortunately, it is a downside play, and we get stopped out and turn red on that. But well, what are you going to do, man? Maybe that's why the air conditioning was on, froze me out of that trade. But only 4 minutes to go now. Yeah, O'Leary tomorrow at 10:30. Love him or hate him, he's coming on.
We'll talk probably some AI. Let's be real, data centers.
That's it. Yeah, crypto, AI,
crypto.
SpaceX.
SpaceX though is just a different beast. It's completely unavoidable. Let's be real. It's the biggest event, and it's certainly having an effect on the market. There's a lot of things are starting to roll over. Oh, the nasty candle on AMAT just now. We don't usually talk about applied materials, but that just had a nasty turn. AMD's losing a bid as we speak. NVIDIA was trying to get going. Remember when NVIDIA was looking like it was breaking that trend? Nope. Right back into the lows and continuing to head lower. I'm just still in only open door. It's almost at that prior high. So I'll get the next bid. Actually should be at 56, not 55. So just hop on the bid there, see if we can get that fill. But just in this one, and we'll hang on to that until it gets to hopefully 440. Like the next bid after VWAP was going to be this low, and then we go out in front of that support, and then we go out in front of that support. Just try to keep it as simple as possible. But yeah, the market really starting to bleed back in. Unfortunately, we're not holding on to gains in this market. SMCI, by the way, just broke the lows. So the worst stock percentage-wise, well, probably the worst stock percentage-wise is the day that is some kind of small capper. Now 17% down on SMCI, and
there's some
really
news. There has to be some kind of news.
Well, there's a very small spike in USO, but there's real acceleration in the market, and you cannot blame this on oil. Oil's at the high, but it's barely moving. We're barely moving at all here on USO. So I don't think you can chalk this up to some kind of an oil move.
No, I think there's something about USMCI or something. Did I see someone in the chat say that, or did I say that? But yeah, there it is, downside. This is just so crazy because now we're...
You're getting comments from Macklem about USMCA, but I'm also seeing apparently Pete Hegseth is speaking right now. If there is anything of note, that would probably be more of interest here, saying, quote, there will be big news coming on Venezuela very soon involving designated organizations. Venezuela. I don't know what I can and can't say on screen. Also, just be aware here too, IAEA, so this is an energy nuclear related board, passing an Iran nuclear resolution with 21 votes in favor. It does not specify what this resolution is. If I get more details, I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, so right here, it looks like we just took a little bit, like, this came back up to 72, so we had to get something out there. I mean, I don't want to be part of this if this is going to be a trade talk now. I mean, we already have Iran sort of overhanging what this market is right now. We have, we talked about oil a little bit there today, and now we have more talk about the MCA. So we do not need talk about that agreement hitting the market, especially in a negative way, because then all of a sudden you get Canada, you get Mexico, and you get a whole bunch of more trade beef coming through, and we don't want any smoke on that one because the market right now is very, very, very prone to a move lower. I mean, there's so much negativity out there, and then plus we have the big raise coming for SpaceX and all that. So yeah, okay, here we go. A little bit nervous hands. As this market starts to come back up, we'll take a little bit of advantage of this move now to the high side. But yeah, so far so good here, trying to buy that dip, but not really, as we're just flat now on this trade, looking to see if we get a little bit of a push higher so we can get some more out, as there's a nice battle back, thankfully, on this market. So yeah, good move here. Maybe that USMCI thing is a little fugazi. Well, hopefully it is, and the market can bounce back as we take the long off the 200 period. And I'm just trying to flash this out, man. I mean, we got in the money there, got pretty lucky, so we're just gonna take some out in and around this 72 area. We're long at 72, so I think we might have made a mistake trying to play some news there, but it is a nice downside play. Too bad we still don't have that short, but we're back into the long now as we flipped up our minds there on a pretty dramatic move lower here on the TQQs.
Yeah, pretty dramatic, and again, it seemed like a minor headline to me, but and an overreaction, because you're not seeing oil move around too much. You're really not seeing some of the big names do anything too crazy. Like Apple's still hanging around that VWAP. It is 11 o'clock. We're going to throw you guys over to the midday.
There it goes.
DSY, by the way, I know it's going to get talked about over to our left. It's going to open up just as we're throwing over. It should open in about 30 seconds. If you're watching DSY, it is in a 10-minute halt. Okay. There's been more of those. Pay attention. if you're trading small cappers, a lot of the halts are just going to be 10 minutes because there's more volatility. That's why they do 5 or 10.
Right.
So don't freak out if it doesn't open up in 5 minutes. It's been happening like half the time. I'm going to throw you to the professor. Oh, he's at the desk.
Good, good,
Yeah,
good.
we get the professor at the desk in Joey Options. Go get him. All right. Was he at the desk?
We're going to do this SpaceX thing.
In 48 hours or so, we're going to get the largest IPO ever. Let's talk about SpaceX, because this isn't just an IPO, guys. This is the potential to be one of the largest and most important public listings, maybe even companies in history. It's not a question of whether you know SpaceX. You've probably heard of SpaceX, but the question is whether or not investors are willing to pay a premium and take that risk here for rockets, satellites, internet infrastructure, and Elon Musk. All wrapped in one stock. There's a lot to discuss, Sharif.
Absolutely, Adair, and we all know the market really likes, well, certain parts of the market anyway, really like to invest in the person himself, Elon Musk, and he will certainly have a part to play in SpaceX. Despite only holding 42% of the equity, he's going to have over 80% of the voting control. So this is going to be a company, Adara, he has absolute control on. Unlike, of course, with Tesla, where we saw rumblings with the shareholders. But they have a lot of different businesses here. Let's talk about the Falcon business. They've got the launch business as well. And they're putting a lot of payloads into space, and they've actually been reducing the cost of that substantially. We've been talking a lot about this. How do we get those data centers into space? Well, we got to put them up there somehow. And right now, it's about $1,000 per kilogram for a launch. You need to get that down to about $100 per kilogram to make it scalable, Adara.
Well, I have a question here. SpaceX was broken into these 3 companies tomorrow, so Falcon, Starlink, and Starship. Which piece do you think investors would value the highest?
I think right now they're taking Starlink, right? Despite the fact that Starship has a lot of the future, it's going to take us to the moon, it's going to take us to Mars, it's going to take us to other areas in the solar system. What is generating the cash right now? And when we look at this, Starlink is bringing in $11.38 billion in 2025. That's with revenue, and that's with a 63% EBITDA. Very high margins for a product like this. And they're ballooning their subscribers above 10.3 million. And they're adding to that aggressively, Adara. So I take Starlink all day.
I think we also have to talk about this valuation, especially in contrast with what's come in the past year. Alibaba went public here, $168 billion valuation, really great day one here on that IPO. Meta closed roughly flat, $100 billion IPO or so. Uber, $82 billion. With SpaceX, we're getting an implied valuation here, 1.75 trillion. So with that in mind, do you think investors are paying for the business we have today, the business we could have in 5 or 10 years, or just even way further down the line?
That's a great point, Adara, and I think it's certainly that business we're going to have down the line, especially since this company is debt-ridden now, $41 billion in accumulated deficit, accumulated, of course, when they merged XAI with SpaceX. That company, XAI, is burning $2.5 billion per quarter in CapEx and compute spend. So certainly, definitely, I think we're looking to the future because the cash flow, Adara, right now ain't happening.
It's also interesting, too, when you consider the fact that people are increasingly factoring in the potential of a Tesla and SpaceX merger. Let's talk a little bit further, though, here about the IPO in context in terms of the share float, because it's a pretty small float, though. Retail allocation is set to be pretty massive, especially compared to other IPOs.
You're absolutely right. $75 billion raise and a $1.75 billion valuation. And of that $75 billion, we are speaking about $30 billion, 30%, pardon me, being locked in here for retail. But that has a lot of people concerned. They're concerned that the retail entry into SpaceX could be the exit liquidity for, well, earlier investors. And that is a concern that a lot of people are raising. But it has to be sort of assuaged somewhat with the fact that it's being included in the NASDAQ 100 shortly thereafter. And then we heard not too long ago, it's also going to be included in the MSCI. And they've actually invoked one of their rules to get it in there a little earlier. So a little of this, Adara, a little of that.
I think as well here, just worth kind of wrapping it up here, what are the biggest things for investors to watch in your opinion for A, the IPO, and then B, just going forward for this company once it's public?
You know what? I'm thinking right away, let's see how this trades right off the bat. Is it really going to be the exit liquidity event for earlier investors, or are people going to be piling in? Let's see how the market reacts in the first week, in the first 2 weeks. Then I want to see later down the line what kind of cash flow they're going to generate, Adara. We've seen now Elon Musk's propensity and intention to actually rent out his data centers. He's done a deal with Anthropic, he's done a deal with Google, and this is a good cash generating business for the moment. So I want to see if he can accelerate that.
So with that in mind, I mean, I think a really interesting point that a lot of people are talking about, how much of SpaceX's massive valuation do you think comes from the business itself, and how much of it comes from Mr. Elon Musk?
You know, that's a tough one, Adara. That is a really tough one there. But I'm going to say the great majority of it right now is in the future prospects of the company. I don't think that's necessarily Elon Musk-centric. A lot of the parts are already in place. And so we'll have to wait and see exactly how that all turns out.
Wait and see, we will. But in the meantime, guys, it's important to remember the SpaceX IPO, it's not really just about rockets. It's about whether investors believe that Starlink has the potential to become a global communications giant, or if Starship can create new markets, and whether Elon Musk, the man himself, deserves the valuation premium that this market is ready for. So if this IPO does happen on Friday, with this valuation, this could become one of the most closely watched public listings of the decade, if not ever. Lots to watch out for on Friday, June 12th.
Fantastic stuff. Yes, lots of questions looming around this IPO. Are we going to continue to climb higher? Who is willing to pay the premium for this specific name? Well, it's definitely the most anticipated IPO of my tenure, and I think of all time as well. But we do have a lot in the pipeline. We're going to be talking about OpenAI and Anthropic relatively soon, but SpaceX is at the front and center, and we're going to remain focused on this specific name, looking forward to what Friday is going to bring and seeing some price action. We are going to be having a lot of fun here on the desk with trading SpaceX IPO. Other than that, guys, let's hop right into the market as we continue to sell. NVDA down to 203. I think we're going to head south of $200 here, maybe by the end of the week. It is Wednesday. It feels like a Thursday. I heard Katina Man mention that not too long ago. So we'll keep an eye on the NASDAQ SPY, VSME. We took a couple attempts here on this bad boy. HKIT failed, looking for that breakout. Sticking with specific setups here, not just going absolutely cowboy on some of these names. Pre-market was nice to us here. Good morning leading into the open, but then we take another attempt. Doesn't look like we want to break through that resistance zone, but I'm going to be looking to play the momentum. And then we also had that other name that a lot of us were talking about this morning. It's DSY. Pull up that one. I mean, that's our green one here on the day, and we get this move into the pre-market. Sean talking about that $10 break. Not too bad, right? I mean, and then you climb, you get 100% from that point. We're almost up to 1,000% on the day in appreciation on DSY. Nice little move right here, guys. And then sure enough, once it comes back, it broke VWAP, and then shortly after, I apologize, decided to go on this parabolic move, halting to the downside, and then still stuck in limbo at the moment. So we'll keep our eyes on it as the market is continuing to bleed here, guys. It's a little bit tougher of a look in the larger cap names, small cap, large cap. It doesn't really matter. We're going to be looking to trade whatever is in play. Now, as for, am I not logged into you? Yes, I am. We went over that. Apple down 0.25%. We have Google down 1/3%. Microsoft, Amazon, and Tesla. Tesla getting hit pretty heavy, but not too far behind it is NVDA. I told you this might be Microsoft 2.0 for the foreseeable future. I could be totally wrong, and for my sake and other people, investors' sake, I hope that I am. JPM coming right back into the range. I thought we would get a little bit of a break, a rotation out of some of these tech names into JPM. Not necessarily the case. As we continue to sell off in Walmart before we go over to Sharif, we'll see how the staples have been performing here today. Walmart not doing too much, so a red day all around. Sharif.
All right, Joey, we got to tell them about VinFast. A huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI autonomous driving to life. We are talking about next-gen intelligent tech that's completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, you gotta click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. Shout out to the good folks at VinFast. Bang, bang, bang. Welcome, everybody. Got a lot of work done this morning, Joey. My mouth is hurting, man.
Did they freeze it?
Yes. Yes, I had an undiscovered cavity.
Oh, really?
Yes, in one of the molars. So, you know,
I never had a cavity.
Never have a cavity?
Never had one.
You're just a gifted individual. What can I say about that?
But hey, man, that was during my younger years. Remember, no sweets. I wasn't into all of that stuff.
That's
right?
why. And I don't even really have sweets
No, you
right
don't
now.
have sweets.
I don't even know how that happened, Joe. I must just be predisposed to having cavities. All right, here's the deal. I haven't looked at what is moving quite yet. I just stepped in, so give me about 5 minutes or so just to set up my layout, Joey.
Yeah, do
and
your
then
thing.
We'll be
yeah,
right back.
man,
We'll start smashing and degenning into some of these small caps.
Yeah, let's see. It's not as hot as it was, but I have my eyes on.
Ridiculous.
Right now?
Oh yeah, it's 1,007% humidity outside. I thought.
No. I mean, like hot as like the small caps
my
as the
bad.
past couple of days. I mean, no, I mean,
You can tell what my brain is on
Yeah,
right
I knew.
now, right?
I knew
Like,
as soon as I woke up. Did you bring your fan?
Of course I did. It was running in the entire time in the subway.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't care who looks and who sees.
Yeah, who cares about that, anyways, man.
Right.
All right, yeah, let's see what we got going on. Broadcom. Yeah, what goes up must come down at some point, down 24%. That was all fun and games, right? Again, like we can go on these big time runs. Eventually, you will get some form of a pullback. So
What happened to Broadcom today?
It's just selling, dude. I mean, it's
no
just,
news?
I don't know specifically if there's any news. I don't see anything right now. We can definitely figure that out momentarily. But the chips are just weak. DSY heading back towards the high of the day. But Broadcom straight to the downside. We can figure out right now if there's anything along those lines from a news perspective on why Broadcom's still falling Wednesday. Why? Let's ask the question. Lower during Wednesday's pre-market. Let's see, semiconductor stocks under pressure amid a broader risk-off move. Now, so I guess it's just market-wide. The early decline appears tied to both market-wide weakness and lingering post-earning pressure rather than any new company-specific catalyst there, Sharif, for Broadcom. And I mean, hey, man, like almost 3% to the downside. And I'll say this time and time again. Oh, VSME broke down, guys. It didn't get that breakout. So AC stated that one. I thought we would get a nice little move up there. Wasn't necessarily the case. So we go 2 for 3 on that bad boy. We'll remove our order because it's halted to the sell side. Now, going back to Broadcom and some of these semi plays, watch out. I know a lot of people are talking about AMD $180. I know it's a running joke, but you're down 18%. Broadcom, you're down 24%. And I heard Sean mention something this morning. He's like, man, some of this small cap movement isn't necessarily healthy for the market. And I was thinking the exact same thing. Like,
why?
Not for small caps, like in general, right?
The
Like
market
I mean,
as a whole.
I'm not gonna, exactly. Like, but more or less, what I was gonna get to here is, in what aspect is like I get it. This is fun, 170%. But if we're gonna talk about going up a couple of percentage points, then you pull back half of that, and then you continue, and then you have another like higher.
Yeah.
This is the exact same thing. Like, look at the run that these names have been on, and people get all excited and giddy thinking that the party's never gonna end. But what my grandpa used to say to me is, Joe, the party ends at some point, and it has to end at some point. And I'm not saying necessarily that's the case right now. We're gonna put a halt on it, onto these things until next weekend. Because I do believe that we'll still remain and resume this movement within some of these specific names. But when you move too far too fast, you're going to get that elastic effect, and you're going to come back in equally as aggressive, and it can catch a lot of people offside. And I understand that it's frustrating.
You know what I mean, though? But like we saw semis rip, right? And we knew that that there was going to be a pullback. That
man,
you and I have
that's what
been in
I'm
the market
saying.
way too long. Don't you think that same logic applies to small caps? They're having their day in the sun, and then they go dormant for a couple of days.
Dude, that's
and
what
then
I'm getting
you're
at,
up
man.
one day. So, but that's natural market dynamics, right? Like you're up one
rotation.
day.
Yeah. But again, like the thing is, what I'm getting at essentially here, Sharif, is that people think the party's going to last forever, and then next thing you know, you're buying AMD up at like $500. Or whatever it may be, $540, and next thing you know, you're down $80 in the span of a couple of days.
Right away.
Right? Like the uninformed. So what I'm getting at is that you have a rotation into one thing and a rotation out of something else, which is totally fine, but just be prepared What goes
what
up
you're
will,
in.
yeah, exactly. For what goes up must come down. And that's why these guys are talking about taking profits off on the way up so you don't have full-size positions
Like a
all
pro.
the way up here. You know what? Exactly.
Straight up.
And it's like, so we have the example here. I'm going to pull this stock up, and I don't mean to, and by no means am I like singling you out or anything along those lines. It's just an example.
What are you talking
is that, hey, it's like, oh, you got out too early. Someone mentioned that to me in the chat. They know who they are. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But I took the money and I ran. And then look what happened shortly after. And it can happen in any form of scenario. So if anybody's taking profits or getting out, it could be the smart play. Are you going to catch the top every single time? Absolutely not. Are you going to buy at the lowest? Probably not.
What are they going to do, Joey?
They just have to follow their game plan at the end of the day.
What their beef,
yeah,
man.
Take that
You're talking
cash,
about
man.
talking profits, baby.
Extracting money from this market is probably, Sean mentioned this, is one of the most difficult skills you can. So when you have the chance to do so, just lock it in. Get it. You go through FOMO. Oh, I could have had this much. I could have had that much. I would have been this. I would have been that. Well, at least you put money in your pocket. It's better than losing it.
Wise words, man. That's legitimate. I mean, you got to wet your beak on some profits. Otherwise, what are we doing here? And don't let anybody tell you you didn't sell at the right area, because, you know, there will be people who will tell you that. Let's get right down to work, though. Assassino DSY. I see all y'all talking about this in the chat, and you should be, because this is the monster of the day. Sadly, however, we're caught in a bit of a downtrend here on DSY. Oh, come on, charts. Good. A lot of topping tail candles. You know, it looked to be kind of part and parcel of this one's characteristics right from the jump. 7 a.m., 7:45, 8 a.m. topping tail candles have manifested all over this chart, whether earlier or whatever. Anyway, so that does concern me right away. That means, at least in my estimation, when we get into those technical areas, you got to be quick to take profits, whether that's with resting orders or hotkeys. Take your pick as long as you're good at it. DSY is going to be on watch here. But we've got more. Not up 600%, mind you. STI, we know STI. This one was a former runner a couple of weeks ago. In fact, I was speaking to one of the floor managers over here. His name is Wayne. Joe talks about him all the time. And he was trying to punch in to STI for a swing trade. And this brokerage here, who you guys already know, wouldn't let him do it, wouldn't even let him buy it. They let him sell it, right? They were letting him sell it, but they wouldn't let him buy it, right? STI?
Yeah.
Right? So STI over here, it's a former convict. We know all about it. A bit more expensive than when we had seen it. Anyway, trading at around 25 and change, 25 and a half, just failed 26 and a half. This one's putting in a bit of a bull flag here. So STI in view. But hey, man, battle is back. I don't know why, and I kind of don't care. But the fact of the matter is, this one found a whole bunch of support, looking like $1.25 to $1.30 over the past couple of days. It has this sort of tendency to have these outsized days, and if that's going to be this one's kind of tune today, we're going to ride it in right now. High day, 1 2/3 on the dot, Joey. 10 EMA on the 5 showing 154, 155. Let's see if this one wants to hold the $0.50, which I don't mind waiting to pick up something like that in and around there. What else do we got over here? HCI tried to do its best here to regain the volume-weighted average price. It halted up. It gapped above the volume-weighted average price by almost $1.25. But that was as good as it was going to do, at least for the moment. Halted down now at the low of the candle here, which is 981. So HCI halted down. VSME, Joey was just talking about this one. Look, I stay away from this one as a breakout trade. What is this saying to you over here? It's telling you I'm range bound until proven otherwise. What is the range? I mean, look at the bottom of this. It's clearly 3 to 3 1/4. So you just put a resting order around there for the dip into 3, and you look to ride it back up into 4, and you hold, of course, a piece for the dream. Why? Because look at all these outsized candles that go into 4 1/4, 4 1/2, etc. So VSME, I personally would stay away from. If you're hell-bent on trading this, you should be dipping into about 3 to 3 1/4, picking it up at that end of the range, giving it to area low, which is the 810 candle, the low of which is 279. You can't stomach that. Stop. Perhaps maybe this isn't the one for you. RXT doesn't look good. I'm not pleased with this lower high over here, but we're going to keep an eye on this one to see if it does hold up. But okay, perfect. Grunfeld coming in. I was just about to ask for another, for more if I had missed some. KMRK, let's see what this one, Grunfeld, this is ripping. Oh, baby, here we go again. All right, so a 10-minute halt. Shout out to my man Grunfeld, 349 halt. Let's load this up on the trading screen and get down to work. So, KMRK. What's going on, Fabian? Just testing. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's get down to work over here. I mentioned halt price, 349. Halt time, 11:11:08. Earliest this will be open, 11:21:08. Current time, 11:20:42. So we still have about 30 seconds or so. Let's see what this one does. Tap, 375. So we are 76 now. So we're at least slated for the moment to open up. Now it's 380. It's ascending. How much time do we have? We have about 10 seconds left to the open on this one. Let's take a quick look. 382 now. What kind of price action are we going to get? We don't know if it's going to open up at 10. It may not. Let's wait. 387. 4 tap now. 391. Okay, here it is. It's open. Let's see. Does it hold 4? Let's see if we can get this one through. And bang. Bang! KMRK. Where are we in? I can't even see it. We're going to halt up. Let's see if we hold. Another out. Nice trade here to start the morning, Joey. KMRK, halted up, tap, showing 575. Go. What do you got, my man?
All right, man, good stuff. Let's see with DSY. I think BSME, considering we're south of the volume-weighted average price at this point, it might not get the move that we're looking for here. So we'll keep our eyes on this bad boy. Let's remove this off of the chart here as we head into 202. We don't need to babysit and see what it's up to all the time. But again, there's a resistance zone. If you're looking to play the momentum break through some of these levels, like $16, that'd be something I'd be looking at, all right? But this one, BSME, we had our attempt on it. We did add a little bit more shares on this for the break. Considering it's like, okay, you go on this nice move, you consolidate, and then a nice strong engulfing, looking for the volume uptick, which we got, but then it just failed right after. So we can get that one, put that one to the curb. And see what else we got going on. A nice bottoming signal. Maybe I can fall into some of these large cap plays here, right? Like we got the NASDAQ and the SPY, so we can head over there for some potential bottoming signals and see what's cooking up on that front. You know, Sean was trading them. Neil was in some IBIT as Bitcoin continues its slide. And we'll head over to our watch list and see what we have. I mean, Bitcoin, Robinhood was, I love the fact that Robinhood was moving here today. A lot of insider buying, like,
Did you see they have this something called Robinhood Ventures or something? It's a new ticker. It's like, I forget. Yeah. I don't know if that was a spin-off or something like this. It's called Robinhood Ventures. Yeah, I don't know. Did anybody else hear about this, guys?
So there's like status there. Dr. Deere Mike's 250,000 of Robinhood Inc. So, I mean, some insider buying, that's what we want to see. But look what happens. We just run right into this 91.52 marker, and it rejects. So it was the exact same thing with JP Morgan that I was talking about here earlier today. I'm like, okay, let's add a little bit more shares in both my accounts here at this 315 marker, looking for this break. Didn't end up getting it, but hey, it is what it is. It looks like you got something there.
No, I'm just waiting for the halt, brother. But yeah, like I'm ready to go.
Okay,
you know, we'll see what this one. The top is showing pretty good here, Joey. Right around $7. Halt price $4.79, showing $6.92. Halt time. Let's get down to work. 11:21:30 current time. 11:20, almost 11:24 right now. The earliest will be open, of course, 11:26:30. I need to remind you though that the previous halt was 10 minutes. So we'll see if this one ends up being 5 or 10 or what the situation is. But KC 520-6 in the chat was saying possible blue sky setup. So when we have a few minutes here, why don't we do some wider T8? You want to go something?
No. I'm just.
All right. So here's the deal. You're absolutely right, Case. But the deal is that 4.25, that's the glaring area of resistance because nary a closing print above 4.25. But you're absolutely right. On the 24th of April, we got to a high of 567, and now we've got 479 halt. So right away, I'm thinking 5. You know, you're automatically thinking 5 here, resistance. But your point very well taken. 5 2/3, the high of the 24th. So be alive to that. Everything coming up fast, says Luis Valencia. Shout out to my man Gary, retired. He's dropping one in the chat. SMCI is priced low enough now to buy and go long, question mark. I would love to answer that for you, but I just want to keep my eye here on this one, as it's about a minute possibly till resumption. Do you want to look at SMCI for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna post up here on Robinhood. I like what we got. We're gonna start really small. If I happen to catch the fill at 87.15s, I like what we have across the board here, right? So we had that strong opening drive, boom, a little insider buying right there, and then now we have this print right below the volume weighted average price. With that being said, we're posted up at 87.15s. Let's pull up SMCI for you. Just wanted to let you know what my next potential game plan. There it is, 30 cents ITM, but we didn't catch the fill. So we have to wait for some form of a pullback. Super micro. So I go on this spiel all the time. I mean, here it is. You go from 19, you almost triple, you literally double, 164%. But then you start to come back in pretty aggressive. So from $50 of that previous pivot high down to $33.71. A little bit tougher of a look. But I want to get into some of the technicals. We obviously know, it's funny that, anyways, I'll take a step back. With SMCI, we're like, these guys are a little sketchy, fishy accounting practices, illegally selling NVDA chips, but yet the street still doesn't batter them like some other names. They went on some nice runs, and I believe a lot of it had to do with the earnings report just went on a run after that. So SMCI, if I'm looking at some of the chip plays, I'm going to be honest, this would be one of the last ones that I would personally want to own. I want to head over, that's just me being frank. Like, I think there's so many other good plays to get involved with. And for me, it's AMD, right? Like AMD. Yeah, AMD, we like that one.
Get it, Joey.
And it's the Marvells. It's the custom ASICs that Sharif been pounding the table about. And then also Broadcom. Like, look at Broadcom beat up here. Down 25% off of its highs. Like, this is...
Oh, my days.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
so it's just like, hey,
days.
with the... I get it, guidance is like, ooh, can this be sustained? But at the end of the day, like 25% is going to put you at that $350 level. I like to slowly start grabbing some Broadcom. And you know what? Like, what am I doing sitting in some Netflix and stuff? But like Broadcom, the Marvells, and Googles are companies that I have my eye on. Why? Because if they go on these runs, they pull back aggressively. I think they have the ability to climb again. And guess what?
What?
You collect a 65-cent dividend.
A divvy. What do you want to be again, Joey?
I wish
What
I
are
could
you gonna
be
be
an
again?
aristocrat, man.
Ah, there it is, my man. Dividend aristocrat. That's what I would hear.
I've seen one of those dumb articles that it's like, oh, do you want to know how to make? It's like, do you want to know how to make like $5,000? Or no, it's like $500 a month.
Divvy?
Yeah,
Campaign?
yeah. And
Yeah,
guess
that's
what
fair.
company they mentioned?
Who?
It was an Oracle article, and they're like, yeah, well, all you is like $625,000 in Oracle, and then you can have $500 a month in passive income. I'm like, I literally,
okay.
I literally
I'll
read it
forego the
off
5 there.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
What the hell is that? Do you know Mark Chaikin? You know he's got that indicator, Chaikin, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, anyway, it's one of the technical indicators. This guy's all over CNN, pounding the table. I got this AI stock. You guys have to see this. I came up with this indicator. They're using it on Bloomberg. That's his, you know, like, hey, you have to listen to me. It's so jokes. And I'm assuming, obviously, he's got some skin in the game there. But he keeps saying that it's going to be like the next... I don't know, NVIDIA. I don't know exactly the words he was using. I heard him again this morning. But guys, STI is looking real good. I'm just waiting over here for the resumption of KMRK. Again, it halted 11:21:30. Earliest open now is going to be 11:31:30. That is exactly 2 minutes from now. I know my position board doesn't show my position. I'm long $4.49 on KMRK. We've got a couple of beak wetters here. We're still holding. The top is showing $6.92 currently, okay? What's stock on Chaikin? I forget, brother. He doesn't even mention the stock. You got to go to his website. It's one of those, you know, like bait you in to tell you what the hook is. So you got to check out his site there. I'm not even really sure what the site is, but I'm sure if you type in Mark Chaikin, it will come up. 664 is now 644, the theoretical auction price. At the earliest, this is going to be 11:31:30 open. The previous halt was 10 minutes. We're now about a minute and 10 seconds away from the open there. And while I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. STI is looking pretty good, okay? It's looking real good here, pardon me. We're accumulating for what feels to be a flat top break brewing here at around 27 bucks. Now, having said that, I need to say that the high of the day is 27.53, but 0 closing prints above 27. That stands out to me. That tells me 27 is being earmarked as a level of resistance and could be, you know, that flat top break. 10 seconds now. Let's see what we get over here. Oops. Do we get resumption? 624 tap? Or not? It's going to be 15. So annoying. Oh, my days. Yeah, 630 tap now, 624 zigging and zagging. So this, no, sorry, I'm incorrect. We still have 10 sorry, 45 seconds. It was 11:21, so it's 11:31. My mistake, guys. So tap showing 6, continuing to wait. That's the third halt case? Okay, yeah, you're absolutely right. Let me just get ready over here. So what time? Now we have about 20 seconds or so. So we'll continue to wait on that. RXT, by the way, guys, RXT headed back into possibly 580 or so. 579 tap, 6 tap now showing. Zigging and zagging here. We have about 10 seconds to resumption on KMRK. Possible resumption, of course. We don't really know. Right, 589 tap. There we go. Dropping, 550. Dropping aggressively here. Into the high, looking for continuation. 6, boom! I screwed up.
Uh-oh.
I screwed up. I just changed the gateway. This is so immature-ish. Boom. Into the high. Halt. 659. We need a few more seconds at this level. Halted. 659. Level up, baby. We haven't even, we've barely cleared 500,000 shares. Barely. Tap. 849, let's go. Still holding the majority of the position. Let's see what we get on this. Now it shows it up on the position board. 449 long, we're waiting for more. Let's see what we can get. Get it, Kisha. Let's go, Taylor. AIM also going. Let's take a look at AIM for the OG. Taylor. Who are we going to take off? Go ahead, Joey.
There goes DSY. Robinhood not doing our thing. We don't want to celebrate too early on this bad boy, but yeah, 1589. That was a nice little pop up for us right there. Let's see if we can break this resistance zone and start getting back into that crazy haul parameters that we were not too long ago. But DSY playing that break, and that's what I was looking to do on VSME or whatever that ticker was earlier, but it didn't want to break and hold. So this is going to be a key inflection point on this specific stock. It may take a couple of attempts, but I'm going to stick with the resistance zone breakouts and try to continue on that path. There we go. We ran into 1592. If we can get 16s, then I'll be satisfied, and then we'll be look to take a little bit of profit. But it doesn't seem to be the narrative right now. And we're starting to curl over on Robinhood, which isn't good. We'll pull that bad boy. It's not good to have 2 positions on and then only one of them working, even though it's better than none of them working. But Robinhood is slowly starting to curl over. And what we have is somewhat of a defense candle right here, ladies and gentlemen. Inverted hammer on the 5-minute prints right here. And then now we're starting to hold. So if we continuously hold this base, I'll have a little bit more conviction. But don't forget, we are trend down. And the momentum definitely seems to be to the south side. Just going to try and put ourselves in some solid positions. A stronger stock this morning. We had a high of approximately 92 bucks. So why not go with that and go with the flow to see if this can potentially find somewhat of its footing and then head back in towards the volume weighted average price. Doesn't necessarily seem to be the case right now. Both our names starting to slowly come back in. That is going to be DSY. We're going to fail probably aggressively on this one. So we have to be prepared to get out, which I am, in the exact same thing with Robinhood, but let's say patient hands prevail, and that's what we're looking to try to do here. 17 bucks would be more ideal. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case here today.
All right, Joey, remember I was talking about that Robinhood fund?
Yeah.
The OG J. Lee, you know.
Did to you?
No, yeah, it's right here. RVI, so Robinhood Ventures Fund. It's on the NYSE, RVI and the NYSE.
Oh, so is that them, the private investing?
That's a good question, brother. We're going to find out. The fund seeks long-term capital appreciation. Really? I thought it was capital depreciation.
Yeah, that is.
I wanted to lose the money,
I never
Joey.
understood when they when they actually when they say that. It's just like, so what am I trying to lose?
Yeah, I know, right? The fund will primarily invest in a concentrated portfolio generally consisting of 10 or more private companies. Private companies!
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man.
There it is, and another piece of the puzzle falls into place. In the view of the advisor, are frontier companies. These are the 10 private companies that they articulated. The fund will invest without limit in a privately placed or restricted securities. You know what? I don't mind this kind of thing here, but you know, we always talk about ownership rights, right?
Yeah.
You have, you know, what is deemed to be equitable ownership rights. Some people say you may not even have equitable ownership rights. You certainly don't have legal. That's reserved for shareholders. So yeah, equity and legal rights
So
are a little bit different.
So I wonder, how new is this thing here? When did that?
Great question. Long show was, sorry, one here, just gotta hover over, the 6th of March. Launch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think that this has anything to do with what Vlad was doing in Europe, how he tokenized some of the private equities, but it was only available to Europeans? Now they come out with this venture vehicle.
Yeah.
Maybe you get some
But it's like
exposure to
DXYZ.
that.
Remember, like we always would talk about SpaceX at DXYZ?
Yeah.
What I think that, you know, that the difference between the European and the North American context is that it's actually tradable live, like it directly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, where they don't have that here.
Absolutely.
I figured, you know, with the current administration, I'm just speaking my mind here, I thought that that'd be one of their things. They've obviously shown their propensity for removing the pattern day trader rule. They're much more deregulatory. Whether you take that as a positive or a negative, I think reasonable people can disagree. But the fact of the matter is this is typically them. So I figured it probably would have been done now, but I guess not. Let's just take a quick look here at KMRK. Let's recall here halt time, 11:31:52, current time, 11:36:52. So if it would have been 5, it would have been now, but we already know that this is probably not going to be 5, right? Sorry, just making sure I'm on the right screen. So 11:37 it currently is, so the earliest this one will be open is going to be 11:41:52 at the earliest. So we're going to continue to watch there. I see AIM. Shout out to Taylor. So I didn't get to mention this, but I did put it on the side chart, Taylor, because it's got a good chart pattern. I'm not pleased with the volume, nor am I pleased from where we've been coming the last few days. Just from, you know, what the hell day is that? That's what day is it today? Monday or Wednesday? So we're down 40% from Monday's high. Monday, that's pre-market high, which is fine. So a little bit of a mean reversion trade there. But look at the volume bars, Taylor. Like compare that to Monday's volume. Yesterday, we even did a bit more. Today, we're doing bupkis. But the fact of the matter is, we're at the high, 48.35. The ticker on this, I apologize, is AIM. Like that, remember that AIM messenger thing with AOL or whatever?
I don't know.
My bad. AIM, yeah. So if you're ancient, you'll know. Neil, do you remember AIM? He was so disgusted with how he responded there. That was really funny. Neil, we're of the same age, so like I exposed myself, right? That was really funny, Neil, man.
Neil born in
Shout out to Ichiro.
in the 70s.
Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. You've got mail. Yes, right, commodities, bro. I was of that age, or I am of that age, I should say, where AOL would send me CDs in the mail.
Oh, yeah.
And they would come with 10 free hours, and that 10 free hours ballooned to 50, and that 50 ballooned to 100 when the internet was getting bigger. But the trick was you had to have a different credit card every time because they would log your credit card. So if you had used that specific credit card for that free 10-hour or 50-hour trial,
yeah,
you were already logged in their book, Joey, so you got to get another card, right? So that all became, you know, the card rotation game, so to speak.
Look at DSY here.
Go ahead, Joey.
But look, we were looking for that breakout. What did we get approximately? Almost $1 on it. And then it just, boom, whoosh to the downside, $3 Shreve. So that's an ugly one. Good thing we didn't put very much
range bound,
size on
Joey.
that. Yeah, it's done. Yeah. Gorev's like, bro, I need you back here in large cap land.
I love Gorev.
I'm like, listen, man,
He's
we're
pissed,
gonna play with. Pardon me.
He's pissed.
No, he understands. That's my boy right there, the OG. We're in this Robin Hood here. We're gonna diamond hands this. It's either stop out at the low of the day or diamond hands to VWAP, which would be approximately what is that? $3 from where we're currently trading right now. A little bit less than $2.85 roughly. So yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's see if we can find a rebound in some of these larger prints. DSY to the downside. VSME no good. CPOP there. I know Sharif likes to call it something else. HKIT not doing its thing, and then FLD, something else that we were looking at, but seemed to fail. If you're south of VWAP, we want no part of that small cap party here, Sharif. So let's rock and roll on some of these larger cap names, but don't forget my boy Gorev.
People don't forget.
People do not forget, unfortunately. Oh, fortunately. Depends what.
Yeah, it depends on what they're forgetting.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there's some things that you would want someone to forget, but
exactly.
and then they don't forget it, but then the ones that you don't want them to forget, they do. Anyways, aside from that $202, man, 201.69, this is going to be a massive hold up. Man, oh man, I hate talking about the same thing and repeating myself, but NVDA from a high of around 236 down to 202. For now, it has the name of Microsoft 2.0, Sharif.
Okay, we're about 1 minute away from a 10 what's it called, minute resumption here on KMRK. We're up 306.79%. The halt price, 659. The halt time, 11:31:52. Current time, 11:41:10. So we're about 40 seconds away now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. The tap is showing 679. It's dropping markedly here. So let's see if this is going to be the first halt down, give or take. Well, 660 now. It's basic. Oh, it's dropping bigly. 610, 6, 563, 561. It is now far below where we halted at. So the good times may be over here for this one. We got about 10 seconds away from resumption. Let's see. Oh, 480. This is getting real bad, man. That's coming to my entry over here. Let's see what we get on this one. Where does it end up going? Let's find out. 464. It's getting real ugly. Oh, my days. I can't even get out. It won't even let. There we go. We got out. Nice. Okay. So out of that one, we give back a little bit on that one because it did gap down pretty aggressively. So, hey, you give back, you make some, you lose some. That's a bit of a tough one there. Should have, got a little bit out at the top, but, we'll do a little bit better next time. KMRK, what a move down. Halted. The fact that I was able to get out there is good in and of itself because that tap was dropping bigly. Now, here's the deal. This one's no longer tradable under my system because we are now trading below the volume weighted average price, 375. We've lost the volume weighted average price. We've lost the 10 EMA, but the only thing that we're above is that previous halt level. I want to say around 350, 348. So KMRK here in focus. Let's see if this one hangs out. Personally, I don't like anything other than this one right now. Maybe for the exception of AIM, chart pattern-wise, because it's about to hit 50. But this one is a little bit low on volume. DSY, the one that Joey was talking about, this is a range until proven otherwise. In fact, I want to go ahead and say that this is a flat bottom break candidate. And the reason is pretty simple. We've got an unbroken lower high chain here. Area high into 1190, lower high at 1035 into 1817. And then we make yet another lower high at 1130 at 1590. All the while, that 11 to 11.5 area, a staunchy area of support. So why don't I trade it off 11.5? Yeah, that's a range trade that you can certainly have. And that 11.5 is not just a support area. Take a gander over here at how much of a resistance area it was from 740 until the breakout at 10. It was a repeat offender area, 1150. Couldn't shake it, but look at the closing prints, all below 1050. So immediately upon getting into that 11.5, you were being met with aggressive sell orders. So DSY, you look at this as a range trade until it can take out area highs. Now, I would change my tune. If that 1035 bar at 1817 gets breached, I don't have to wait for a high day breach into 1950 because what we're talking about here is an unbroken lower high setup. So how does that unbroken lower high setup change? Through the breach of a prior area high. Again, in my opinion, it's 1817. So DSY, you trade off 1150, and hey man, can I say something here?
Yeah, absolutely.
This 1150 dip trade gets you $3 to the high end of the range. Take a look at this. Look, 1150, and then look where it's rejecting 1450. I think a lot of people will be okay with $3 scalps.
Absolutely. Hey,
Get it, Joey.
Brother, I don't know who's complaining about $3 scalps. It's like, oh, I wanted 3 1/4. Well, you're gonna get $3.
You're gonna get 3.
It's funny. Yeah, Adam James is out. $2 super chat. Pull that up. Oh, you know what I think?
What happened, Joey?
Sharif?
Yes, sir.
Can we zoom in on this somehow, Assassino? Top supporters today. I mean, we love giving you guys.
That.
Yeah, I love giving everyone
Gary, we got
recognition.
Howard
but if we
the
can
Usher.
get like a zoom in on that right now, because that's important. Adam James definitely has to be at the top.
Brother.
Adam James is up there, but I don't know if it resets for the midday. But yeah, there it is. Adam James. They're playing with us after Monday and Tuesday. I'm out, but there it is. Our top supporters of the day.
Love it.
Shout out to every single one of you. Bang. We'll give you guys Nicole Vada. Oh, I'm not even gonna ask for her other name. Adam James, and we got. Oh, go back. What's going on there? Now we got me up there. We don't want that. I was reading the names out. Can we pull those back up? Okay, never mind. Anyway,
Tiffany, brother.
Is
So,
it?
yeah,
oh,
1,
okay.
2,
All right.
3,
All right.
yeah.
Bada Bing, Omen, Lunch, and then there's another one.
Howard the Usher.
So you know what I
Love
mean?
that
There we
name,
go.
man.
Bang. Tiff doing
Get
a
it, Howard.
great job back there. Thank you very much for that, Tiffany.
Tiffany's on the ones and
Yeah,
twos,
exactly.
baby.
I thought it was Fabian. I was like, Fabian, man. Fabian. Stop messing around there, brother. But anyways. Guys, here goes Robinhood. We got 5% here on the day. We told you it's VWAP or bust. I think we do have the ability to climb up into that. We're long from 87.15. We're now trading at 87.92. And to be honest with you, what I was looking at here was a potential add at 87.32. Okay, so if we do get another pullback and a retest of 87.61, that might be my green light to go. And there it is, bang, a nice strong uptick there, Sharif. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, though, with this one. But then I always have to give my boy a shout out. These are beautiful prints, and we talk about this time and time again, Gorev. When we see the same price action print across the board in multiple names, you have to go for it. Did I necessarily, from a size standpoint? No. Excuse me.
Get it, Joey.
But I do believe that we can climb up into 89 roughly here on HOOD. Still looking for that add opportunity. Nice indecision print off of the lows. Let's get DSY off our screen, and we'll pull up advanced money duplicator. That's what it was for now, but now it's down 20%. So are we back to the destroyer? I don't think so. But what might be destroying a little some people's account right now, Sharif, is thy Broadcom. Broadcom down 25%. Off of its highs, which again, I have the utmost confidence.
Another 4% today. Well, at least it's not SMCI, you know.
Yeah.
Something's going on in the market.
Yeah,
The market's freaking out right now. All right, looking, indexes.
Hold on, while you look for that, Sharif, I want to mention this.
Market's freaking out.
Yeah,
Joey.
the market is extremely freaking out.
Why is it zigging and zagging?
It's really moving here now. There's some headlines. This is something that you have to deal with in regards to trading these larger names. Yeah, it's definitely so. Like, it's like, hey, we're dollar plus in the ITM on this bad boy. 87.15 comes right back in. So it's AC Slater to that. What time did we get in? 11:30, all the way up until 11:46. So 20 minutes gone, evaporated in the span of a couple of seconds. Somebody's shooting rockets at somebody at this point, I believe, because the volatility in this market is absolutely insane. And this what comes with trading small caps. You get the large caps. You get the volatility in small caps, but then you have the news headline sensitivity when it comes to large caps.
All right, so I got the option today to use a new LLM by, what's it called, Claude, and now we're seeing a new one here from OpenAI. Trump, we will be attacking Iran hard. Trump on Iran, we're going to be attacking them very hard. Trump cites downed helicopter as right to attack Iran. Trump will be, okay, it's the same thing. We have the right to resume attacks on Iran. Okay, so that's the zig and zag right now in the market. That just came in on the wire over here. The more we see, we will tell you as well. Trump cites the downed helicopter. They should sign the deal. So I guess he is speaking. Is that him right there? Yeah, he is speaking. We will be attacking Iran hard. We have the right to resume attacks. Cites downed helicopter. Will be attacked very hard, he said. Going to be very hard. KMRK halted up Joseph options.
Jesse, man. Oh, man, just when you know when you're mad,
Jesse.
When you're mad, pissed off, and then the one boy says something that makes you laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened?
That was it. Well, there it is. Like I told you, I've just been sitting in this trade looking for VWAP, and then we have something said by Donald Trump. It's all evaporated.
Sorry,
and
bro.
then your boy Jesse just has to make you laugh, man. Anyways, all right. There it is, Sharif. I'm gonna get a refill on the good old coffee. You want some water? I don't see you have
It's 10
any.
minutes. I'll get
Okay,
up.
yeah, we got 10
I appreciate
minutes.
you. Yeah,
All
no,
right,
go,
man.
bro.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm going. Yeah, trust me, I'm going.
KMRK. It's halted up again, Joey, at 5:11. Halt time 11:48:12. But look at the top. It's a no good 434 opening. Well, slated to open below, substantially below the 511 halt price. So, battle is going, guys. That makes sense with President Trump pounding the war drum again. Now, doesn't it? BATL on the Amex. Hurry up and load, bro. Let's go. 175 here, HOD. Let's see if we can zig. Or it looks like we're already going to look for a buy here. Okay, let's just go long. Oops, wrong key. That's the second time I've done that, Joey. 177 battle. Looking for continuation, possibly into 2. Let's see if he caveats any of his statements, because then battle is going to come back down, right? Yeah. There it goes, right back down, 174. Looking for 165 to hold. 165, area breakout. It doesn't hold there. We're Gonzino. Let's go ahead and throw that on there. We'll go 164. Give me a sec. What do I got over here? That's good, that's good. All right, 164, and then we'll give it 160. Let's see if it holds up at around there. So BATL going. It's up about 32% off the high into 177. Let's see if this can hold up at around 164. So we're going to keep that. Yes, Trump will hit Iran hard again today. We already heard about different military targets that were hit as a result of the downed Apache helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. CENTCOM, Central Command, was talking about that this morning. They were talking about targets that they had hit. We'll see if, that continues to expand or what the situation is going to be. So we'll keep tabs on that. CGDT, says KC526. Love it. Let's take a quick look. Eek. We're going to take off here. CGDT. No, I typed that wrong. What did she write? GCDT. Sorry. GCDT. What do we got? Oh, here we go. All right, this is above and special here. This is what I'm going to call it, Casey. Any of the time they come from below the volume weighted average price, we're lovingly going to call them the above and specials. Let's go ahead and throw the ticker on there so everybody can follow along. I like this one into 180, Case. I think this one's got the juice to get back to the volume weighted average price, kind of like an OB mean reversion trade, but like in the opposite direction. So this is looking real good here, by the way. GCDT. Looking to retrace into the volume weighted average price, currently showing me 180 or 181 thereabouts. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling. We're holding battle here. We're looking for 82s. Into the high goes battle. We're looking for more. So let's see if we can kind of get up into that $2 area. I'm also going to throw another order here at 185 on battle. We'll see what we get there, but it probably behooves me to throw on GCDT onto a trading screen. GCDT. On the NASDAQ? Nope. Amex? Hey, Amex. Okay, so we're going to have to fly blind here. Halted up. GCDT. 144. Halt time 11:50, 142. So this one's really coming in. Keep your eye out on this one. So we're going to keep our eye here out on battle. There seems to be a $1.80 seller that we can't shake. Into 81 we go. Looking for more. Let's see what we can get up. We just flashed 82s momentarily there, but no continuation. Flashing up again, close to closing in on 82, but a seller coming in here, so we'll have to pack the patience. 82 shows up. Good. Cancel that one. Good print there. Looking for 85s next. GCDT, let's just keep an eye on this one. Earliest open time, 11:56:42. Current time, 11:54:07. So we got another, 2 minutes and change. Oh my days. KMRK open. KMRK open. It's ripping. Nope. Yup. Into the high. Halt. Looking to halt again. Taking it out. Let's see. Does it have the juice to hold 6? I don't like it. I'm out. So took a quick scalp there on KMRK. It doesn't look as directional, and it's lost 6. Good out there on my part. Look for 5.5 hold. 5.5. 5.5 could be an interesting hold here. Multiple halt levels at that price. If 5.5 holds, that's interesting. Yeah, but 6 is acting as a very tough resistance level here. Okay, a little above 6, a little bit below 6. Current bar high is 6. No. Okay, prior bar high. Now we open up a new bar, 642. A breach of 642 could test the high of the day, which is 659 currently. Yeah, it's having trouble clearing 6 decisively here. It's not clean through 6. There's a lot of resistance at 6. So prior bar high, again, 642. It's failing big time. Here comes 5. It's going to halt down here. Limit down 459. Limit down on KMRK. Yeah, I smelt that resistance at 6. I got the hell out of there. But hey, you know, it acted as a bit of a support level for a while. So we'll keep an eye out on this one, waiting for the gray out, and we are grayed out down. Halt here on KMRK 659, halt time 11:55:40. So, hey, it is what it is. Battle, putting in a topping tail candle, out. We'll take that break even here. We'll lose a penny on that. That's not for me. If Battle comes into 165 and holds, we'll get back in. I like that 165 level for an area support, prior area of resistance. And that is it. GCDT, we're still waiting for resumption, 11:51:42. Earliest open, 11:56:42. So we have about 30 seconds. Let's see what this one has to offer. Tap is showing 144 because we won't know what the tap is, seeing as this one trades on the MX. So we'll have to fly blind here. I guess we'll be surprised. We have another 15 seconds, possibly here for resumption on GCDT. Now recall, GCDT is below the volume weighted average price, which is currently showing 180. So this one could squeeze into that level and then reject, right? Typically they come from VWAP, south of VWAP, come into VWAP, and then reject at around the VWAP area. I don't think it's going to be a 5-minute resumption, Joey. 11:51:42. No, what time is it? No, we're past that. So we'll have to wait for 12:01:42. So this one is going to be during Neil's lesson of the day. It is not going to resume right now. So, oh my days. Big talk here on USMCA. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to Adair for that.
President Trump just commented here that he is, quote, not looking to renew the USMCA. We had comments on the USMCA earlier today from Governor, or not Governor, but Bank of Canada leader here, Tiff Macklem. Now we're getting comments from President Trump saying they're not looking to renew it. Back to you.
Because I think a lot of people on this side wanted the what's it called, the renewal of it, right? I didn't think that they were going to renew it because I think the Americans view it as disadvantageous for them. That's just my opinion. And I knew that they were going to hold that kind of over Canada's head because it covers about 90% of our trade. You know, the tariffs we've been talking about, guys, like these aluminum tariffs and these other tariffs that were put in for fentanyl, like that covers less than 10% of the trade. And we've been making a lot of noise about that less than 10%. Imagine how much noise we're going to be making about 90-some-odd% for USMCA. Doug Ford is down there.
Yeah.
He's in Washington. That's the premier of this province. He's trying to lobby everybody and their mother. And you got Dominic LeBlanc. He's the Minister of Trade. He wouldn't be my pick. He's a Trudeau holdover. I would have got rid of him.
I would have
got rid of him. I'd like a Bay Street guy to be leading these negotiations. Put our best people there, man. Where are our best people? They're not in the government, I'll promise you that.
They're in the States.
They're in the States. That's hilarious. That's not funny, bro. Stop saying that.
What?
That's just raw. All sorts of wrong, man.
Me?
Yeah.
Can you say the same thing as I do?
Because you're right, but it's wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's right factually, but...
Yeah, they all literally all left Canada.
That's a bit of a problem there.
Because they're smart. They have the ability to do so.
Come on.
This is the most frustrating thing, man. Like, bottom liquidity, I mean, boom, then we're going to head up into the volume weighted average price target. I mean, it is what it is, man. Careful for what? I don't have to tiptoe around. I can say what I would like.
Yeah, he's going to say as he pleases. And, you know,
exactly.
quite frankly, I don't even think he's wrong. I just think that it's sad that he's right. And despite not them trying, you
Yeah.
know, if you want to leave this country,
Yeah. You're
you
gonna
know,
have to pay. You gotta
pay through the nose,
man.
bro.
You gotta pay.
All your assets are deemed to have been disposed of and require a
man.
capital gains payment.
See you later.
Yeah.
So Joey is right. Someone said Joey is weird. Thanks.
I don't know about
Appreciate
that, but you know, I think he speaks his mind.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
may not please everybody.
Nah, that's their fault, isn't it?
Oh, all right. It is time. You see the ladies back there. They're ready to go. It is time for Happening Now. We're sending it to them. Then Neil's lesson of the day.
Oh, hi. Sia's going to do the Happening Now. I think. Here you go.
Yeah, great. Okay, perfect. Let's start with looking at the three major averages. The SPY currently down 0.72, flat trading. The triple Q is currently also down closer to 1% in the red. Also, the Dow is also down 1.13%. All three major averages in the red today, right now. We're going to take a look at a couple comments coming from U.S. President Donald Trump saying Mexico and Canada must treat U.S. better. He was also talking about the USMCA, the trade agreement as we know it. I don't know if I'm going to renew it. The U.S. doesn't need anything that Mexico and Canada have. They must treat us better. Couple comments again, as Adara said and mentioned coming in, talking about AI as well, that he is in talks with certain AI companies, and he's having a meeting with the AI industry. And U.S. President Donald Trump also saying that the public will become very rich from the AI action. That's all, sending it right back to you.
I think it was Neil's lesson. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, I didn't.
It's all good.
No,
It's all good. No, the lesson of the day today was a request yesterday. So I want to shout out to some of the viewers. Sometimes they'll say, hey, can you talk about this? Can you talk about that? And the question was specifically the difference between liquidity. Like, people talk about market cap all the time, and there's a distinction between what a company is worth and like where the liquidity is in a company and what that actually means. And I think a lot of times the best way to think about it is to use an extreme example. So forgive the fact of the stock that I'm going to use because it just kind of sets it up really well, and I want to make sure that I'm using something which makes a lot of sense. So first things first, you have to ask yourself, when we're talking about market cap, the only thing that you are looking at is the price of a stock and the available float. Just the shares that are out there. That's it. There's nothing more, there's nothing less. Like, it's all just theoretical. If there's 1 million shares, let's use this penny stock as an example, right? It gives 1 million shares and it's 8 cents. That's it. You just do the simple math, you multiply one by the other, and you get your market cap. Now let's actually say there's 10 million shares, because this did 4 in the open. Let's say there's 10 million shares, and you multiply that to get the market cap. Liquidity is the more important thing, because ultimately, a stock can exist at any price that a single print happens. If there's a tick for 100 shares on a stock, on this one, from like 8 cents to 10 cents, then in theory, its market cap has gone up 20%. So if it has 10 million shares out there, and a single tick goes off at 10 cents and it used to be 8 cents, it's just gone, 25% actually to the upside. Look, why liquidity matters is if only 100 shares went off and it never held up there, it didn't hold the trade, then none of that makes a difference, because no real buyers were able to get those types of prices. The market didn't think value held that level. Liquidity ends up being everything. You'll often hear traders say, a stock could gap up, and if it holds the line all day long, it could pull back 1 or 2%, but if it just does extra volume at those new price levels, you're happy with it. Now, why liquidity matters, I'm going to show you an example with this NOTV, because I think it's a perfect one. There was a buy and balance this morning when it was at 8 cents. So look at this company. Let's just imagine it was 8 cents before, and this is the open at 9:30. And then you look at where the shares traded, all of this volume. It had a ton of liquidity at higher prices. That basically means that buyers were willing to support that higher quote unquote valuation. Oftentimes you will hear people say something gaps on low volume, there's no actual buyers above that price. It makes it less real, quote unquote real. Is it moving? Yes. Is there actual volume above that price? That's what's gonna end up mattering more. And I think as we talk about this in terms of the IPOs, like we're going to be looking at SpaceX, and you're going to be hearing 1.7 trillion valuation, and then if it opens at $300, you're going to hear $3 trillion valuation prices. But you have to understand, when it comes to liquidity, the buy-side liquidity on that stock existed for a matter of seconds. And then it was all sell-side liquidity. There was no real liquidity on the bid supporting most prices on most days. And you knew if you were watching it on day 2 and you were trying to hit the bid to go short, there was simply no liquidity at all. When you call this stock up, CBRS, you look at how incredibly thinly it trades. Juxtapose that with, let's pick another random stock that's in and around that price. I mean, like, look at Apple. Apple's in the $200 range. Look at the volume that's going off at any given time in Apple. Apple is incredibly liquid. And when a stock has a tremendous amount of liquidity, its valuation is more secure, because in order for it to drop, there's actually people on the bid. That's why liquidity matters. In CBRS, there was nobody on the bid for a couple of days. So yeah, level 2 looks about the same. Price can be similar, but look at the tape. There's nobody supporting any of these prices. And I'm not saying that means it's fake. It just means there's less juice behind the move. And again, SpaceX could look like anything. I'm not here to tell you SpaceX is going to look like CBRS. I actually think there'll be better liquidity on SpaceX than there was on Cerberus. But you have to keep in the back of your mind, there's a distinct difference between on paper what the valuation is and actual liquidity at these prices where they're willing to buy and support it. Part of what made the run-up in things like SanDisk and Micron and some of these other memory names and the chip names so good was the fact that it would gap up, and even when you'd have a pullback. Like if you just looked at some of the days where we get these pullbacks on, you gap and you hold and you can't do much of anything, but look at the volume that's transacting. Like it might lose $1,000, but look at all the volume that's occurring above $1,000 or on the dip buys whenever it heads to the downside. There's got to be both sides of the trade. And it doesn't mean Micron is safe from falling. It just means that there's a little bit more protection. And you juxtapose that with a stock that's new to the market, that doesn't have as much liquidity. Well, look what happens to it when it does move around. Cerberus just goes from gap to gap. And so remember, you're going to hear some crazy numbers on Friday, and you're already hearing them with SpaceX. You're going to hear some crazy numbers when it comes to OpenAI, when it comes to Anthropic. It's really just shock and awe kind of deal. And we saw it with Rivian when they came to market. We saw it with Snowflake when it came to market. That you had these crazy valuations. The stocks would fly around for a bit, but after that event at the open where there's a bunch of liquidity, there was no bid anymore. And that's what separates some of the more stable stocks that you trade on a given day compared to these IPOs, compared to these small cap gappers, compared to these penny stocks. When they settle down the day after the news, liquidity doesn't just drop by 5 or 10%. Like Apple might one day do 20% more volume, another day 10% less. Yeah, that's fine, that's Apple. These stocks, like 20% of the volume from the IPO on the second day for CBRS, and then even less than that after that. Some small cap where you're trading might do 100 million one day and 10 million the next day. Well, that tells you all you need to know about how secure you are and why people say safe stocks. A lot of time when someone says a stock is a safe stock, they're not just talking about fundamentals. They're talking about the available liquidity, which is actually supporting the quote-unquote valuation or the market cap. And that's what you have to try to wrap your head around with these IPOs. It's not an easy thing to do because you will see volume on that first day, but just check any of these charts in the following days after that. Just look at any small capper in the 2 or 3 days after the first day. It's doing an absolute fraction because the real liquidity isn't there outside of the trading hype. And it is always going to be, for the most part, always going to be there with something like an Apple. So it's a quick lesson of the day. I mean, it wasn't quick, actually, it was kind of long-winded. But it was a simple lesson of the day. I think it's prescient because what's going to happen is people are going to trade, or at least be looking at these IPOs and these small cappers that are running. And keep in mind, when the music stops, when you get to day 2, day 3, it's a totally different ball game. You'll have gaps, you will have moves that you are not accustomed to if you've only seen these things on day 1. It's just so different, and it's because of liquidity. There's paper numbers out there, but just because something trades at a price does not mean it's worth that much. Show me the bid, and then you can talk to me about how much a company is worth. The lunch was actually pretty delicious. I'm gonna finish my salad. The chicken was great. I'm not sure why I got the Israeli flag, but pretty solid. Looked like a Greek lunch to me.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's get right into this. Huge shout out to VinFast for sponsoring today's video. They just announced a massive partnership with AutoBrains and NVIDIA to bring level 4 agentic AI, autonomous driving to life. We're all talking next-gen intelligent tech that is completely redefining how we hit the road. If you want to see what the actual future of driving looks like, click the link in my description and check out VinFast today. Go and check that, guys, out. Scan that QR code. Sharif's got some things going on. But Hangry Wife saying, Joe, what does that mean? Well, let me explain this to you, man. Here it is, boom, we go on this nice roller coaster ride, it's all fun and games, and then, oh no, we're gonna hit Iran heavy. And then I step away, grab a cup of Java, and then off to the races we go, and then that's why I'm all, hey man, that's what it is, it's like, all right. And then my boy Jesse has to say, yeah, this ceasefire really working out well, and he also says, hope Sharif is having a good one, I hope you are too, my boy. But then we took a little bit of a scalp, double up the size, it comes against us and then moves higher. So we're gonna be patient and wait for some higher quality opportunities there. We give back the majority of our day, and yeah, I mean, I don't even want to tell you the statistics right now, but they are not pretty. We traded 4 small cap names and 1 large cap. And yeah, I mean, things could be totally different, but they're not. So we have to deal with the cards that we are currently dealt and look to turn things around, and we're prepared to do so. So let's find some high quality trades within these large cap names, brother.
All right, man, in battle here, looking for continuation through 185. 185's been a staunchy little area here. I mean, I think we've got a triple top at 185, at least on the 5-minute anyway. So we'll see how that cookie crumbles. Not really a big trade, but not bad. Looking for a move into 2. We're going to need more bad news. Donald, let's go. I mean, I jest, of course. I say that tongue-in-cheek totally, but that's what this is, right? Like, we're talking about bad news fueling the price of oil, and the price of oil, obviously, as a pure play, BATL will react to that. So, poop is, come on, C-poop. C-poop stopped me out. And now it's ripping into another high. Come on, halt, okay? Limit up is 114. Oh, geez, I fumbled the keys there big time. Limit up 114. I don't want to get in here. Yeah, it's a 116 area high, but limit up is 114. So this one, I caught a couple of scalps. I'm negative on C-pop. I call it C-poop as a joke. But it's halted up now, $1.20. Tap. So this is an NQ name. We'll be able to see how this one trades, or sorry, what the imbalances look like during the halt. 114 limit up, halt time, 12:13, 37. Earliest open, 12:18, 37. Tap, 120. Let's pack the patience, okay? Let's see what we can get. Check feed, says Niraj. Absolutely. There goes battle through 185 into a very decisive 186. I jest. Let's take a look at feed. I'm going to tell you, I'm a little hungry today, Joey.
Are you?
Yeah, man.
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling like I should be feeding.
Okay.
Here we go. 83. Niraj, this is really light on volume, brother. Who are you, man? Like, fluffy? What's going on here, Niraj? No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm exaggerating in service of a larger point. This is really low on vol, 928,000 shares on an 83 penny name. But I get it. Chow. All right, let's check Chow. Shout out to Niraj. All right, this is above and special here. This is coming from area lows into the volume weighted average price. Watch for a move into 108. Good call out on this, Niraj. I like this. I like Chow a lot better. There goes Battle into 189. I get the print at 188. Now we're looking for more. We're gonna go to 90. We're going to 95s now. Let's see if we can test that area. Sorry, that $2 area. BATL on its horse here into the high of the day. $1.90 up 45%. Looking real good. Slow mover though. 91s now showing up on the ask side. Could we see 95 sooner rather than later? Closing in on 92 here. A lot of green, a lot of yellow, and a lot of orange coming in on the time and sales. That is good for the bid. Into 93, 94. Joseph, we're looking for 95s. We may not get it. We'll take it out at 94. Let's set up a little bit more here on a dip down into 95. Dang. It's going to go to 296. Battle's on the move, baby. Here comes $2 on BATL. Look for, though, resistance at 2, guys. Right? I mean, I'm thinking right away, resistance at 2. Good look here. Fluffy. I didn't even know you were there, Fluffsters, or you hadn't messaged in the entire day. I have 3 winners and 1 loser. Ooh. And loser is a cup of coffee. Rude. Oh. Fluffy, you're misunderstanding. Oh. Just because I point out the fact that you show me illiquid stocks doesn't mean that those stocks end up as losers. That's not what I was implying at all. Down goes Battle, Joey, off 97, tanking into 89. So we're going to keep a close eye here on BATL. I do like this 85 penny area, though, guys, for anybody thinking, because we saw the resistance at 85. Now, you may not get a clean move down into 85. It might be 86, 87, 88. But look for a testing of 85 pennies. And while you guys debate that, Sia is going to tell you about this.
Thank you for that. Let's take a look at our small caps today. IWM trading flat at the moment. We're going to take a look at a couple individual tickers that I have picked out for you. MSW Mingxing is a Hong Kong wet trades-based company. It mainly does plastering, has maintained its momentum from the pre-market today. It's up just a little over 24%. They completed an acquisition today of PMA Nanocarbon Tech Limited, which basically they did the acquisition of the entire issued share capital of the company. HKIT, High Tech Global, this is a China-based IT firm, IT consulting and solution firm. It's flying off the charts currently, where the stock is up almost 50%. There's no real reason for this. There's just super market momentum at the moment. PAVS, Paranovus Entertainment Technology, currently sliding further into red by 48%. And the reason for this is the investor anxiety over certain shareholder dilution that has been tied to a new equity sales agreement the company filed earlier this week. And my final ticker for you today is Chai. I like Chai. Down 30% on the day. The company has said that it has plans to use its proceeds to advance its AI technology and infrastructure initiatives for its general working capital purposes. Now, the closing of this offer is expected to take place tomorrow. That's your small caps. Right back to you.
Yeah, really quickly, I want to mention here, TE, this thing is at intraday lows. We know Fuzzy Panda in mid-May issued a short report on this stock. They've now re-upped on their short report. They've been posting about this for a while here, but there was a break into low of day. So TE, as Fuzzy Panda, yet again, posts about its short thesis. Back to you.
Nishi Huan He Cha.
Oh, yeah, I like chai tea.
That was actually good. There you go. I just asked you if you like to drink tea in Mandarin. See ya.
Did he say chai tea?
Cha. It's the same thing, right? It's like Arabic.
You're saying tea.
Exactly. No. Nishi Huan He Cha. So do you like to drink tea?
Oh, I forget.
Nishi Huan He Cha.
Yes, I do.
Now?
How do you say yes in Chinese Mandarin?
There's so many. Dui. You can say hao de. You can say shi de. Right? There's a lot of different ways to say it.
Okay.
Yeah. Get it. All right, here we go, baby. back into battle, and there goes battle right back into the highs. We're looking for more here. 95s, show me 94s. We got more shares on. Let's see what we can get. We're actually going to wait a little bit higher here. Let's test 98 to see if we can kind of get up into that $2 area. Got back into battle at exactly the area I told y'all. There was a 185 seller. It stands to reason that that seller area now, resistance, acts as support. Let's see if it acts as enough support to kind of move back up into the $2 area. Hey, I appreciate you, Tony. Hey, man. I practice every day, guys, at least 45 minutes to an hour. So, you know, we're going to do it. We're going to do it live. Joey.
Yes, sir.
End of July.
End of July.
Going to be 2 years.
Good for you,
Yeah,
man.
2 years, brother.
How many words would you say you know?
Last time I checked, it was around 400. I think a little bit more now. Yeah.
That's very good, yeah.
And there goes battle into 199. Here comes $2 on battle. Good ad here. Should have added more shares. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, Sharif. You should have taken more. Let's see if we can get through that $2 area and or we reject. I wouldn't mind rejecting now that I'm exhausted my shares. That's bad. Hey, get it to my man. I appreciate you, Tony. I appreciate you, bro. But C-Poop is on the move here. Here I am taking pennies on battle. And you're getting like, you're getting pennies on C-Pop as well. But.
Yeah, nice break of the high of the day there on that bad boy, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Did VSME find its way? We're taking another attempt here. This is the worst case scenario, right? Like we just continuously buy higher. This would have been the ideal entry that we head up into this target. As soon as it breaks 88.60s, we got to probably hop out of this trade, which I think it's going to momentarily. Inverted hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price. 50s would have been the ideal target for us, 89.50, but now we're starting to come in pretty aggressive, and we added some shares on this bad boy. So there it goes to the downside. Is Robinhood. It looks like there's probably going to be another headline stepping in here momentarily as we've seen some volatility spikes step into the market. The SPY and the NASDAQ at some key support levels. So let's see what we have going on here, guys. Nice ebb and flow. I mean, it is what it is with that Robinhood trade. The volatility spike, we get out right at the lows, providing a little bit of liquidity, and then it just climbs to north of our target. So we just have to accept that fate. I was talking to Katina, man, same thing happened to him, man. So there's nothing we can do about crying over spilt milk. All we can do is just try to put on the same trades and better trades time and time again. Now, as for the NASDAQ, this is going to be a key support level at 697, potentially some more downside if that does break in 730. All right, so we'll keep an eye out on these levels. It's going to be tough. You want to catch the higher end of this range here, right, at 732, 36, just so you're not selling at the lows, just in case it does have that one more liquidity grab and then decide to curl over after that point. Now, as for the longer or the higher time frames, I should say, we'll take a little bit of a zoom out here and see how the SPY has been performing. 761 with a low. So you were down 5% off of the highs. That's nothing to be overly worried about other than the fact that you should be getting somewhat excited that you can now buy something that is not exactly at the all-time high. And that's what I like about this, right, is that if you happen to be sitting on some dry powder, we went over that spiel yesterday. No need for us to do it again here today, but 749, you're now down at 698. You get a 7% discount. Do you go all in at once? Absolutely not. That's not what we're saying. But dry powder, a little here, a little there, and sure enough, you're positioned well for that next potential leg up, which I do believe is going to happen. You just have to be patient enough to wait for those to come into your levels and to
I appreciate you, Lauren, man. Thank you. I appreciate you, Lauren. But I got more for you. So for the individual in the chat, LMF, I don't want to say this wrong. Chinito, he's asking me basically, did I do well today? Well, I don't know. But 我今天赚了, so I think 我今天赚了我今天赚了很多钱. Yes. Hen do chen. So hen usually means is or very. Do means a lot, and chen obviously is like you did well. So I think I got that. I could be wrong on that one. Fact check me on that one, chat. I'm not sure if I had that one right, but okay. He said very good. All right, man. Good. I feel good about this one. Guys, I don't feel good about this though. Look at this, Joey. I got this one. this one completely wrong. There goes Battle. Battle is squeezing up. 221 area high. Watch out here. This is big. This is a big move through two. I want to see a bit of a retracement here. I'm starting to think 2.25, 2.5 right now on BATL. BATL is ripping up 67%. Of course, we saw President Trump with more aggressive rhetoric around this. It's Rip City right now on Battle. Here comes 230. It's a 231 high. We're still showing 28s. So continuing to watch here on BATL. Yeah, no, this is too rich for my blood here. Down into 19 we go. Let's give this one the old college try. What did we get on that one, Joey? 21s. There's 27. Looking for more. Let's see if we can test 30 again. 28, 29, 30 showed up. Nice. Down goes Fraser into 25s. This is really picking up. Now let's go ahead and wait at 33. What did I get? So we're looking for 33s here. Looking for the third of $1. Seller, aggressive seller at 30. That is the high of the day. 31. Wow, Joey, every time we touch 31, I got to stop out there, man. That was a crazy drop. Every time we touch 31, I feel like we're being met with aggressive selling. Let's see if we can kind of pick up on that pattern here. We've got a double top right now on the 5-minute chart at 231 exactly. And it looks like it's going to be a more prolonged halt here on CPOP. Good out by me. There it goes, down into the mid-teens. Do we come back into 2? And if we come back into 2, are we holding that 2? I don't think I'm going to be picking it up at 2. I'm going to be picking it up at 205, 206, right? Get it, Randy. Because, you know, sometimes we don't get that clean 2. That's all, of course, predicated upon we get those single digits. Right now, we're getting double digits, Joey, so we're going to have to pack the patience. What's going on, brother? How are you?
What's up, Brandon?
You like the humidity today? 5,007% humidity?
So let's see what we got going on here with Robinhood. What I'm thinking here, it's either, this is obviously the most obvious scenarios possible, is that we fail to construct the new high of the day, right?
Here comes.
Or we do head towards the high of the day and head up into $92. What we haven't done here, ladies and gentlemen, is look at the options chain to see what that is telling us. We've been in this consolidation. It feels like a lifetime, but at the end of the day, it's only been since 12:15. About 14 minutes or so of just sideways movement. But let's do this here, see what we got going on from supply zones in Robinhood. We know about the insider buying today, please. There we go. We're finally starting to load this. The longer we chop around, I'm just going to try to hold because I did put on some more size. It's tough, man, but I don't want to give this like pennies or anything along those lines. You do want to give it a little bit more room. So I have to be willing to risk more, obviously.
Okay.
Duh. And anyways, $90, 13,000 contracts right there. So that's going to be the most on this week's expiration cycle. We're sitting on 98.4% implied volatility. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we can't break through that, but you can see that we're currently struggling at this $89 marker. Let's see, we get that pullback. Where are we going to be able to hold that 87? That's way too much room considering the size that we have on. 88.60, I definitely have to reassess the situation, but I don't want to be the victim of this again. So we'll stick to the stops, but this is a complete game changer and would have changed the narrative of the session. But now we take that move, comes back in, and then now decides to climb higher after that part. So 88.50, have to see what's going on there.
All right, Joey. We're back into battle here at 203. We wet the beak all the way up to 14s. I'm looking for a hold of 2. So I did exactly what I said, right? We got in at 185, we got in at 185. We got in at 2, we got in at 2. And now we're looking for a recovery above 20. Here comes battle again, into $2.20. It's a 231 high. Don't forget about that seller in and around 30 and 31. That is a double top right now on the 5-minute chart. We couldn't shake him. So let's see if we can even get back above the $0.25, let alone the third of $1. And here comes the $0.25. Quick as you like. I'm posting at the high of the day. I don't care. Let it reject. Oops, put that way too high, Joey. Let's go ahead and wait. We're going to go at 233. Again, aggressive selling every time we ascend into the high 20s or the 30-penny area. There is a wall of selling coming in here on BATL, up 70%. I feel like we've possibly got a short seller here on the ropes. Whether or not we've got more juice left in the tank than they do, you know, we'll have to wait and see, but somebody is selling pretty aggressively here at 30 pennies, and that's quite eye-opening. So let's continue to watch, see if we can kind of get through that level. By the way, the poop, halt time, 12:19.06, current time, 12:29. This is going to be a 15-minute hold, Joey. So the tap now showing 305. That is very good for those who are holding from 139. Bravo on you guys. You guys are printing up storms there. I just hope the same thing doesn't happen to you that happened to me on KMRK, where you're like a couple of bucks in the money, and then all of a sudden the tap drops below your entry. That was one for the ages there on KMRK, but a lesson learned nonetheless. We're zigging and zagging here in the mid-teens. I've got my suspicions on whether or not we can clear 230, at least, you know, right now. So my out is below $2. I put it just a skosh below 2. It holds there. Fantastic. If it doesn't, we give back out lost entry, but we'll be positive on the position no matter what. So new candle open right now on BATL, and it doesn't look very promising, I'll tell you that. So here it comes back into the single digits. Oh, we're going to fail, Joey. No. 205, 7. Let's see if it does. I'm not going to take it out. It's going to stop me out, right? So it has to lose 2 for me to get out of the position.
All right, man. This is what I want to talk about. A little Ethereum, $12.43. Wow, what is it? Talk about going shopping at discount stores. Maybe this would be the one. Shout out to Tom Lee for saying this is like essentially buying Amazon at $8. All right, so we'll see if that comes into play. Let's hold off onto this here and see what we got going on. Chop City on this bad boy. I don't want to take any off. I actually want to add some around this support level because it's going to do this liquidity grab. It's just prolonging that, in my opinion. And once that it does, then we add some more. But then what's that going to do? It's really going to tighten up our stop. NASDAQ not doing anything and hasn't since that volatility spike not too long ago. So 1120 to where we're currently at. So an hour of just trading within like $1 range roughly within the overall market makes things for a little bit tougher of a trade. And I actually want to take a look at yesterday's session. Identical, really. Actually, what am I talking about? We sold off yesterday and then just came back up, ended up recovering a little bit here, but today's been a little bit more of a choppy mess. So range trading, if that's your thing, it's not too bad here. Top end, sell the highs, buy the lows, and vice versa. But now we're starting to break a little bit of trend. That's my green light to just add a smidge. We don't want to get crazy on this. We have to be prepared to get out just in case it doesn't want to find a rebound and head towards the high of the day. But I just think there's too much positive catalyst up under this name right now. You have the insider buying, and there was something else that I found on here. I'll pull it up for you. Give me a moment. We'll ramble on a little bit more. We did reject that 92.50, but why was Robinhood raising this made trade? Some updates like higher on Wednesday following the company's recent report of select monthly operating data for May. So maybe some increase of transaction there. And then we also have the insider buying as well. So a couple of tailwinds for Robinhood here today. Let's see if they can follow through, and then we can climb back towards that $92 marker.
All right, Joey, let's do it. There goes Battle through 230. They killed the short seller. He's done. 238 area high. Here we go. You know, my bias thinking immediately now, we're thinking the $0.50. But I want to make a very clear point here on BATL. Do not expect this in a straight line. Now, you may get parabolic moves like the one that we just got off the mid-teens. But the point is, you have very, very obvious big upper and lower wicks, right? Especially on the 5. Like, zoom in over here. Take a look at this. So if this is going to be this one's characteristic, you got to be ready for area resistance. So I'm talking about, you know, that 250 area. You could touch that 250 area, and then you could see a 15-penny drop. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but be on the lookout for that. So that has to factor in where you place your stop, how much shares you get in, and what your cutoff threshold is. So think about that, all right? BATL on the move could be 2.5. We're going up to see it for Sector Watch.
Thank you. Let's look at the board today. The SPY currently down closer to 1%. We're going to take a look at the sectors. Mixed sentiment in electric tech and tech services today, but seeing a major red wave in the electric tech sector. NVIDIA down just 2.5%. AVGO down close to 5%. MU carried that bearish momentum from yesterday into today. Currently down 3.5%, but MU has selected Bechtel to partner on the engineering, procurement, and construction of the first phase of Micron's historic leading-edge memory manufacturing complex that will be built in Clay, New York. Google, this just in a couple of minutes ago, has introduced Diffusion Gemma, which is a 4 times faster text generation model. on certain dedicated GPUs, currently down almost 2% on the day. In finance, we got BRKB and JPM trading flat. JPM, we got that news yesterday saying that they're keeping a close eye on their consumer health at the Morgan Stanley conference, is what they said. Then BAC, currently up almost 1%. They announced that the bank is introducing new ways to reward clients and manage payments and track credit as of today. Retail, Amazon said that AWS Graviton 5 is now generally available. Walmart and Costco in the green, currently trading flat. Consumer durables, Tesla got that Denmark FSD approval yesterday, currently down to 3.26%. And then we have the SpaceX IPO coming up in the next 2 days, which is what people are looking forward to. Energy is looking great today, all in the green. Health tech, mixed sentiment, J&J in the green. Consumer non-durables, great, looking green. And that's all for your Sector Watch. Sending it right back to the boys.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. We were just talking about, Joseph and I, off camera, about our plan for the SpaceX IPO tomorrow. I think, it behooves everybody to have some, contingencies, right? If A, then B. If A, B, then C, right? And execute based upon whichever one of those eventualities goes. But I think it's good to have some sort of programming set up ahead of time, just so you know, even if it's the most rudimentary of things, like, okay, on the first halt up, I'm taking X percentage. Whatever, risk management obviously figures into it. Yeah. But you got something there, man. Let's talk a little bit about this.
I didn't construct this, so I'm not taking any, but what we do is have smart individuals here on the floor. And what this is essentially is every single last IPO, well, not every single, that'd be insane. But here are the names of the previous IPOs, 11 first trading days. So we'll give credit where credit is due. And thank you very much, Jose, in the algo room. ARM, Reddit, Fig, Fly, Bullish, Circle, Kava, Rivian, Beyond, Uber, and CoreWeave. And each one of these IPOs, you can see that the strongest ones, this is the 1 minute time frame, and how each individual one has reacted. So Figma here, that was a strong one. Gap, but you do have these wicks. That's the thing, right? So we have to be prepared. The only one that really just took off right out of the gate without having some form of liquidity grab on the lows was Circle. So immediately just went off to the races, and from $64 here, we'll zoom in on this for you there, Sharif. So this was the only one that went from $64 to a high of $103.
That was beautiful, eh?
Boom, just off to the races, and this.
That was in the middle of the crypto frenzy?
Well, we can figure that. We can get that data.
What was the date, Joey? And then we'll look at BTC.
Yeah, we could get that date. Yeah. But it was. I don't know about the crypto frenzy. What it was, Sharif, was like obviously not obviously the stable coin and the Genius Act. We were in the thick of the conversation of those. Yeah, but we can figure that out. I forget what day it is here. Maybe it's all the way up here, but credit to Jose for giving us this. I mean, this is some high quality information. There it is. Circle was on June 2025. June of 2025 there,
perfect. Okay, June of 2025.
Yeah,
Joey,
are we going to correlate
it probably hit 100 and change, right? Remember, because around my birthday, it went to like 116 or 106 or something like that. Let's put BTC. Let's go ahead, put BTC, Joey, over here. And what was the date again? Sorry.
June. I don't know if there's a specific date.
Yeah, whatever. Give me June something or another.
Yeah, hold on, let me pull that up here.
What date did you were like?
Oh yeah, here it is.
Right there, right?
Yeah. Where are we, man?
CRC.
No, it doesn't have it. Yeah, every other one has a
June, right? Okay, well we can just look at June in general, brother. I mean, June we were trading around in the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, exactly.
So we were close. We made all-time highs on your birthday. Yeah. Again, never gonna forget that. But we were trading in the hundreds of thousands.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. We were still up there.
Yeah.
We were still up there.
So you could generally say those were the good days.
I see what you're saying.
Like,
yeah, I see what you're getting there. Let's zoom out a little bit here, but yeah, there's each individual IPO. Beyond Meat, pretty strong there as well too, guys. So May 20th of 2019, or May 2nd, sorry, of 2019. Not too bad of a look. So I mean, there it is, guys. In Beyond Meat, zoom in. Uber Technologies, a little bit of a rip and dip, and then decides to climb once again. This is high quality information. Unfortunately, we take that off the screen. No, it's Jose. I didn't get any permission, so I don't want to get any trouble from Jose. On what we got going on. I'm sure he wouldn't care because at the end,
he's quite.
He's
awesome
chill like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's big for a lot of individuals. A couple of my friends were asking me about it, and sure enough, once you have that really start to happen, then I'm not going to question anything. You have a game plan, you stick with it. It's either it's going to work or it's not. It's literally that black and white, in my opinion.
So do you have like a...
Yeah, I have a game plan. It's literally what we've been doing every time.
I know, but I mean, yeah, so that's the basic part of it. The question that I was really trying to hint at, to be quite honest with you, is what's your plan on exiting for profits?
Okay.
So, whoa, battle just ripped. Here comes 2.5, guys, on BATL. Into 45 it goes. It just took out the previous high. So what I meant was, all right, so on first limit up, and I'm assuming there's going to be a limit up or a limit down, right? Whichever one, we'll have to wait and see. Take out percentage. So let's just say, for example, we both punch in 50, 100 shares on that.
Yep.
You're going to take out perhaps 25 on first limit up? Or if it's
more,
100?
I'll take more. I'll take more. Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm not even asking about the number.
It depends on the dollar amount as well.
Right, exactly.
To be honest with you. Now, it depends on like the dollar amount. I don't know what this thing's going to open up at, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like $200 plus. It's probably going to be the narrative of this thing. So you go from like a $1.75 trillion market cap to probably just a little bit under 3, putting it in the upper echelon of market capitalization names. And I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the day if it's sitting in one of those top 3 slots, man. Anything can happen.
Whoa, yeah?
Well, think about it. Who's in third place right now?
I don't know, Amazon?
Apple.
Well, no.
From a market cap standpoint?
So hold on, Google has been tanking too.
Yeah.
So Google is at 4.35. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Google overtook Apple. 4.3.
Right.
So they're both 4.3 right now.
And then
the Zon, which is probably Softy, right? So the Zon is at 2.5.
Yeah, it's
Softy.
It's going to beat Amazon.
Softy's just below 3 at 2.99.
Yeah.
Obviously, Broadcom has dropped off. It was 2 and change. Now it's 1.75. So good point there, Joey. Could make it. All right, let's get to this super over here. From Mark. Those market halts on KMRK almost nuked my portfolio. Thank God for the bounces. Do stop losses just get thrown out the window at that point?
I have to interrupt you. As we're talking about it, Joe, is SpaceX going to tank after IPO?
Who's asked
My
that?
group chat. Like, these guys don't talk a day about stocks. All they do is talk about sports.
Well,
and then sure enough, now they're talking SpaceX.
Yeah, well, there you go. Is that the signal, though? Is that this taxi driver signal that Neil always talks about? Mark, can I say something about stop losses, brother? They're not all created equal. They come in different forms. I really want to take the opportunity to do this right now, okay? So let's go over here. I'm going to show you on my trading platform, and then I'm going to show you on the Works trading platform. Let's just go to Apple. Forget Apple. Let's go to NVIDIA, okay? Let's go to NVIDIA over here. This is my SIM account. You'll be able to see that, obviously, from the red stripe on the top. But let's say I want to punch in NVIDIA right here. Let's go 100 shares, right? And we're going to punch. We're going to say we're going to buy on the ask, right? So we punch. We punched into NVIDIA right there. You see the red rectangle. Now I want to throw out my stop, right? Stops are not created equal. There's different types of stops. Now we want to get out below the low of the day, 201.67. So let's go ahead, select up my position, 100 shares, and we're going to say a sell order. But look at this. See how it gives me the type of order? It says limit. You need to select one called stop limit, okay? Stop limit gives you 2 entry points. You have your stop price and you have your limit price. The stop price is when the computer gets triggered that I gotta sell, right? The limit price is as low as it's willing to sell to. That spread is the variance. Case in point, let's go low day, 201.61. That's gonna be the stop price. But what if there's an illiquidity event and that 201.61 price has no liquidity to get me out? I gotta tell the computer, pay down unto all the way to $200. So literally, there's a spread of $1.61 between when the computer gets triggered and the lowest price it's willing to pay. You need to have either a marketable stop that triggers at whatever the market rate is, or a stop limit order, where the variance between the stop order and the limit order is great enough to absorb areas of illiquidity. If you don't do that, it's going to happen. What you just said there is going to happen, which is your stop won't trigger because there's no shares there for you to get out. So you need to think about that. You need to get acquainted with the different types of orders that there are for stops. Let me know if that helped, because I know that that was one of the main problems I had initially when I was trading. Is, you know, my stops were just getting blown through. It's like, what the hell is going on over here, right? Like, I threw out a stop. Why isn't it triggering? So let me know if that helps, and I hope, you know, everything's okay on your portfolio. And, you know, just don't fall in love with these ones because they are what they are, right? So, Battle's ripping, Joey.
Is it?
Yeah.
Nice.
It makes my trade look like absolute hot garbage. There it goes into the area high, Joseph options, into $2.79. Battle 85 cents. Battle's on the way to 3. It's above 100%. We're talking 115. It's like rip city, rip city.
Yeah.
But also the one that the OG Bovin called out, as always, I got to shout out to my man there, SkyQ. SkyQ is looking good. It's not ripping in the same way that, what's it called, is ripping, Battle, and it's losing the bid right now, Bovin. 185 could be a good hold here at the volume weighted average price with a 212 high, but this one looks like it's trading spready here on SkyQ, so be careful with that. So that's what I'd keep a lookout there. But yeah, Battle is him right now, Ben Rays.
So.
Battle is absolutely him, and here, $3 on BATL, 293 high. Very good breakout here on the back of, let's be honest about it, more Middle East tensions.
Yeah, man, more Middle East tensions. I'm not shut down or anything, but yeah, I got to take a break until like 2:30 because I could come through a computer screen right now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. Oh, you don't even understand.
Stay away from Joey Hands.
Yeah, I'm trying to remain calm and cool at this given moment, but there it is. We go 1 for 3 here on Robinhood, so we're gonna woo-saw. Can't sit under a tree at this moment, but yeah, we're gonna sit on our hands until this 2:30, 3 o'clock hour to see if we can get anything going and just make our loss a little bit smaller than what it is. Inverted hammer at the highs there on Battle though, Sharif, on the 1 minute time frame. So
yes,
let's get this AC Slater to Robinhood. Woosah, breathe, man. Take a sip of Java and some cool water. That's what I could actually go for, is a nice cup of water, my favorite beverage of all time. As the support levels that we were talking about not too long ago.
Look at Battle,
SPY,
Joey.
is it going? Oh, it tanked. Yeah, yeah.
Tanked.
That's what I said. Inverted on the 1 minute time frame there. Just drops approximately 30 cents. Not too bad. Do you see this one? Yo, bro, honestly, I know I'm not worried about it, bro. But listen. Can I tell you something? I see 100 of those a day.
Sky, bro, come on. You're not seeing 100 of that a day.
I do, man.
Guarantee you. I don't care where you live, bro. There aren't 100 of those in Toronto.
No.
Yeah, I don't think you're paying the requisite credit.
Listen,
if you had been paying the requisite
Hold on, Mike.
credit.
Let me finish here. Let me finish. What do you refer to the individuals in your condominium?
The dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs. Now,
because they're all old.
Yeah, exactly.
Why, yeah.
Now, let me ask you this.
Lovingly, of course. Yeah, I pay them a lot of respect. Yeah. Go ahead.
Do I live in this ancient Jurassic
No, you
time?
don't. No, you don't.
Exactly.
But that's not the only. Dude, I go to 2 gyms a day.
Yeah, that's fine.
I see plenty of people.
They're all in the prehistoric area. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I go to the gym down the road.
It's prehistoric over there, my guy.
Nah, man, it ain't historic. You're crazy.
Come down to the village.
I'm always in the village. I was in the village last week. I was in the village the week before that.
You're going to need one of those neck things.
Get out of here, bro. This guy. I love this guy. Keep it down,
Ram. You don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah, she.
No, you don't.
Bro, she's quite intelligent.
Don't
be rude. You know.
Don't be rude.
I was gonna say something there, but Ram was gonna. Love it. Pardon me. All right, Bovin. What is going on with SkyQ, Bovin? This is a disaster. And I do apologize, guys. I've said very little about C-Poop over here because it's been halted this entire time. Guys, we halted at 12:19:06. It is 12:48. Hello. When are we going to open up here? The tap is showing 250. Oh, Stuart, right there, brother, right there. Tap showing 250. Halt price 139. So I think you're okay, Stuart, if you're long. But slick. You saw that? She's so mean. Yeah, she's just constantly mean, eh? Like there isn't, you know, I don't think there's an overtly nice bone in her body. She's a nice person, you know, undercover. She doesn't like to show niceness, so she probably perceives it as weakness.
Yeah,
right?
She's like, what's up? What? What's hard on, I don't know, this is gonna probably sound real bad, but anyway, I'm gonna say it anyway. What's like a food that's really hard on the outside but soft on the inside?
Good. You're trying to draw metaphors,
Yeah,
here, right? Yeah, I
couldn't
couldn't
really
like
think
that,
of
Joey.
one,
I'm just
really.
not really sure. Yeah, you guys know what we're talking about there. Talking about Ram, of course.
See,
Constantly bullying.
if anybody has snacks in the fridge, it's Ramin. She's got her whatever snack she had
Chocolate.
yesterday, and then a half-eaten something in there.
Always something in there.
It's crazy.
That's the great part about
Pop
working.
Tart. Someone said Ramin's like a Pop Tart.
Oh, an armadillo. We said food. Well, I guess some people eat armadillos, but
Yeah, I mean a lot of
gotta
people.
be
Have you ever
careful
had iguana? Have you ever?
no,
eaten
but
iguana?
I've had alligator.
So have I.
I've had alligator.
So have I.
And it tastes a little swampy, but I,
hate
didn't
when people
dislike
refer.
it.
Oh, it tastes like chicken.
It doesn't. It tastes like meat, but you know, well, I guess it is, right?
I'm sick of hearing that stuff. They taste like chicken.
Now, is alligator considered seafood, Joey?
That's a good question, man.
Right? You know, they spend a great deal of time,
Yeah.
you know, submerged, but they also spend time on the surface because they're cold-blooded
They're
animals
cold-blooded
and they
and
have to warm up
What do they do?
vis-a-vis
What
the
do
sun.
they do, Sharif? They bask in the
They
sun.
bask and they open their mouth like idiots.
Yeah,
Like that, you know what I mean?
So the shout out to alligators and crocodiles. What's the difference between the two?
Well, I think the size.
The size?
Crocodiles are substantially bigger.
But what about, dude, is this how you learned that one does this and then the other one does
I did
that?
not know that. No, that's crazy. No, but I
Yeah.
know that Nile crocodiles are like gigantic.
They're huge,
They're
man.
huge. They're man-eaters. They're known man-eaters
Yeah,
too.
they're known
so.
man-eaters for
Yeah.
sure, man. Would you ever swim in, what's that one that just went on a fury?
You want me to tell you something here?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Egypt built something in the southern
I was gonna
Egypt
say, well, let's
called the
talk
Great
about-
Dam.
Yeah.
Right? So they built that, and because they wanted to obviously, the Nile floods every year. It's a flood cycle, so they wanted to be able to control that.
Join something that bad boy.
Pardon
Some
me?
Nile crocodiles.
That's what I was getting to.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they put a net just south of the Great Dam so that they prevent the
The
crocodiles
rocks
from
going
coming
in.
up into the north of Egypt where there's a ton of
Crazy.
people
Swimming
and
in the
eating
water.
people.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Man-eaters, man.
Exactly. So there is an entire net there. And then sometimes they come out of the Nile and they walk around the net on the surface so when they make their way. They're not stupid.
Using their head.
Right?
All
So anyway.
man. Had frog legs. I would never eat frog legs, to be honest with you. And I don't think I could eat escargot, to be honest.
It's actually quite good. Yeah. Yeah.
It's buttered?
Exactly. It says there's green butter on that you put.
okay.
It's actually really good, Joey.
Excuse me.
All right, guys. Sorry, I mean, there's not a whole lot happening right now in the world of small cap gappers. Let's go ahead and bring down the scanner here, Assassino. We're gonna go line by line. BIYA says,
Bro,
Bovin.
Mike, that's crazy,
What happened,
bro.
Joey?
Mike
BIY.
Peter.
Great call, Bovin. Great call.
Kai said, have you ever had dog?
No, come on, man.
That's crazy.
Come on, man. No, man. No, we haven't. Okay. Okay. That's crazy.
That
We're
is
not. Nobody.
mad.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
not gonna
mad.
happen.
There's no one on this side of the planet.
BIYA, Joey. That's above and special here, not on the MX, pardon me, on the NQ. There we go. BIYA, end of the high of the day, $1.68. It's got topping till candles galore. However, those topping till candles were rejecting $1.50. We're now above the $1.50. Do we have that same sort of characteristic here on BIYA? Down goes Fraser into volume weighted average price. BIYA is dropping bigly here. Let's wow, that was a quick reversal on that, Joe. Look at that, man. Topping till candle. We're gonna hold down here, man, on 1, 2, 3. Unbelievable bamboozlement today. So small cap season is quickly, feels like, coming to an end here because this is ugly reversal into $1.68 and in one candle, we're halted down at $1.23. My God. So very ugly here from BIYA, but look, it's still holding the range. Very much look at this. 120 buyers here. We're halted down at 123. I'm going to keep an eye out on this one for a 120 hold. The top showing 122, 123, so basically where we halted at. Nothing changing there, but Fleer, my team. Anyone messing with small caps is braver than I. Brother, we mess with small caps all the time. It's just, the kind of the seasonality the nature of these small caps is what's, a little bit different. Sometimes you have crazy days like we had on Monday where there were 5 halted to the upside. Yesterday was a pseudo good day. They were aggressive, but they didn't have that continuation. And today they're just all failing, right? It's about kind of knowing what environment you're in, how they're trading on the day. But, that's all I've been trading for like the last 2.5 years, 2 years. Every single day, right? I'm trading these small caps, so.
Yeah, and
there's nothing brave about it, Joey. It's just about.
You find runners on them as well too, which I must give you.
We go through the scanners, yeah.
Yeah, we run through the scanners and everything. Yeah, I'm really tempted to take another one, but we're hands off right now. It's almost at 1 o'clock hour. Oh, we have Louise coming on today. Sharif at 1 o'clock.
We do? I doubt it. I think
he was here this morning. No,
oh, he is? Nice,
this morning.
man.
I believe he's going to be showing up here today
he's
at
still
1
posting
o'clock.
pictures. That's why. He was still in
No,
the States.
he's back home.
Back?
Yeah, he's back home. We'll get some weather updates there and see where he went in the States. I know he mentioned earlier this morning, but we'll get a refresh.
School there, right?
Both of his daughters are going to school in the United States. So shout out to Luis Barbado. A lot to talk about with some of the small cap names. 5 minutes or so. Let's see if he's going to get ready to rock and roll. Other than that, guys, you know what we were doing on Robinhood. You know what we were doing on some of the other names. Now let's go through our watch list once again and see how some of these cybersecurity names, a sector that was once scolding hot that you couldn't even touch if you wanted to because it was just on a parabolic run. And then now you're starting to come back in a little bit here. 782, you're hitting 17%. You're down actually, as of yesterday, you hit bear market territory. But don't forget, we were down 40% in CrowdStrike. But how long is this? November? And when did we bottom roughly? April. So, I mean, that's 5 months right there, but that was just evaporated in the span of a couple of weeks. So that's positive. That's something you'll take without any form of questioning. Now we're just going to wait for this split. I believe when they announced the split, they were trading in the mid-7s or something along those lines. We're going to get that south of $150 now, a 4-to-1 split for these bad boys. They're going to be looking to acquire a little CrowdStrike, my favorite cybersecurity name. We'll talk about Pan W coming off the highs as well. That's Sharif's name up there. So the two best in breed, I wouldn't necessarily say that 53%.
I didn't expect for 1 second that there was not going to be an equally aggressive retracement down as there was up.
Of course.
Like, you'd be delusional to think that was going to
That's the thing, man. That's what we've been talking about for the past couple of days is that if you thought stonks, even though in the long term, stonks only go up, but when you're hyper-focused like we are here within the market, you got to get prepared for some of these downside. Like, do we need to really do this? I don't know. Do I have to? I'm going to do it anyway.
Show it, Joey. He's going to do it. What is that again, Joey?
It's a monthly.
It's a monthly of what?
Of the NASDAQ.
What's the direction of that?
It's not down. Like,
no, we joke about this all the time, but when you're putting in your hard-earned money at the end of the month, every day into the market, and you're worried that you're not going to see ROI on that money, this is
it depends. It depends what you're buying.
I'm talking about the market.
The NASDAQ. Yeah.
The SPY or the NASDAQ, guys.
Absolutely.
That's what I mean. These actively managed portfolios, right?
Yep.
So that's what you should be looking at. Now, I think that that's a very simplistic way to look at, investing your money. I know a lot of people have come up with sophisticated ways, Joey.
Yeah.
I need a certain percentage off the highs, or I'm looking for the first red day on the week or the second red day on the week, whatever the methodology you're employing is.
Absolutely.
But buying the market, I mean, you just show them that chart. And how far does that chart go?
Do you want to?
Yeah, I want to go all the way.
Bang, from the NASDAQ.
What is that?
07.
07.
So we're roughly around 2 decades, a little bit less.
About 1,800%?
Yeah.
That's good return. That's a pretty good return. Of course, 22 was a bad year, Chris Onion. We couldn't catch a bid until October. But that is when everything was on sale.
Yeah,
Imagine buying in 22 and looking at it now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. It's literally, if you're willing to sit on your hands, 2 decades from now, I will be 54 years old. It's 180% from 23 to where we're currently trading at. Do I want to wait that long? Absolutely not. But it's better than not. And then maybe you can leave something to the next generation. So that's the game plan. I'm not writing the obituary or anything along those lines. But it sounds like I kind of am. But hey, we'll rock and roll. I think there's going to be plenty of these opportunities, especially with SpaceX. Sharif, you did drop to me that SpaceX or the Tesla article where you're like, hey man, if you
There you go.
What was it, like
Your boy Ehrlichman put that on there, man.
$2,500
Yeah.
into Tesla whenever it IPO'd,
you're a
now
millionaire.
officially a millionaire.
So,
Same
yeah.
thing with those. So you're gonna, if you really work hard and do your due diligence, you'll find that scenario. But you have to put it in a high quality name, and you do have to catch lightning in a bottle and be a little bit lucky, in my opinion. But if you prepare and put yourself in the right place at the right time, then God willing, everything will happen.
I agree, man. I agree. We'll all obviously keep a close eye. So I'm going to ask you this.
Yes, sir.
We've already made it pretty clear that you and I are taking the SpaceX IPO tomorrow on the work platform.
2 days
Joseph,
from now.
Sorry, 2 days. I don't know why.
It feels like Thursday. No,
Yeah.
everybody was saying
So
that.
what are you doing with your personal portfolio? Are you going to be punching in the SpaceX day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Depends.
In the personal.
It depends.
What does it depend on?
How strong it is. I think the strength of it. Again, patience is really key. Am I going to be, like, I don't think buying the opening price is going to be horrible, but will I be full allocation at that marker? Heck no.
No.
Will I grab a percentage just to scratch the itch? Probably, right?
So, can I ask you your bias? Are you biased that we trend down after the IPO?
No.
No. You think we trend up for a little while?
I'm going to be delusional and say yeah, because you have to be a little bit. I'm not saying
Okay. Well, let's just
delusion falls in either the right or the wrong or down or up, but I'm just
Fair.
saying I'm going to try to be somewhat optimistic, maybe is the word that I should have used.
Right.
That we're going to climb higher.
What about these facts? That MSCI
Is
is
adding
going to
them.
be doing, and every other index that tracks whatever is in the Morgan Stanley index. How about the NASDAQ?
Yep.
We know the S&P wouldn't budge. They refused to give it early inclusion,
Mm-hmm.
but there are other indexes. Do you consider massively buying in all the other funds that are linked to them or adjacent to them? Do you think that that creates a bit of a floor on the price? I'm not implying
Maybe.
it does. I'm just asking.
It could, absolutely. But Sharif, what we will find out relatively quick is
Yes,
that
sir.
now that this name is publicly traded, what we're going to have is quarterly reports. And the street will be extremely critical of these quarterly reports, in my opinion. So with that being said, if the company isn't performing, then I think the stock will get hit. Do we remain forward-looking with it? I think that's that complete narrative with Elon Musk and even within Tesla. So I will continuously buy on the reports, regardless if it goes up or goes down. But that's
So
going
you're
to
a
be
long-term
telling of
investor.
words.
Yeah.
So it's just wait until that next report. Yeah, that's what I am. I'm a long-term investor of this name. I don't have a couple of month horizon. I'm going to be
Fantastic.
holding this name until
Death do you
probably,
part?
yeah, exactly. No, seriously.
Yeah, no, I
Adara,
gotcha.
see ya.
Yep.
Keep an eye here, guys, on USO. This is going to be on watch here after U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright said that he is not aware that the U.S. is taking any oil out of Iran. Now, this is a response to comments from President Trump, who we know was speaking about an hour and a half or so ago. And he said, quote, "We're taking out millions of barrels of oil nightly from Iran." Again, Trump's million barrels of oil per night claim being flat out denied, as far as I can tell here, by U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. If I get more, I'll let you know.
I'm taking the oil.
He's
It's mine,
taking it all,
Joey.
man. He's
I'm
taking it
taking
all.
all of it.
Guys, DSY is making moves. Shout out to Timothy for pointing that one. I did see it, but shout out to you anyway, Timothy. $13 in the front. I was going to say in the rear view, but that's wrong. $12.75 limit up. We just flashed limit up here on DSY. DSY is up about 600%. It is well off the highs, though. As we can see, 1990 high. Can't quite see what limit up is yet, but if we ascend to it, I'll be able to tell you. We're coming into 13. There's resistance here at 13. The current bar high on DSY is right here. There goes 13. So current area high is about 13.11. Halt parameter at 13.11 fails, coming right back down. New halt level, can't quite see. Oh, this is the screen that doesn't have it. Let me put it on another screen here. Well, oh, crap. DSY, 1 second.
we got our
Limit up, there we go. Now we got it, 1356 limit up on DSY. There's the halt parameter, fails again. It's 1356 here, guys, on DSY, up over 600% now. This is really going. There's a lot of resistance at 15. There's plenty of resistance between 15 to 18 here. So you're going to need to keep your eye on this. 1398 limit up now. So that's moving up as we speak. 1398 limit up. Let's keep an eye out on that one. But we do have our favorite small cap trader. Goes by the name of Luis Barbado. Luis, it's been too long, man. First of all, I know you're back home, but I got to ask you, how was your trip in the U.S.?
It was good. It was intense because of a lot of emotions after 1 year not seeing the kids.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and a lot of driving as well because one was in Michigan, the other one in Ohio, went to Chicago, Detroit. So a lot of driving around. And actually, we had a full American Michigan experience because you know what happened in Michigan. There's thousands of deers.
Yes.
And it's very difficult to drive. So I hit a deer on the road, and I took the full experience,
No way. Everybody's okay,
man.
though, right? Everybody was okay? The car, everything was okay?
Yeah, everybody was okay. The car was not okay, but it was a rental car. So.
But that's what you get insurance for, Luis, right? You get the insurance for that. I'm happy to hear everybody's okay, brother. That's normal for us up here, if not worse, right? You just leave Toronto by 20 minutes, half an hour. There's deer everywhere. There's signs all over the area, deer crossings, this, that, and the other. But the daughters, they like it out there? Everything is good? 'Cause second year there, no?
They're loving it.
They love it.
They're doing 10th grade there, and they having the year of their life. So
that's amazing.
They don't want to come back, actually. They don't want to come back, but they have to.
It's a lot different than driving in Europe, though, right? A lot of open fields, a lot of green, big highways. Completely different, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
All right, let's get down to work, Luis. Let's talk about small caps lately. They've been insane. I don't know if you saw the price action on Monday. Luis, there were 5 of these all limit up at one time. It felt like everything that we were looking at was halting up. There was just an insane amount of money coming in. Do you credit this to, the pattern day trade rule being removed? Like, what are your thoughts lately? Give us a bigger picture.
I think it might be the first movement because of the PDT. I don't think it's going to hold on like this. Once we settle down and the PDT is here for a while, I don't think this is going to be the normal movement. So, but the first days, it was supposed to happen something different, and it is happening as we spoke pre-market. It is true that most of the stocks that are doing this huge halt bands and this 1,000 movement or 2,000% movement are all Chinese, Hong Kong, nano floats. So it was better maybe to avoid this kind of tickers. I took a loss on INHD on Monday, just back from holidays to say hello to the market. But you have to be more cautious until this madness stop a little bit.
Yeah, I that was kind of my feeling as well. I felt like, unless you really were, used to trading these ones that are halting and you have a strategy for how you employ, because sometimes, Luis, I'll give you an example. I want to show you this trade here. If I can pull it up on a different screen, it's called KMRK. CPOP is halted, by the way, guys. You need to be careful with that one. That one is really going. KMRK. Let's just load this one up. So this was the trade today, Luis. So got in at around 449, halt up initially 481, second halt up 558, third halt up 659. So I'm $2 away from my entry, Luis, on this. $2 away. When it opened up from this halt, it opened up at $3.79. There was nothing I could do other than throw in a market on open order, right? I just had to pray that, the top wouldn't continue to drop. So I feel like these ones are very strategy sensitive, especially because when something isn't trading, there's really nothing you can do until it opens up again with these kind of things.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not about a strategy, but it is about having the risk under control. And when there is a halt, you can't do much. I mean, it's only imbalance, buyers and sellers. But if you are stuck in a halt within these days, that is so crazy because other months, other weeks, we have halts and they open 5% or 10% up or down, that's okay. But we are having a lot of halts opening 30%, 50%, 100% higher or lower. And that's the problem. You cannot control the risk within these huge halt bands. I was stuck on ANHD short when it halted. For a moment, I saw my account blowing up because it marked like $200 opening, and it could have happened. You know, that's
I
the
saw
problem.
that. I remember that. I remember that. That was going into the afternoon. It was crazy. It was showing. It was halted at like $29, and it was showing 200 tap. Now that one took over an hour, right, to reopen again. I think it opened up at 3:45, something like that.
Yeah, it was very strange, but it was because I think it was supposed to open after market, because when it's halted for over 1 hour and there is less than 15 minutes to close the market, the rule it said should open when the market closed. But it opens just like 5 or 10 minutes before the market closed, which is strange. And then it held up again, and then you got a T12, and you can be stuck in a position for a year. So really avoid this kind of trades on Chinese with size and front side. You know, it's very, very tricky. It only get one trade to blow up your account. So that's why we have daily stop loss on real trading, of course. But when there is a halt, that ain't going to help you, right?
No, there's nothing you can do. Exactly. All right. Well said there. Very sound advice, very strategic. Luis, did you trade today? And if you did, what were you looking at?
Very, very few trades, actually, because of this cycle now of runners. Very, very carefully traded. We traded a little bit CPI. Took a small loss on this one. Well, took a profit a little bit here, and then it took a loss shorting here against this VWAP. Had to close here and close when it broke $1. So difficult trade. As you can see now, it's halted in $2. There's nothing to do there. So that's what I meant. If it breaks the highs of the day, the risk of halt is very big. And listen, this stock it closes the day before below 70 cents. That means it's gonna halt up every time it moves 15 cents or 10%. So it's gonna be halted all the time because 15 cents is nothing for this stock right now. So very, very difficult trade. I trade a blue chip and I lost as well. So it's a losing day for me today. And here I was a little bit unlucky. I was short here, SNDK, stop out when it broke 1750s. Here, stop out and look at that, $100 down. What can you do? Bad luck a little bit and a little bit maybe too big on the trade, you know. It's what I was talking with Brendan. It's important to set up your limit where you are going to stop out, but also your default shares, because if your stop is here and you are shorting here, still you have like $20 out of the market. So you have to measure very good your size, right? In this kind of a stock, so volatile and so expensive.
All right, fantastic stuff. All right, Luis, let's get into things here. We had INHD on Monday, we had PAVS yesterday, and then now we have DSY or DYS today. Now, we're talking about some of these stocks going on 1,000+% runs. I believe it was the first day INHD almost hit a couple of 1,000% more. Now, I'm not saying abandoning ship, but you mentioned taking a little bit of a hit and somewhat of a narrative change within the PDT rule obviously being lifted. Do you think it's like, okay, we have these big time runners, even though there is that potential of the downside, and I know you're looking for the short, but do you think, hey, considering we can go on these substantial runs, let me take a little bit of a breather and just wait until things cool down before I look to start trading some of these names that have been going on big time moves?
Yeah, absolutely. If you are a short seller, it might be days to slow down, don't trade or trade very small, wait very much for the entry and have tight stop loss. Or as you say, just move to another kind of stocks for a few days until it settles down, because you know, it's very, very risky, mainly because of the halts. As I said, this is the main risk, because if it's volatile, but you can just close your position, hitting the market order, that's fine. But when you can do, because it's halted, the risk is very big. At least try to avoid Chinese, Hong Kong stocks that are so manipulative. As we saw pre-market look, and we could see this every day. This is China, this is Hong Kong, this is Hong Kong, this is Hong Kong. Okay, so there is plenty of them. And that's pre-market. Hong Kong, China. So I think 95% of the stocks gapping up are from Hong Kong and China. And I think SEC will have to take measure with this because it's not normal that these Chinese IDR are moving 1,000%, 300%. And then the next day, they send offering, they ATM in the market, warrants or whatever, and then it goes all the way down like one day later. So it makes no sense. I think for the healthy of the market, this has to be solved soon.
And Sean actually mentioned that this
CPOP
morning.
open.
Sean actually mentioned that this morning that, hey, I don't think this is overly healthy for the market. But Sharif, you're a short bias Luis, you're a short bias individual. So don't you think it'd be good for you to see these type of big time runs? Because you know eventually, and you showed us the data before, that typically after day 2 or day 3, these things just absolutely implode and lose the majority of their gains. But I understand where you're coming from a retail standpoint, because people are blowing up their accounts at the same time.
Yeah, that's I mean, even though the statistics are on your side, and if you short like 60, 70%, you're gonna make money because it's gonna go again to $1. It is a matter of how much are you gonna lose when you're wrong, and how many times are you gonna go wrong. With this volatility and these halts, your winning ratio is gonna go down a lot because you will have to stop out many trades before it turns into a winning trade, first of all. And also, it only takes one wrong trade to blow up a whole month. So, yes, the statistics are on your side. The opportunity is there, but it is so risky that the statistics are a little bit, different nowadays.
Absolutely. So there's one more thing here, INHD, and we talked about it. You mentioned taking before on Monday or whatever it may have been that you took a little bit of a hit, but this is obviously split adjusted. This thing was an insane amount. You're talking to SEC, maybe doing a probe eventually at one point if this continues on this path. Are you looking for a potential short in the near future here in INHD?
It's not going to open, I think, for many, many days. I think it's a T12. They say between 90 days.
Oh, wow.
Until 1 year. So I think I am glad that I could close the short because I don't want to be in a trade for days or months. Although I think it's going to open in 0. Probably because it's manipulation, compliance on the SEC, fraudulent movements, and blah, blah, blah. So I think it's going to open down, but either way, I don't want to be stuck there for days or months in a position.
Fair enough. And one last question here, Luis, and then we'll get into some more fun conversation because I want to know what the weather is like over there. You're talking about 90 days to a year that this thing could be halted.
That's insane.
That's an insane amount of time. I mean, we're both a part of the brotherhood. There'd be a lot of people going to be joining us at that point, especially if they're stuck within this name. But how do you keep a track of the price, or is that just not possible? Because I pull it up here and there's 0 taps, so you have no idea if and when and what price the same specifically going to open up at.
No idea. Just set up alerts on any news related from the SEC, or of course on some alerts if it opens, just to realize that it's open in 5 seconds to close the position. And as I say, keep track on serious news about it. To see when it's going to open. But I hope not many people is stuck short there for so long. I read some people on X.
That's crazy.
Asking for his exchange, like I'm long. Someone is short, we can cross like particular, internal feeling to just avoid the risk and a certain price.
Wow.
Yeah.
So sorry, I didn't hear you on it. There's no way that you can figure out the current price on this thing. There's no way.
Not at all. Not at all.
All right.
That's worse than the private market, right? Like at least the private market, they have some sort of offerings from time to time. You can gauge. Here, you're just, what are you going to do?
Yeah. You know what? We're going to bet something. Let's see. Put an alert there, set up an alert when it opens, and let's say some prices.
Yeah,
okay?
We should have a pool of when this opens. Good. That's a good one. INHD, right?
Yeah, INHD.
Okay, let's pull up the chart. Let's pull up the chart.
The day it opens, resumption price, You bet
This
first.
is gonna
There
be
is.
good. Okay, I gotta look at the chart.
It's gonna
Luis.
be a dinner. It's gonna be a dinner in Toronto. Okay.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, so are we doing
So hold
this
on, hold on.
Hold on, we're doing this between us three? We each
Yeah,
pick,
yeah.
a
This is
time frame?
fantastic.
Okay.
I really like this.
No way, I think Luis has an unfair advantage, or
Why?
maybe you too, because he might have a little bit better of an idea.
Bro, there's nobody that knows. He just made that point.
Okay, I
right?
get
Like,
that,
yeah,
but
yeah.
he has the experience.
Yes,
Sharif,
I get it,
Is
I
what
get
I'm
it.
getting
Oh,
at.
come on, come on.
All right,
I know,
listen,
right?
we're doing it.
He doesn't like to
cry, don't
lose,
cry.
Luis.
Listen,
That's
Luis,
the thing,
I'm a
right?
gambling man. Let's do it. So we're gonna do a
All right,
time
let's do
frame
it.
and when
Let's
this
do it.
thing is gonna open
So,
up.
Joey, it closed out at, I believe, or the halt price, the
Yeah.
last print there, 38.45. Let me just go to the
I got
15 on this.
39.49.
Yeah, sorry, 1 second.
38.80 I have.
38, yeah, I got 39 and change for some reason here, 39.61. Whatever, that's not much of a difference, Luis. There's a halt level right here, 20.81. I'm gonna go ahead and say, Luis, it's gonna open up at $7.50. I'm gonna say
So
$7.50.
You go for the VWAP.
You know exactly what I'm
you
thinking.
think- oh,
Yeah. He got it immediately, right? He knew immediately what I was going for. I'm gonna go for VWAP, right?
Okay.
Let's see if 750
go,
holds.
you-
Okay, so how does this work? We can't
Yeah, can
be
hear you,
above.
Katina,
We
man.
can't be above or like what is it? So if you're above the price, you're done. You can be below the closest two, right?
No, I think it.
Closest, above or below the closest one.
The closest
Right,
two.
but Luis, it
Yeah.
could also theoretically gap up. I know it
Yeah.
probably won't, but
Yeah.
theoretically it could.
Okay, you're at
Yeah.
750.
I'm going 750, Joey.
I'm going 751.
Come on, man. This is not the Price is Right.
Listen,
This
I'm
is not
going
the Price is Right,
751.
man. Like, what
I'm going
is this, bro?
751.
No, man.
So-
That's some
Yeah.
Price is
If I
Right
go-
crap, bro.
going
No,
If I
man.
go
751.
749.
He's
Oh,
749. like-
749.
You
So
never
yeah,
see-
this makes it tough, man. That makes it tough.
All right,
All right.
I'm changing my order,
Well,
man.
I'm going. It doesn't matter what you do. I'm going a penny above.
What
or
is
below.
this? This is.
No. Let's give $1 bracket because
Okay,
otherwise.
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
$1.
$1
spread.
$1
Okay.
spread.
I will go. Yeah. Okay. So.
$8.50?
Yeah, I'll go 850.
Luis.
Okay, I go 650.
650. Wow, this is
Everybody's
dangerous.
thinking the same
Yeah,
thing here. Everybody's
the same
thinking.
thing.
Everybody's
Actually,
thinking
you know
VWAP,
what?
Right? Like,
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be a wild card here, and I'm gonna go $3.50.
yeah.
Yeah,
See, I was
$3.50.
thinking low single digits as well.
Yeah, I'm going
right?
$3.50.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if the opening price is gonna decided by the imbalance volume, probably it's gonna open higher. But I don't think that's the matter here. I think it's gonna open very low because of the news, because of the SEC investigation.
Right.
So if it's about imbalance, bids and offers, and buyers and sellers, it could open in $100. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like that's probably going to be a tough one there. I don't really see this gapping up, Luis. I think the SEC investigation, the fact that you mentioned, you know what the origin, where it originates from, you know those small cap Chinese low float names do not have a good reputation other than for intraday trading and intraday trading only. That's kind of the reputation that they have. That they're bamboozlers, they retrace, they drop back down. In any event, I think this one probably is. You know, we're having a good time with it. We're making bets, right? We're having a good time. But the fact of the matter is, anybody watching, thinking about trading these, you need to think the risk involved. I know it looks fantastic when you gap up. You're at 100% in the money. But this is also an eventuality.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
So we gotta
And people have real money on the line as well, too. So we have to take that into consideration. But yeah, this is going to be a fun game. I hope, did we write this down? Let's do it right now. I'll write it.
750.
We got 750.
Volume weighted average price.
About-
You're taking 850.
about-
No, I
betting-
took 350. I took 350.
Took 350. Luis is going 650.
Luis, you're 650.
He's 650.
Trees,
Yeah.
750.
I'm 750.
Joe is
350.
350. All right, man. Dinner on, it looks who's the farthest away, right?
Well, Joey, I think we're going to have to go to Barcelona.
Okay,
know, we might have to go over
So
there.
if I win, Luis has to buy me a ticket to Barcelona.
This guy, bro. This
I
guy,
buy you
bro.
the dinner. I buy you the dinner.
I buy you the dinner. That's
Okay,
all you're getting, bro. You're going to have to schlep
that's
with,
fair.
with the flight and the hotel. my
That's
guy.
fine. 650. We got it here. It's gonna happen. It's going down now. We're looking forward to it. We're not gonna lose track of this thing, you know.
All right, Luis. Thank you for coming on,
you know,
brother.
You know about betting. You know, we are serious traders and we don't bet. We just are professional in trading. But I think When I saw the movie and I wrote the book about Nick Lesson, you know, the guy who bankrupted the Barings Bank in the UK, one of the biggest banks in UK.
Right.
He sent the bank up to bankruptcy, the bank, because, you know, bad trading and bad behaviors and so on. But in the book, it's very interesting that he explains that because the only thing that matters in trading is your ego and being right or wrong, what these traders did before the market opens, they went to a bar and they bet $100 if the market was going to go up or down. And that killed your ego. So the only thing that it matters to you in the end of the day was, I was right or wrong in the betting. No matter if you made $1 million or lose it, they were happy if they won the bet, and they were sad if they lost the bet, no matter how much money they made. So it is very important to detach this ego and, you know, that being right and wrong and trading seriously and professionally.
I think we're going to have to get one more person in on this bet. You guys might know who he is. Katina Man. The Katina Man is taking the hot line on this, and he's saying that this is going to go straight. Not even gap down, Katina Man. It's going straight to Jeff Mendel's OTC markets.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm taking that stance is that what if they do investigate it and there is something up with it, and the next thing you know, it maybe gets even delisted. Have you ever seen that before, Louis, there getting delisted? Like it doesn't open up, it goes right to the OTC?
No, I haven't seen it. I've seen it opening in zero. I was
yeah. I mean, zero's a chance as well. But yeah, we've seen names.
What's your price, Katina Man?
-0, straight to OTC is my call.
If it goes there, let's make a couple of dinners for Sean.
Are you guys trading SpaceX on Friday, or maybe just looking at it? What are you thinking?
We'll try for sure. It was a very nice trade on Cerberus. I did.
Same.
I know you were long on that opening price. I took a short when it halted up.
Well,
I don't remember the
you're much smarter than me. I have no idea what I'm doing over here. But I think for SpaceX, we'll definitely try the long early to see if there's any market momentum. And then if they kind of, as traders like to say, rug pull, then we have the ability to go short. And of course, don't forget, Luis, pay for shorts that day, just in case we need to go the other way.
Yeah, I did in service, and it worked pretty fine. I couldn't take the loan that you guys took, but I was very fast taking the short when it halted. I thought there was too much buying on the opening, and I was expecting this halt down. I don't know. I'm sure we will try to trade it. It also depends what price and what bands they are opening. It's very expensive or not. And try to measure the size is going to be tricky because, you know,
I think that's what
history, so it's
exactly.
I think that's what Neil and I were saying before as well. Like the amount of shares that you take, if this opens up at $300 and all of a sudden it's a $4 trillion company, I mean that's probably a little too spicy to go immediately long on. That is for sure. But I have a little bit of beef to pick with you, and it's just for fun. And that is that Ohio. You said you were in Ohio and Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
That is like a stone's throw away from the Trader TV Live office.
Tell him,
so next time you're around here, you could easily shack up with Joe or Sharif. You could stay there. You could come stay with me. You could do whatever you want. Next time you're around, you know, this northeast area of North America, please stop by. We would love to have you back in the studio. So there's an open invitation, my friend.
I checked it. How long it was, but driving was like 10 hours.
Yeah, exactly. It's about that,
It is a stone's throw. I mean, it depends on what part of Michigan.
Relatively speaking, to the size of the continent,
listen, there in the US or Canada, you drive 1 hour to have a dinner.
I know, it's so crazy.
It's the way it is here, man.
Luis, to get home is 11 kilometers from here, and it takes me like 35, 40 minutes to get there. You could probably bike faster than that. No, but the reason why I ask is Detroit is 3 hours away from Toronto, right?
Exactly,
and you know, Neil and I used to go down to Cincinnati. Anyways, and it's all good. We're hearing that we have to go back to the boys, so we're gonna go back to Sharif and Joe. Thanks, Luis.
I wanted to. Thanks, Luis. I hope you're having a fantastic time, and thank you for today, brothers. We're gonna have a lot of fun. It's all documented right here on Sean's sticky note. I'm looking forward to the future that I will be indulging in.
Thank you for coming on, Luis. See you next week, brother.
Yeah.
Take care. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
All right, so it is almost 1:30, and that means we are well over time for the news segment. So why don't we send it up to Sia and
Let's
get
send
started?
it to Sia. Well, I return.
Well, yeah.
Perfect. Let's start the news segment. We're going to start with a headline from Amazon's trucking expansion. It said it'll open up its less than truckload shipping service to companies beyond its own company network. The announcement has tanked shares of carriers such as FedEx, Freight, Old Dominion, and XPO a bit lower after the announcement. Amazon, as we know it, has been putting more of its in-house logistics offerings for others to access. And what this could do and is doing, as we can see, is proof, is that posed to be a growing threat in the industry to every competitor. And it's also expanding into a space that directly challenges incumbent carriers. And the first reaction is a risk-off for all transport stocks. And with that, Amazon is down on the day 2.3%.
So I like this. I've always liked Amazon expanding their own logistical networks. It's come at the detriment to some of their competitors, specifically FedEx. But we also saw, just as a bigger industry picture here, Uber in their last earnings report finally showed that their third division and the most seldomly spoken about division, Uber Freight, actually grew back into positivity. It's back into that growth phase. It had been, I think, almost 8 quarters of either flat or negative growth on Uber Freight. A lot of people don't even know there's a freight division to Uber, right? Think of mobility and obviously food delivery. But I want to show this as well, Assassino, if we can. A lot of people don't know that FedEx Freight is its own ticker now, and it launched back on the 27th of May, so it hasn't even been a month. And we've had a $200 double top. So FDXF is the ticker there for FedEx Freight. Now, why are we talking about that? Well, because exactly the opposite is happening here. We've seen Amazon really move away from what they're saying is a more higher margin product, whether it's working with UPS or whether it's working with FDX. And we saw when they expanded their logistical networks, both of those stocks got a hit. So I think it's to the detriment of FedEx, FedEx Freight, perhaps even Uber, and obviously UPS to be included there, and better for Amazon as they look to shore up their costs. And they've already shown their intentions, I think, for many years now, of really not shying away from getting into industries that are not within their core competency. And they do it pretty well. Think of vacuum cleaners. Think of, the most obvious, web services, cloud. I mean, like, what the hell does that have to do with next day delivery? But they threw their hat into that ring, and how positive it was. We're talking about Amazon Freight and their expansion. Do you have any comments about the freight business?
How they depart, obviously, their partnership, or FedEx departing the partnership within Amazon.
Remember that?
Right, we were talking about that not too long ago. I mean, it only amounted to FedEx about 8% of their actual volume, which I found interesting. I thought it'd be a little bit more than that. I thought it was a smarter move for FedEx, and I think it's good for both parties, to be honest with you, at the end of the day. We've seen what Amazon was doing with literally, I don't know, 60-second delivery and everything along those lines. Or not 60 seconds, 60-minute delivery. Yeah, 60-minute delivery. Yeah, it's like instantly.
It's pretty quick.
And it's instantly there. Yeah, but no, 60 minutes. I mean, I like everything that Amazon has going for it. I like that the two companies are parting ways, to be honest with you. FedEx splitting into two, I believe that might have happened already.
Have a look.
So, yeah.
That's FedEx Freight right there.
Oh, there it is.
May 27th.
So there you go, May
First
27th.
day.
So there's that split on that one. I would much rather go with Amazon than
100%. So would I.
For sure.
But to be fair, let's just look at the FedEx chart because, I remember showing Neil this not long ago. This isn't a bad looking chart. This is not a bad looking chart. I've seen a lot worse in this here market. Okay, now we're off the high by a little bit, about $25 or so off the high. We're at 320. But this one just saw all-time highs on the first of this month, Joey. So the fact of the matter is, maybe it could have grown a little bit more aggressively had Amazon not chosen to do what they did. But the fact of the matter is, it got into all-time highs subsequent to the
of
dissolution
yeah.
of their
And I
of
brought,
their
like,
agreement.
I think it'd be a completely different, I believe it would be a completely different story if the percentage of volume that FedEx or Amazon ran through FedEx was greater than 10. It would be like, we're talking about 8%
Well
of it,
said.
right? You know what I
Well said.
mean? So maybe that much, it didn't hinder the stock price that much because I think you can subsidize for that in other places. See ya.
Talk a bit about the SpaceX IPO momentum. It's coming
All right, I'm
in
gonna rant
less
on
than 2
here.
days now. So pre-IPO futures and a lot of chatter and excitement, as we do know it, around this. Even right here, Sharif and Joe are going to take a dive in it as I'm hearing. Crypto traders also are in the pre-IPO perpetual futures and are expecting a big first day for the company. This perpetual future contract specifically is currently trading around the $162 region on the hyper-liquid trading platform, which is a market dominated by highly active, leverage-seeking crypto traders, and that value is about 20% above the fixed IPO price of $135 per share. Now, the technicals, we've been over it. I'm going to go over it again. SpaceX is expected to be at a fixed price of $135 per share. Reports the company is targeting a massive offering size, with the deal expected to draw certain intense attention from both institutions as well as retail traders. Valuation is that they're currently at an initial market cap of roughly $1.75 to $1.77 trillion, which, yes, places it among the largest companies in the United States. Target capital: company is expected to raise approximately $75 billion to accelerate growth, its launch capacity, as well as the Starlink infrastructure. And early pricing activity, as well as signals, are suggesting that the stock could open up with a good premium. Could is the keyword here, if this momentum persists. But Adara, what's your take on SpaceX?
There's just an interesting little update here that I know Brendan actually put on the screen this morning. And I want to preface this by saying I highly doubt this is going to change absolutely anything when it comes to SpaceX and its likelihood of IPOing on Friday. But Elizabeth Warren, a senator that we know, likes to weigh in here on some of these issues. She even recently wrote to Jensen Huang asking him to appear in front of the Senate Banking Committee. He rejected. Anyways, she's now writing a letter to the SEC. This was reported this morning by CNBC, urging them to delay SpaceX's IPO. Now, some of the things that she's saying here are that there are unprecedented threats to investor protection and market integrity issues posed by the biggest IPO in the history of the market. This is a 12-page letter, guys, so this is like a missive at this point. Also saying that there are some concerns about inaccurate or misleading accounting or valuation, quote unquote, with regards to how SpaceX acquired XAI from Elon Musk, saying that Elon Musk has, quote, uniquely unchecked power due to the share, like his share in his voting rights, and then also saying that there are significant risks to shareholders by the idea that these indices are immediately going to be adding SpaceX, or at least could potentially be immediately adding SpaceX to these indices. So again, this is coming from Elizabeth Warren. It is very unlikely that we'll actually get any kind of stop to the SpaceX IPO with that in mind. But interesting update, and the latest update here. I also want to let you guys know that SpaceX now seeing 4 times oversubscribed. I was seeing that yesterday as well, but there's going to be a lot of interest here in this stock, regardless of if Senator Elizabeth Warren agrees or not.
Senator Elizabeth Warren and I would be in agreement on one key point here, which is the fact that Elon Musk holds 42% of the equity of this company, but has 85% of the voting power. That is asymmetrical. So if you're going to invest in this company, one thing you should be ready for, this is Elon's company. Okay? Maybe not from an equity perspective, but from a control perspective. What he says is going to go. And it's not going to be like Tesla, where he's going to have, you know, a proxy fight with shareholders and that whole thing that we already saw. And it's so this has to be in the back of your mind. If you're not okay with that, then just stay away, because that's what it is. He holds 42. He's going to hold about 42% of the equity, but he's going to have 85% of the voting power. So think that through before you invest. I mean, I just believe in Elon, right? Whether you think he's super weird or, you know, some of his politics may turn you off, I perceive him to be as an achiever. He gets stuff done. It's not on the timelines he always articulates, but the fact of the matter is he gets stuff done, in my opinion. Let's talk also about some of the bad in this company. There's about $41 billion in accumulated deficit, and that, you know, look at this, Q1 2026 alone, they had a net loss of $4.28 billion. And that's not because SpaceX is not a good company. That's not because Starlink is not a good company. That's because of the XAI merger, which also Elizabeth Warren did cite there. XAI is bleeding $2.5 billion per quarter on compute and training losses, okay? And that's not going to be forever and ever more, right? But that's what the status quo is. That also has to factor in to your thinking. 30% retail. He was lauded for that. Look, it's not just a billionaire's world anymore. So the narrative he's trying to sell you goes. That 30%, though, a lot of the people on the other side of the spectrum are saying that's going to be the exit liquidity for the billionaires. Whether that's true or not, we're going to wait and see. But on to take the other side, just to make the argument to the other side here, because playing devil's advocate, if you think you're going to be, or the retail is going to be the exit liquidity for the billionaires, how do you square the circle of the passive buying by the index funds? Inclusion into the NASDAQ 100, inclusion into the MSCI, not quite for the S&P, so that'll have to wait. But all those indexes and the index that track that has to be passive buying. So will retail really be the exit liquidity, seeing as these indices or these funds have to continue to buy it? Probably not first day, probably maybe in a week, two, whatever. So that's another thing to think about there. 11.83 billion is another thing to think about, and that's how much Starlink alone brought in revenue in 2025 with EBITDA at around 63%. That's fantastic for a product that, you know, has to go and launch into space. So I'm liking that side of the business as well. And then last but not least here, the employees, not the investors in the IPO round, but the employees have a lockout period of 90 days. Elon and crew have a lockout period of 366 days. So those two things aren't the same. I was just showing Joey an Instagram post right now that said the cafeteria worker at SpaceX who was given shares as a part of their employment are going to be millionaires now. That's kind of crazy. But that's who I'm talking about when I say 90-day lockout period, Joey.
Yeah, there's a couple of things here, Sharif. We're talking about bleeding money and hemorrhaging money. You'll probably agree with me on this one. Just the fact that he's going to be now, what were they calling it? Elon Cloud or something? The cloud compute? Yeah, EWS, not AWS. So EWS, there's a way that he can mitigate the loss that he's going quarter after quarter with this by renting out his compute. Now, we know what kind of brand damage Elon Musk has done with Tesla when he was campaigning with Donald Trump in his most current tenure. Can that happen with XAI? Obviously, you can have the bears jump on board who don't like this individual, and then you have these massive short flows. But that's something you have to take into consideration. Elon is going to be Elon, and if he has the majority, this is what he longs for to happen in Tesla. He doesn't have that power. But if you see the brand damage that happened before, what can he do here with SpaceX? I mean, they're completely different businesses, in the way that things can be altered and hindered are completely different as well too. But in my opinion, be prepared. This man does some wild things. Has he calmed down a little bit? Yes. But you also have to take that into consideration when you are buying this company. This guy, almost like Donald Trump, can just say anything at any given moment, and people are just like, oh my God, what is this guy actually doing? So I'm prepared for that. I'm going to be a long-term investor in this company. I'll be forward-looking. There's always the chance that the two companies are going to merge as well, too, which I think will be a positive for both, combining market capitalization. And I think his pay package is going to be altered at that point. We're talking about this guy needs to hit $10 trillion by a certain date. Well, that can definitely add a little bit of a boost to that. So regardless of what happens the opening day, I'm a long-term investor in this company, and I will be for the foreseeable future. We're talking about some of these larger participants like Ron Barron, who's been invested in this company for years and years and years, talking this can hit 27 trillion. I understand that he's a shareholder and has been for quite some time in the private markets, and he would obviously have that outlook. But I have the utmost confidence in it, because if he's going to be the first individual to put data centers in space where you can really, really reduce your cost, I have to stick with that. Let's send it back to Sia. We're going to be talking some neurorobotics.
Yes, Joe, we're definitely talking about neurorobotics. It's a German robotics company. Reports of a large funding round tied to its AI humanoid robot push. And stay with me, it's raised a round of up to $1.4 billion. The company has said today this follows an earlier 120 million euro Series B round in January of last year, which showed a clear step up in capital needs. Company keeps scaling. U.S. tech giants such as Qualcomm, Amazon, and NVIDIA are all invested in this. Robotics companies have raised $55.8 billion so far this year. The full funding is, however, contingent on the company hitting certain milestones based on the company's performance, but Neura has declined to comment on any of these for now. Let's go a bit into the build out. So it's said that the robots are designed to work alongside humans with a focus on cognitive robots and practical automation. The company's platform strategy has also discussed that it's aiming for more than a single product. So basically it's going to be forming an ecosystem, and reports are also pointing to a stronger order book, which is good, and it helps explain why the company is receiving certain funds and large rounds of private funding. What do you have to say about this?
I like the space, Sia. There's no question about it. I like the robotic space. I think we're going to see a lot of money flow into that robotic space. You know, not to bring it back to Elon again, but how couldn't we? I mean, Optimus in focus here for mass production in 2027. And so another Tesla play. Obviously, we know Tesla is a multifaceted play. I like the space. I think there's two parts here to this space. I think there is the intelligence side, which is essentially going to be a mobile LLM or an SLM, small language model on device. So think of NVIDIA's Jetson processor when you think of something like that. And then, Joey, there's going to be the robotic side, the physical side of it as well, which, to be fair, the Chinese seem to be doing very, very well at. Now, one thing that we can kind of say maybe the Chinese are a little bit behind on are still the large language models or the software. Let's go with that. Let's go with the software
side of things. Yeah, I agree. What we've seen some of these Chinese robots do, we know that I believe it was Adara, Neil, and I, and Brando as well too, when we were covering the Tesla earnings report. This guy's talking about a million Gen 1 of Optimus.
Okay.
Right, and then I think Gen 2 he's looking at 500,000. Anyways, aside from that, we've seen videos of Optimus. I don't know the brain behind it, but it is extremely behind from a hardware standpoint compared to the Chinese. Do I think that these are going to be your day-to-day household items? I think in the latter half of my life, probably. I think that's that next big step.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think
you don't think a 5 to 10 year window?
No,
dude. They're starting mass production of Optimus in 27. Think about.
Yeah, they're starting. That's what I'm saying. This guy's thinking he's going to have 1 million of them, but how?
Probably not 1 million, though. I mean,
that's
what he
put. That's what he said in the earnings report. He wants to produce them.
He's pretty ambitious.
He's extremely ambitious, and with that being said, we have to take into consideration how ambitious he may be from having it as your daily household item. That focal point of your household. I don't think we're.
Let me throw something at you.
Absolutely,
Joey. If he comes out and says $20,000 to $25,000 price tag, upgradable in the software sense. So we'll just go with that. We'll call it software.
Yep.
And much like he does with his Teslas, provides good financing / leasing.
Yeah.
You think it's a needle mover?
For the company.
If you're paying, let's just go with a $300 to $350 a month price tag on a lease, or finance, whatever you want to call it.
It depends how quality the product is and what it can do. Like, if it's something that you need to have, if it can really take a hold of some people's lives and just like all those little nuanced things that you have to do from a day-to-day basis, like wash your dishes, fold your clothes.
You're talking my language,
if it can do those things, then absolutely.
It's going to be a needle mover.
It's going to be probably one of the biggest things on the planet, but that's forward looking. I don't know if we're going to be reaching that anytime soon.
But to be fair, we've seen advancements in that regard. Let's tell them about how Meta employees are wearing cameras on their head.
Yeah.
Right? Let's tell them about how factory workers in some parts of the developing world are wearing cameras on their head so that they can train these robots to do their jobs.
Yeah.
How kind of, it's very dystopian, right, that the person who's going to be replaced has to actually train the replacing item. And that's really what's happening.
Exactly. So
that aside, can you make the argument that we may see that sooner rather than later because of what we're doing now? Of the people wearing cameras on their head so they can teach the robots actually the motor skills required to do certain tasks. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, this is how I'm going to answer.
All right, let's go.
All right. Anthropic, 80% of its code was created by humans. Now you're at the point where only 10% humans are really starting to interfere.
That's crazy.
So you have this window of when we've only really been talking about Anthropic for less than a year. The pace in which we can fall into that is rapidly growing.
It is.
Right? But do I think anything can happen, right? So what I'm going to try and say here is it can definitely happen faster than we're expecting
something's happening.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right, I can look here. Here we go.
A lot of people are saying Adara.
All right, it's fine. We can look. Flanders, here we go. A growing number of oil tankers are reportedly using a riskier route close to Oman's coast to transit the Strait of Hormuz, often with AIS transponders turned off in an effort to avoid security threats in the region. That's being reported by Squawk. According to the Financial Times, about 15 ships per day are using the Omani Channel with U.S. air cover support. Maritime experts warn that the practice is increasing the risk of navigation incidents and collisions already in congested waterway. Okay, keeping an eye here. OpenAI and Visa, no. Tesla's full self-driving. Okay, just looking. I think that is the news headline. This is old news. People are saying you want Tesla. Is that what people are looking for? OpenAI, here it is. Tesla's self-driving assistance FSD system is authorized in Belgium. Flanders transport minister, that's coming in as well. Israeli Defense Minister Katz warns campaign against Iran is far from over, with the IDF prepared to strike with far greater force. So that's probably not good as well, obviously, with issues there. So those are the headlines that just came in. Moments ago, just looking, Israeli Defense Force Katz. The campaign is far from over. Again, as I mentioned already, from Iran, oil tankers increased dark transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So those are the two main headlines, guys. Okay, so the Israeli side and the navigating through the strait using these darker routes. Let's go back up.
I mean, listen, I just think it's going to take a little bit longer than what we're expecting, but the rate of change and the exponential growth can definitely change that narrative.
Sorry. Thank you for covering those. We'll take a look at our next headline called Palantir. Palantir CEO Alex Karp has said that enterprises are unhappy with the Frontier Labs and they believe that they only care about token maxing. So he has said in an interview that most of Anthropic's publicly discussed projects are currently running on Palantir. Increasing costs are also raising an alarm because businesses are now using more AI in their workloads. He's argued that the AI market splits into lower value consumer uses and higher value enterprise and government use cases where AI can improve margins, revenue, as well as battlefield outcomes. His message is that Palantir is focused more on the segment of AI that produces measurable results rather than just a broad consumer-facing tools that may not really justify the company's costs. What do you have to say about this?
This is how they're doing business now. See, they're doing it on a per token basis, and the more tokens you use, the more money they make. Anecdotally, Chamath Palihapitiya, I know you guys love him in the chat, so I'm going to bring him up. He's been obsessed with Claude, as many of us are. I got to tell you, Claude is fantastic. It's just better, okay? It's wiser, it's more level-headed, it's more accurate. I like Claude. But the point is, he exhausted, even with the Pro plan, all his tokens. You know how he got more? He had to pull out the old credit card, Joey.
Yeah.
So, pardon me? Okay, so this is basically what we're talking about now. We're talking about, on a per token basis. That is the metric on which they're making money. We have to go to Sia Up with news.
Yeah, this just coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump on Truth Social, saying last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels oil making its way through this strait. This coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump on Truth Social. Watch out for USO.
Thank you very much, CA. So yeah, just to go back to the point that I was making earlier, I think this is on a per token basis. This is how they're going to make money. He used some colorful language. I'm talking about CEO Alex Karp. I'm not going to repeat it, even though I don't think we'd get dinged if I did use it, but I'm just going to be, I'm just going to not. But he was basically saying that they have to wean themselves. He didn't use that word. He used another one. Let's see if people know what it is in the chat. People have to wean themselves off, using LLMs for every single thing. The Uber example as well. Let me give you this one.
Yeah, let me hear it.
Uber.
Yeah.
The chief technology officer for Uber, as Obi would like to say.
Yeah.
Let's just say, I forget the numbers exactly, Joey, but let's just say he had a yearly AI budget of $2 billion.
Yeah.
They finished it in a quarter.
Oh, is that they by accidentally didn't put a limit on some of their...
That was another one.
Yeah.
That was a different one where they ended up incurring insane amounts of money. I'm talking about this company actually exhausting all of their AI yearly spend in a quarter. The point is that this is how Anthropic is 10xing. It's not happening by accident. It's because people are using the product. Now, whether people pull back...
Token maxing?
Exactly.
That term makes me want to puke, to be honest with you, man. This maxing stuff.
Well, it's better than smashing your jaw with the hammer.
Token maxing.
What is it called? Like jaw max? I don't know what the hell
this is insane. Looks maxing.
Looks maxing, yeah, that's it.
What happened? What was going on? See ya.
Yeah, again, this just coming in from U.S. President Donald Trump saying that more than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the Strait of Hormuz. On Truth Social, saying that more than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the Strait of Hormuz. Again, USO on watch is tanking a little bit at the moment. Throwing it back to the guys unless you want to move to the next story.
What did Wendy say?
I wouldn't recommend smashing your jaw with a hammer. Yeah, I hope not.
I mean,
shout out, man. That's hilarious, but that's what they're doing.
Yeah. You know what? I can see Karp getting mad here, Sharif. Why? Because
he likes to get mad, though, Joey.
He does.
He likes to get lit up.
He likes to get fired up. But I can see why, because his stock. He's part of this. He's one of the names that haven't recovered. This name hasn't recovered from this software Mageddon, this SaaS Mageddon that we went through, right? So I can see why it's starting to piss him off, because what we're starting to see from Anthropic and some of these other tools can be extremely disruptive to what Palantir's platform is.
Yeah.
What is their
AIP.
Yeah, what is their thing called though?
AIP.
Is it AIP?
Yeah.
I thought there was something else in between.
They have several products.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember the military-based one.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not coming to me right now. But anyways, this is extremely disruptive, and you can see why Alex Karp and company, who was supposed to be named the Lionel Messi, the Messi of like pure play AI.
Right.
Go back to. Maven, exactly.
The chat got it.
Maven, exactly. It goes back to the thing that we're talking about, just the growth that can happen within robotics. But we have these tools within LLMs and these agentic features that are extremely disruptive to Alex Karp's company.
I couldn't agree more. But Alex Karp's company still does something that we've yet to hear from these LLMs, where it goes in to a company's legacy software. It understands what the connections are and how to optimize them without you even putting inputs. I'm not saying that's not a disruptable mode. Of course it's disruptable by some of these LLM companies, but I personally haven't seen it quite yet.
No.
Right?
Yeah, and that's where I guess that's to add to your point. They just have the ability to take this immense amount of data and organize organize it for you. Yeah. But who's to say in the coming months, Anthropic is the bee's knees that they're going to be like, hey, we can do this at twice the speed at what Palantir can do.
And I think that they could. That's the thing.
Right?
That's the thing.
They have the first in class advantage, right? They have the enterprise deals, right? And then they're also making deals. I believe they have a Japan deal and a Germany deal, which is good from a global aspect.
And the England deal is on the fritz, though.
It's on the fritz. Yeah. So they are expanding, but he's definitely mindful of what's happening from a disruptive standpoint.
I see the comments coming in. Save Man Woman says that's old tech. Fedora the Explorer, Palantir, not a real AI company. They're more akin to Tableau, aka business analytics. Don't necessarily fully disagree with you, but don't fully agree with you either. I think that there is AI certainly in there, but your business analytics does make sense because of the point I was just saying, which is it goes in your legacy software, learns your business model, your workflows, and then looks to optimize them without your input, right? And that's what we've been talking a lot about. Good comments from the chat. Love to hear it. Let's go back up to Sia for possibly the last story.
Yeah, let's talk about our final story. I'm really excited about how this is going to perform. Einride, the Swedish transport company based in Stockholm, Sweden, is making its has made its NASDAQ debut today, and it surged around 70%. So it's risen sharply in the first day of trading, as I mentioned, and the exchange has implemented a temporary limit up, limit down pause mid-morning due to the magnitude of this move. The company is public on the on the market under the ticker ENRD. Autonomous freight trucking is also expected to scale rapidly in the United States this year. We'll see how that goes. And it's also another detail to not miss. It's public through an SPAC merger. Legato Merger Corp 3. This transaction values the company at about $1.35 billion pre-money, which is an estimate of how much the company is worth before it gets a round of funding, which is below an earlier reported target, but reflects a certain cautious market tone towards these kind of EV-style listings. And it also includes a PIPE financing and trust cash that together are meant to give this company a fresh capital of fund and expansion.
I like the space. I know nothing about the company. ENRD is the ticker. I guess this IPO today. I wasn't here in the morning, as you guys know. Very illiquid so far, anyway. 219,000 shares on the day. ENRD, but it is up 67%. That's not on the day. That's from the IPO price. If we can show this, Tiffany, if possible. Thank you. ENRD. Not much to see here in terms of price action, but this is it. Look, I love the space. My immediate thought, obviously, is Tesla. They've got the production of the Semi coming out of Nevada. If you believe Elon, it's going to be en masse soon. And then, obviously, they have FSD. And I have a hard time believing that this Einride company is going to be able to do as well as FSD for the same price. Now, we've already seen very competitive technology, but that uses LiDAR and radar as well as cameras and other sensors, whereas cameras are only and exclusively used on FSD, making it a lot more cost feasible. I understand that there are drawbacks to that system, but I'm just saying in a practical sense, if you're competing dollars for dollars, are you going with Einride, who's probably going to perhaps have to build their system on trucks, much in the same way that Waymo does with the iPace, or are you going with an Elon fully vertically integrated from battery to the actual autonomous software? I have no idea about this company. I'm not speaking bad about them. I'm just saying that, you know, prima facie on its face, I'm going with Tesla on.
Yeah, I think so. The first in class. Again, I'm not going to comment on something that I don't
Apple's
really know too much there. Apple's moving. We had some Visa news as well come in. We have Robinhood starting to climb to the top side. We're just waiting for Katina Man to show back up. Hopefully he's good. Adara, we're going to be sending it off here momentarily. But let's take a look at Apple. AAPL, we're going to get that news here. We're going to take a look at the chart before, and there is Apple to the top side, help dragging the overall market up. You're up 1 1/5 here, Adara.
I don't have anything on AAPL. I do have something here on LHX. Keep an eye here on L3 Harris. A little bit of a pop higher, nothing massive, but apparently they're delivering counter-drone systems to the U.S. Army. I also want to mention here, another name to talk about is Visa V. I put this one in our screen as well, so you guys could have seen this flash across the screen. This headline, they announced a strategic collaboration with OpenAI, specifically to integrate Visa's payment network, credentialing, and security infrastructure into OpenAI's agentic commerce experiences. So I don't have any stories on Apple, but here's the details with LHX and Visa. Back to you.
OpenAI, man. Deal between OpenAI and Visa. Yeah, what is this going to be the start of? I don't know, Sharif, I don't know how you
Yes,
feel
sir.
about this, but like direct payments, like I
Very
forget,
effective.
You think so?
Very effective.
Out of ChatGPT into straight, so ChatGPT, OpenAI making a deal with Visa here. I don't know
If
how
you
it's
could
gonna
buy from within OpenAI, I think it would be very
Yeah.
effective in the same way that I've been buying a plethora of shoes using
Apple Pay. Yes. So that's going to lead to my
Shoes.
next point.
Wait
That's going
until
to
you
be.
see the shoes I've been amassing the last, I think, month.
Yeah, this guy bought a ridiculous.
I bought a lot. To be fair, I hadn't bought a huge bunch of shoes since 2018. I've been using the same shoes because I had a lot of them for 10 years. Now they're kind of expiring, so I got to buy a new batch. Katina, man, we're hitting the gym twice a day. We go through them quick. Yeah. They're all shocks, only shocks.
I just think I think
I like what I
OpenAI
like,
needs.
baby.
They need to amp up the digital advertisement. I think on the
Yeah, what
platform.
happened
As
to
much
that?
as
Remember that
that's-
Super Bowl announcement where
As
they
much
took,
as that sucked, I think that
Still haven't seen it.
The actual no, but actually, when you're using ChatGPT, man, when you prompt, if you're using the free version, you gotta have an ad pop up or something. As garbage as that's gonna be, you need to have some ads.
I agree,
pop up.
but we haven't seen it.
No, we haven't seen it.
No,
we haven't.
All
seen
right, let's send it over to the big boys. It was a great Wednesday today, guys. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, small caps, a little bit weak on the day after having a couple
Someone
of good
said
days.
Tesla as FST sucks.
It doesn't suck. That's not true.
Yeah,
That's just not true.
Trust
Yeah,
me.
no,
you know what I mean.
no,
So,
it doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who's tried it knows.
You know what
No, bro, it doesn't suck.
I
does
believe
not
you, brother.
suck.
I
Yeah,
trust you. I have a. I'm worried, Katina, man. Katina told me, don't worry. I'm worried, brother.
What happened?
I said, where you at, man? I'm saying, where you at, guy? And he's like, don't worry. They're always around, man. Jeez, that's all right, man. Don't forget, 3 hours to get ready and to get late.
This guy, bro, is taking shots. You don't take shots at the big boys.
I'm
bro.
only playing around with them, pulling their tail. We're gonna double. Katina Man and I are gonna double our finals bet here. We're
crazy.
gonna double down, yeah. and
Hold
see
on,
what
is the game tonight?
We've already doubled. Yeah, it's
tonight.
So we're
Not
gonna
tonight.
double the double.
What's so the series right now
It's
is
2-2, man.
2-2. Okay.
2-2. It's a coin flip.
So it's So who's got the home game next?
Carolina.
Carolina's got the home game.
They
Okay.
do.
All right. So who did you take?
Vegas.
You took Vegas. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Because you know what?
What's the home away record in the series? if
Both
you don't-
one each.
One each. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's a split down the.
Yeah.
So it's not an advantage quite yet.
No.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. All right, guys. You see that, Joey? We got 5 in the bag, huh? We got 5 in the bag.
Sharif, we better stop counting all of these overtime minutes because.
All right, guys. It's been great sending you off to Neil and Sean.
This is the first time I've heard of trying to double this bet up. I mean, I'm all about taking the Canes, man. So if he's ready,
I know why, and I agree with you.
And he's trying to. But we have, anyways. I heard you guys talking about it. We had a special sort of guest show up from Hungary, and I remember when I started here at Real Trading, we had 2 offices outside of outside of North America. Yeah. And I was, sort of picked off the trading floor, sent over to Hungary, and then they built a support office there in Hungary. So I stayed at this gentleman's house for a while, and we went out in Budapest. We went out. That was my first experience with Budapest club life, and like, they party different in Eastern Europe. I'll tell you that.
I would never have guessed that.
Right now, yeah. So going out as like a 25-year-old in Budapest was something else that I don't think I'll be able to experience that life anymore. But it was a good time. So shout out to that, and hopefully we'll be able to grab lunch with them because I thought it was happening today.
See, we thought you were going for lunch with
and then
him
all
today.
of a sudden,
and then he showed up like right before we were coming back on.
Anyways,
So
hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to do something with him. But
And well, the other thing too is he ended up getting trained on the trading side here back 23 years ago and was in my trainee group. So like it sort of takes it all the way back, which is pretty cool. You don't see, let's be real, in this game, the people that you very rarely have people that you started with still in the business that you can talk to, and it's just it's really cool for sure. All right, well, let's see what happens this afternoon. Obviously, the market is still down a point and hasn't looked terribly good, but you know what? Apple got green. That actually, if you look at like the overall market,
I
it's
got
still
stuck
down
out of
a
that
point,
one.
but Yeah, some people in the chat were like, this has gone to the green side precipitously. It never ended up, it's hilarious, because I drew a trend line. I'm like, oh, well, you know, that could break a trend and end up being short. So I'm just gonna delete that trend line that never broke because it basically just hugged it all day long. So good for them. Obviously, we're gonna see what happens on Friday. Still a lot of anticipation with SpaceX and what this overall does mean for the market. But yeah, it's still, we're still arrows down. I'm in SMCI, bit of a, it's not a reload, it's just a short at a different area. So we'll, sorry? What's that?
You have not.
Oh, my earpiece is.
You're going off on it.
My earpiece is.
Okay, that's why.
I'm like, I took it out to talk to
I'm starting to get all these messages like, tell Neil he has to do something here. And I'm just like, this guy's just going on about Apple. This guy's just talking about all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, okay, maybe I'll interrupt a little bit. But as you get prepared here, I just want to go, I am in Oracle right now, and we've reloaded that position a little bit. We got stopped out once it broke through 205, but we're back in it right now, and we're trying to load this up, 205 short into Oracle. There's view up. At first, I was testing it against this 50 period, and the reason why Oracle reporting tonight. So I was just thinking here, if the market does go for a little dip, we'll see what winds up happening to Oracle. It's had a good move. I thought maybe we were gonna break this level here. That's where we went short, into the 50 period, then right into there. So we'll wait. Bidding in and around this 205 marker, yep, to see if it goes through. Yeah, I know it is. Hopefully he does. Right in there to 205 and change for Oracle. We'll see if that's a good one or not. We're reloading it until we get to view up. Now we throw it over to Neil.
I know it. You know it. We all know we're seeing some updates out of Oragenics. That's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American, everybody. They've activated their phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus is shifting now to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to OGEN over on the NYSE. Want to thank them for sponsoring this hour of the show, everybody. And well, now we're going to Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye here, an ETOR spike up here after Elon Musk's XAI announced some details here to its partnership with Tori, which is eToro's AI agent. So AI collaboration here with ETOR and XAI. Back to you.
All right, I think that was very important to understand that, like, when we have SpaceX, that's also going to be XAI. I've been talking to Grok a little bit because I've been lonely. Grok is actually pretty good. I was using it instead of Gemini. I'm just joking about that lonely part. I've been using it almost instead of Gemini now, and I think it's faster. I like XAI. But here we go. That's another reason I think to buy a SpaceX eventually in your portfolio is obviously because of all this stuff that we're talking about right there. eToro, another name right here. This is interesting. I just saw this flash on the chat, so shout out to the chat right here. And by the way, Gavin McKenna spotted walking around Toronto the last couple of days, so we're getting ready for the first overall pick.
Yeah,
Don't
buddy.
screw this one up, John Chaika.
Well, you can't screw up the top pick.
Well, there's this guy Stenberg, apparently, Ivar Stenberg is supposed to be quite nice, and he's Swedish, and Matt Sundin is Swedish, and anyways, hopefully that doesn't happen. Would you say that you trade more shorts than long? Yeah, Ben, I just answered the question. Basically, I just try to go off the charts and then a little bit of a market bias on what we're thinking, right? So like right here, we're short the Qs, and this is a good example here. We were trying to go long, off of this 200 period, and then once it broke, the short hit, and yeah, it's been nothing but love for the shorts now. And when we were, can you tell when I sat back down where I started to get out there, and it was just good because it was near the bottoms. We left some resting orders when we left for the gym there today, got out right here at pre-market levels as well. We have our stop, and it just never triggered, thankfully, but right into here. So this is where we're covering, but yeah, there it is. So, market we were short early against this level. That didn't work. That was one of the worst stop outs I've had in a very, very long time, man, because that tick right there was tick, tick, boom, right to the downside. So could have been a much different of a day, but we'll clear that out. So yeah, just to answer your question, market, I want to clear that, there it goes. Market bias, I think, is number one. And then you looking for something that's setting up. And here's an example just with Oracle, trying to switch it up. Like AI's been getting, not AI's been getting hit, but some of the names involved with the build out and whatnot. And we saw Meta looking to possibly raise some money. We've seen Google looking to raise as well. So I'm not sure of the cash position of a lot of these companies. So we're gonna wait to see what happens with Oracle. I just thought, hey man, nervous hands. Would you rather be going long right now or short on Oracle? Underneath VWAP, we're gonna try to go short here on Oracle. And this is again, just a preference on the earnings. So we're short right here, right now. We're gonna wait to see. If it breaks through 206, we're out. So that's where my stop is already. So we'll see what winds up happening there with Oracle. That's 206.50. 206.20 is the offer, the VWAP. So we're gonna get out 206 like 31s or 32s. The thing is the spread is 10 cents at least. So I put 206.50. So I think we'll probably just keep it there. Just don't want to get opened up on that spread and get punched down. If we do, we do. But that's what we're doing right now with Oracle. So that's a great question. And I did want to say yes. And oh yeah, Taylor, this is another question here. Maybe I can find it on here. So I've been bearish. I mean, we can go back and that's part of the, the best part. Here it is, bearish into Friday, yeah. So this is part of the best part about the show. Like you can go back a couple weeks ago and I remember, Neil and I, we sat on the patio, we had some good talk with some friends and blah, blah, blah. And, we were mentioning that a sell-off in the market is probably coming due to capital raises for SpaceX. And I think traders will sell what's been winning and that's been the NASDAQ, right? And so for me, I am relatively bearish heading into Friday, but Friday's only 2 days away now. So the time to have sold everything would have been last week, I think. But now you're starting to maybe get a little red here in the market. So yeah, I'm gonna remain bearish probably tomorrow. And then morning, I'll be hopefully pretty locked in on whatever's happening with SpaceX. So I don't really have an opinion on Friday, but I think today the sell-off continues and maybe into tomorrow.
Yeah, I just think it's one of those. It's a popular opinion which just seems like it's been a self-fulfilling prophecy. As far as the actual day, I think you gotta parse the difference between what'll happen in the first maybe hour or so, or like half of whenever the thing opens up. I actually have some theories. Maybe it doesn't open up too late because of the way that they're doing this.
Well, that's what I was saying. They're closing the retail order books today.
Which in theory, if they do that, if they close retail order books today, it gives them a lot more time to try to figure out and allocate and again, get things into an orderly open. So if it opens up at a reasonable time, you might have over a half day of trading. Mm-hmm. And if it's bullish for that half day, I think you sort of set aside the bearishness, however SpaceX happens to go. And then Monday morning, I think you might be jumping right back into like whatever it was where you were headed before, like the weak thing, like you're going to be looking at the AI trade. You're going to be looking at anything with high valuations. Call it the growth of your names. The ones with the fundamentals that don't line up. So you could be talking about the nuclear space. You could be talking about quantum. Like those things could still be under pressure, right? And I think as long as we're in that environment, throw out maybe what happens for half a day on Friday, but I think you're still under pressure in a lot of those. So we'll see. And for Mark in the chat here, just saying, is the hype justified for SpaceX? Is it if you're just looking at trading it as an event, yeah, of course. It's the biggest IPO of all time. If we're talking about the fact that it's $1.7 trillion at the 135 price. Like forget about wherever it decides to open up. And then when you consider where revenue at, like it's unprecedented relative to any fundamentals, like relative to sales, relative to profits. It's completely, it's out of this world in a way. And I don't know, it's weird. Like I haven't seen too much excitement even in our chat to get the issue. And that's a little different. I feel like that's not how we were talking about some of the bigger IPOs in the last few years. This is a different one, but like how many people are actually even getting the issue? Maybe we just do a poll for that and ask you guys.
I tried to ask people yesterday. I don't know if there's many people in the.
Well, how about this? I want you guys to vote. If your answer is no, then just answer no. Are you in on SpaceX IPO issue? Yes. And just keep it yes or no. So 1 yes, 2 no. I guess I could have reversed it, but it's too late now. So we'll just do that very quickly. And I know I should be lowercase p-a-s, whatever. You guys, I didn't technically do it
You're all
right.
good.
But just let us know. And if it is a no, then type no. Don't abstain from the vote just because you're not interested. I think that's not cool. So just get the votes in. I'm curious to see, like, I know more people that are gonna be in it are gonna vote yes, so it might skew towards the yes, and not all the no's are gonna bother to respond. But yeah, only 24% right now saying they are in, so my guess is that's gonna skew a little bit high. And when they're giving, the idea is to give 30% to retail here. You know, that's, I was saying this morning, the last time over 20% got to retail or in and around that number or double digits or more than double digits was Robinhood, and Robinhood was down 9% that day. And I'm not talking, again, not 9% from the open. Robinhood was down from the issue 9% when they actually bothered to give shares to retail. And so I think people might have had that taste in their memory that, hey, last time they let you in at the issue price, let a bunch of retail in, it was one that got rugged. That's just the truth. But also wasn't as big. Robinhood was nowhere near as big as this. And it was a different time.
Yeah, and I'd have to look back at the Robinhood IPO. I mean, I don't know how much it even went down. Because the thing is,
it was
like,
9%. It wasn't even that big.
yeah, it's like, I tried. I don't have, my broker doesn't have any here in Canada. It's just not possible to get the shares. But I don't see why you wouldn't try to get pretty much the maximum amount that you can in your portfolio, because there's no restrictions if you get those into your account. You can dump them day one, minute one. There's no way it's coming out at 135. So if you get a 135 allocation, it's basically, the word is free. It's free money if you get that. I'll right here, right now, I mean, I'll tell you, will bet my account whatever on it. It's not opening lower than 135 tomorrow. So I feel like it's, oh yeah, let's go Oracle.
Money,
$1 here, Joe, on Oracle as we go. As we sit here and have a good talk. But I hope you guys are short Oracle with me. I mean, we talked about that just a couple of minutes ago. But anyways, I just don't think that happens. Now, we'll see tomorrow. Like, if there's something comes out tonight that it's not, it was 5 or 6 times oversubscribed. That's not huge. You know, there is a possibility that they get the pricing right and opens in and around 135. I just would be very, very shocked if it opens up at 135. And I actually think that's probably a good thing if it opens up there. It means it was priced right, and then it can trade based on, you know, market valuations at that point, whether or not you think it's 1.7 trillion or whatever you think it is. At least if it opens up at that level, then we're in the same playing field, and you know, we can go from there. But I think to talk about if it's properly valued or not, it's probably undervalued if everything can. They have a 28. I mean, here it is. SpaceX is targeting a $28.5 trillion market. So, you know, we don't really know what's up, the colonization in Mars, like, honestly, mining asteroids. This is all gonna sound crazy, but, you know, mass producing electric vehicles at one point sounded a little silly. Having a robot doing your laundry for you, and, you know, that was
They're
not
gonna
even
power robotics.
Exactly. So
Do you believe, if you believe in Optimus, well, like, what do you think is gonna be powering Optimus?
So Starlink, you know, like internet, like when we were growing up, obviously there wasn't even internet. So now all of a sudden it's in the sky with Starlink, and you can get it literally anywhere. And if a country is in need, they can send resources as far as internet is concerned. So I feel like the sky or space in this example would be pretty unlimited for this company, but you're paying for it, and it's like, you know, do you want to pay literally 100x? I mean, the numbers they're not even worth it. You know, you're investing in a very much losing company as far as financials are concerned. But I think, and Sharif did something good. I think it's
true
probably
with Tesla too.
Yeah, exactly. I think and it was true for Amazon. It was true for many of those names in its infancy, right? So I'm pretty happy, you know, holding on to any shares if I got them allocated, which I won't. And I'm going to be going long tomorrow morning, or whenever it opens up into tomorrow. Yeah, into Friday, we'll be going long. I go long tomorrow morning.
Imagine if they're like, oops, yeah, you know what? Forget about Friday. Let's just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
On Thursday.
I would love for it just all of a sudden. Well, not now. I'm not mentally ready for it now, but I think tomorrow would be great.
I wish they just open it at 9:30.
It's definitely. You know what would be kind of cool is what we said before. Like, okay, all the orders are in. Everybody's stopped putting in their orders, and we'll hear in our ear. Thing is, there's going to be a big to-do, right? There's going to be NASDAQ. There's going to be Elon sitting at some desk. The guy's going to be ready to push the go button. Everyone's going to be clappy, happy, this and that. The guy's going to go ring the $1 trillion register on his net worth, and then we wait to see where the stock trades. And then we have great trading opportunities over the next couple weeks with SpaceX. I mean, that is for sure. Regardless of the price it comes out at, it's going to be a tradable event. So get ready. We're going to be here watching it, trading it. If it happens on the midday show, I know both these guys are locked and loaded, ready to go. It's your birthday. Okay.
Well, get yourself some SpaceX. Hopefully wins on Friday. There, Taylor Reddy. I know you've been on the small cappers, so it's probably been a really good week. And SpaceX probably is not going to do these 1,000% movers that I know you've been in. But yeah, happy early birthday, and I know we'll see you on Friday as well. And
some fun things in the chat.
There's a lot of fun stuff going on in the chat. There was a good point in the chat that like some brokers, or if you sell in the first 15 days, are banning you from future IPOs for X amount of time. But if you but think about it this way. So
exactly, I don't care. Ban me then.
It's one thing if you did that for like the Cerebras IPO, because then there's bigger ones coming.
I just call their bluff.
But like as long as any one of the big three, that becomes worth it. If it was some no-name IPO, or like not no-name, Cerebras isn't no-name, but if you know SpaceX and Anthropic and OpenAI are coming, that's nice. Get one of those for free money and take the money and run. Again, if it's an IPO that you don't think is worth it, then yeah, maybe you wouldn't want the allocation because you didn't want to sell right away and then get that little bit of a ban. I understand that completely, but I think this is the case where it's big enough. Like there's only so many times you could get a historic IPO like this. So James is saying Robinhood says 30 days. And again, every broker is going to be different. I don't think you can necessarily predict, you know, what each one is going to have as their behavior, but you just have to understand whether it makes sense for you. You know, if you think this is the one, then go for it, and who cares about that rule? And we have we're just going to keep throwing these up here. Like, why not? Keep the chat going. I'm looking for LOD. If I get the low of the day on SMCI, I'm just going to hop out of it. This is from Jackie Eisen. If a brokerage says no more IPO, if sell, then just change brokers and take all that money away. Exactly. Right? Like, it's not the end of the world. Or if they just ban you, look, or if it was the case that they temporarily ban you for 6 months, then you might miss one or two of the next IPOs. But if you bank the money, it's not the end of the world. And yes, you can always walk and take your money. Vote with your feet. That's one of the best things about, one of the best things about a free capital market, man. You got choices. You have choices, you have options. You know, if your broker doesn't have a feature that you want, or maybe your broker doesn't give you fantastic locates like real trading, then you can always move on and you can just figure something else out. We're gonna go to Adara at the wall. I like that better. It's not a screen, it's a wall.
And that's why this segment is called To the Chart Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic and we talk about it. Now, unfortunately, this is going to be my last To the Chart Window, to the Wall for a couple days because I am going on vacation. I'll be back on Monday. And I'm sure a lot of people will be very happy that I'm not going to be here tomorrow to discuss Oracle earnings ad nauseum. So instead, I'll discuss them today. I really think the biggest thing we have to remember here, which is related to the infographic behind me, is that this is Q4 2026. Now, Oracle, during their Q1 2026 earnings, which had that massive pop into 350 and then abrupt rejection, that's when they said they're going to have this annual cloud infrastructure revenue outlook. Now, I'm not going to belabor the point too much here. I did the research. This was not something that actually they'd filed in an earnings report until this quarter, and this also came as they had EPS and revenue misses. So it really did seem like this metric was kind of being sprung upon us to make up for pretty rough earnings for Oracle in that quarter. But nonetheless, they come up with this metric. The metric did have steady quarterly growth. So as you can see, Q1, it's going to be that dark maroon, 3.35 billion cloud infrastructure revenue. Q2, you get 4.1 billion in cloud infrastructure revenue. And here in Q3, you get 4.9 billion in cloud infrastructure revenue. Now, in order to 18 billion for fiscal 2026, they will need to post 5.65 billion in cloud infrastructure revenue or greater for this quarter. Otherwise, they do not make that $18 billion in cloud infrastructure revenue for fiscal 26. Now, why is this significant? Because we know they had that outlook where it was like massively growing on a year-over-year basis. I think 144 billion, more or less, was their outlook for cloud infrastructure revenue for fiscal 2030. The point is, this guidance was always lofty, and if they cannot make it for fiscal 26, probably not a great sign of things to come for ORCL. I think that is a really important point to belabor as we talk about what's riding here for this ORCL earnings report. I have So many infographics that I've been posting and reposting ahead of this report. You can find all of them on X at TTV Research. And that's our To the Chart Window, To the Wall segment for today. Again, you guys do not have to hear me talk about Oracle tomorrow, so you will get infographics, though, on ORCL earnings tonight throughout the next couple of days, because I will be making them before I leave. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, it will be well missed. We've already sort of talked about that, but Adara will be, I think it's only, you're back Monday, Tuesday? Monday, okay,
Yeah,
so 2 days, it'll be fine. She's more upset about missing the Senate Banking Committee than anything else, so a shout out to...
Devastated.
Oh,
Yeah,
Devastated.
she is. I've heard her talk. I heard her talk to Ramin about it.
SpaceX, though?
Okay, I'm sad about SpaceX, but come on.
Yeah,
The
but
But
Senate
you're most
Banking Committee-
disappointed about missing.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm a little
But
disappointed about SpaceX.
Adara will take the print. You'll take the print if you were here,
Oh,
right?
I would have,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
trade
not. And unfortunately, I can't cover the Senate Banking Committee on AI tomorrow, which, come on. Sean's right. Sean was correct. That is
Okay.
what I'm most upset about.
doesn't
SpaceX,
happen often.
obviously sad I can't take that print, but to be honest, I have some concerns about that anyway, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes. I would have still taken the print, though. I'm sad I can't be there, but I will be there in spirit with you all, because we will have infographics coming out the entire time I'm gone.
100%. And you know what? How could you not be concerned? Like, I'm doing it. I'm gonna have concerns about it because you know what could happen. You saw what happened in Cerebras, whatever, in Quantinium. That at least Cerebras went up before it rugged everybody. But how rapidly it went down was a bit of an eye opener. And then because when it opens that high, like 185 to 350 in that particular case, when it loses a bit, it's insane. Quantinium just never went anywhere. I think it's got too much liquidity to be a Quantinium type moment, but we'll see.
Here's something from one of our viewers there. I put in there, I said, I was talking to Taylor, and I was like, to be honest with you, pretty nervous about this IPO because I'm willing to ride with it, and it's like, if it's a ride or die situation. And here we go. Don't be nervous about this IPO. I'll tell you what my daughter told me when I was very nervous about starting my business. You're a badass. There's supposed to be an MF after that, but I'm glad your daughter didn't say that. And then we got this. And yeah, we got it. I mean, we have, the plan is in. It's a matter of, and this...
Rinse, repeat.
The reason why I'm most nervous about it is for this following statement that I'm gonna have. And that is, it's in God's hands. Because it's either, and I don't mean actually like the trading gods, It's like, if I'm gonna go long off that opening print, there's one of two things that could happen, either upside or downside. Like it's either gonna go up or down, right? There's nothing, it's not gonna sit at that price. So if I go long because I'm interested in the IPO, it's one of the most hyped up IPOs of all time. So I feel like the right thing to do is to go long right there off the open. And I don't wanna go long a small amount of shares because I do have a feeling that it's going to go up, so I want to put some risk into that trade. And at the end of the day, the stop is in. If it's 135 and it goes lower, I get out, and then hopefully, like Neil said, we have enough in our account left to go short, into that move, and we're not shut down or anything like that. So yeah, there's a few things that I'm a little worried about.
It's not impossible.
No, it's not. It's just, hopefully, if we are wrong, if anybody that's going long, and you're not wrong by 5 or 10%. You're able to get out in a reasonable price.
Speed matters too. I think.
Well, we have the fastest.
Getting your protection in there, on Quantinum.
Neil and I literally sit here. So on Quantinium, I was out in 1.8 seconds.
I think I was it was definitely 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, it was I saw it. Maybe it was 2.8. It was literally.
No, it was under 2.
Phil, see the price, put price in, hit enter.
I looked up. I think it was 1.38 or something for me.
Yeah.
1.38 or 1.4 seconds was the length of the trade. And in perfect honesty, it could have been faster. And if it had been faster, I just would have saved even more. Yeah. It's actually just that simple. I think I lost 40 cents on it, and I think I would have lost I could have maybe been 25 if I was.
Wow, we just got a good print on Oracle, by the way.
Like a hair faster. Just even a hair faster. So that's the reason why you're sitting there the whole time with your hands on the keys.
Yeah,
because
it's gonna be a long
you
day.
understand, at that split moment, you could save yourself a boat just being really, really quick on the keys. If it goes up, it's it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, if it goes up and we can halt and get out, then it's okay, we'll do that, and that'll be fun, right? And then we just question, do we get out of it all at the halt? It's because, you know what it's actually kind of like?
Well, I've already changed my mind on what I'm not doing what I did with Cerebras. On Cerebras, I got
out of it all.
I got out of 20%.
Yeah.
That was the dumbest decision ever. It literally went 350 to 385. and I held 80% of the trade through the halt and it reopened at 370. If SpaceX instant halts up, I'm doing the opposite of that. I'm taking 70 to 80% out on the open halt. I've learned my lesson because it was, like, you just get thrown that much free money in the face when the valuation's that high, just take it. Don't worry, I'm not trying to be greedy. I was so greedy with Cerebrus and it was just stupid.
Well, that's what I don't know what I'll do. I was going to say I may be a little greedy, but we'll wait to see what winds up. It's just a matter of, again, it's just a matter of the shares, where it opens up and what winds up happening. There it is. Thank you so much, Craig, Sean, Neil. Thanks for another great show. That must mean that you want me to hit
Another one.
Nah, probably not. But there goes the money to the downside again. So another great show. We want to thank you for watching. We have great shows every single day, including our midday show with Mr. Joy Fatone and Sharif there as well. All right, 204.40. You know, we got another great fill there on Oracle. This one, and you want to, hopefully you guys are enjoying the show for the content, but also hopefully for the trading. There we go, man. We just shorted this one at 205.60. We literally put it on right for you guys, right when we were on, just as we got on the air at 2 p.m. And then, you know, we could have reloaded a little bit more there at 205.50. So hopefully you're in this. And I sort of explained what I was thinking on this one is just up to VWAP. I like it. I'm actually out of half right now, which is pretty good. Like normally I'm out of more by this time, but let's wait to see if there's something special brewing for Oracle and down into 204. That's where my next bid is. And then we also got this one on right now. Watch out for those glizzies. We also got the TQs on. And this was one that was funny because we were short. This is a horrendous stop out. Wound up costing too much. And then the move happened, and we tried to go long at the 200. Then we flipped it short off VWAP, and then boom, shaga laga on the TQQs. So that was a pretty good one there as well. What's up? Here's Tech Lion. I didn't even read this yet, so we can read it together. Hopefully it's appropriate. So this sounds like a lot like FOMO, by what you're comfortable losing. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Neil always says the moment when you hit the buy, consider you have lost it. No,
that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Me too, but that's the whole point is the reason why this is different and why that's fine, but it's not true this time, is we have no idea what we're losing. That's the difference. Like when I put on an order right now, and I'll show you.
I always have a concept of it. I think this.
Yeah. No, hold on, let me finish first. Because no matter what, honestly, we say, here on Oracle, let me use an example here, okay? I'm short right here. If it breaks 206, I have 100 shares, let's say. That is a 50-cent hit. 100 shares times 50 cents, I can do that math, okay? Neil and I just gave an example of QNT opened up and blasted lower immediately. We put out our order, and it's a marketable order is the one that we put out. We put out a marketable order to get out. Okay, so not me, not Neil, not anybody here has any idea of how much money we're going to make or to lose.
But I've made some assumptions, like based on Cerebrus. I looked at what the.
But that was a crazy assumption. Honestly.
I think, you know, I know my assumption was crazy, but like
but even now, because this is a completely different beast. That's why I'm saying.
But it opened the price, even if it opened crazy high. Cerebrus opened at $350. So the way I sort of look at it is, okay, well, if the same thing happened again, then maybe like the highest. Maybe you get like 51. Sometimes you get 51. Sometimes you get like 01s. Sometimes you get 54.
There goes Oracle.
But I'm thinking. So in my brain, that's just what it's costing. And now that's probably extreme, but at least in my head,
it's a dart throw.
But that's the way I look at it. Like with other IPOs, I wouldn't necessarily say $5. I didn't think Quantinium would lose you $5 to $10 in notional. Of course not.
Of course not. I mean, it opened up at $60.
Exactly. But in this particular case, I think that's a reason.
I think. I mean, if the sellers come in, this could open at 135, and it breaks 135, and we get punched out for a $15 loser. So that's why I'm saying it's impossible
to put these up. I can throw this one up there because this is an easy answer. Depending on your broker, Dan McIsaac, if you're at Real Trading, the second this is listed, like once the quote comes up, we can pay for locates at Real Trading. That's typically on an IPO day somewhere around like 9 to 10 o'clock. I think it's usually before the actual open at 9:30. It's after we start the show, because I remember when we get an IPO and I'm paying for locates, usually I'm doing it towards the open, because I'll pay for locates even if I'm not going to use them. I just want to have them in the back of the pocket. But every broker is going to be different. Here at Real Trading, I'm telling you, we'll have it hours before. You have to pay for it. I think it was 6 cents a share on Quantinium, or Quantin, whatever. And I expect it'll be anywhere in the 3 to 6 cents per share range on SpaceX. Maybe more because of the interest. but it's always very reasonable. I just think it's worth having it in the back pocket if you're going to be trading it anyways, whether you use it or not. Before we go back to Adara, next available pop, SMCI, small bounce off the lows, but now it's starting to, it's just basically going sideways. Next available pop, I want to try to short into it, and I'm still looking at SLV. Because SLV got me at VWAP. I'm either taking another shot at VWAP short, or I'm going to short this one in front of 59. Let's go to the desk.
A couple AI-related catalysts involving the Trump administration here. I'll start with ORCL. According to the Trump administration statement, Oracle has been awarded a U.S. government contract to provide HR software. It's not moving on this at all, but interesting timing of this with less than 2 hours to go until the earnings report. Also here, keep an eye on names like APLD and IREN. These also aren't moving too much, but interesting story here. Politico reporting that the Trump admin is not going to be setting nationwide environmental requirements or recommendations for the data center industry. Now, this is significant because if there aren't environmental requirements or recommendations, some of these data center build-out plays could face less guardrails. Back to you.
All right, guys. Thanks, Adara. But meanwhile, it's a face slap over here. I mean, as soon as I hear Oracle, I'm looking for the story, and it doesn't seem to have been reflected here in the stock price. So here we go, man. We're now $1.50 in the money here, and we're $2.50 in the money here, and we're just starting to cover a little bit. If we can get back into 70, which it looks like we're doing right now, let's not get too cute with this trade. I'll get at another piece here in the O's. I just 7 bids, hopefully it comes in. And because we're trading here on a prop floor, getting filled on the bid, or when you're posted in order, you actually get a rebate. So all these fills that I keep taking, like right there, I just got paid to take that trade. So, I got paid to get filled there. So that's part of it. We're not paying, $1 a trade or anything like that, right? And so here it comes back in. And then I did get a question from the chat, and I want to thank you for it. Why am I not trading SQQ? Because buying power is not an issue, and I've talked about this a couple times. I just prefer SQQ as the invert, so it's just the other way around. So you'd be going up right now. Here, I can show it to you. SQQ, you'd be going up right now on the SQQ. So this is a short ETF. So as you can see, the market's starting to go this way. For me, it's like I look in my blotter and it's coded red for Oracle, that's a short, and it's coded red for the TQQs. So, I'm like one of those matadors. I'm like a bull. I gotta see red when we're going short. So that's what we're doing. So that's why I trade the TQQs instead of the SQQ. But for entry prices or the chart, the prices will be different, but the charting should basically be the same as far as where VWAP and all that is. You should be getting a similar look. When I'm going short on VWAP, SQQ should be long at VWAP. So, all right, it's back to the desk here with Sia.
Let's take a look at the 3 major averages for today. All the 3 major averages currently in the red, sliding a little bit over 1%. We're going to take a look at a couple stories I have for you. The first one we're going to talk about is BYD. BYD's Europe expansion plans. Now, BYD is signaling that it wants to expand in Europe without starting from scratch. An existing factory takeover could definitely speed up local production, reduce build-out time, also have BYD to push further into the European market. It's also looking at taking over an existing factory, like I said, for what would be its second European EV plant, rather than building a brand new site from the ground up. Company has also been discussing opportunities with several European automakers, including legacy manufacturers that have this spare capacity. And Reuters reporting that the strategy is aimed at accelerating market access all across Europe while avoiding a slow greenfield construction timeline. I'm going to move on to this quick update that came in Google and Meta's case, that they've been denied a new trial in the youth social media addiction case. A California state court judge has denied the motions by Meta Platforms and YouTube, seeking a new trial after the jury had found both the companies liable for designing the social media platforms that are harming young people. Meta and Google both disagreed with the ruling, and Google will be appealing this decision. And just a quick update, Anthropic CEO also saying that the government should be, calling for tighter AI safety regulations. This is to the story that we were discussing in the news segment at 1 p.m. earlier today. Anyway, sending it back to you.
Thank you, Sia. And we get more questions coming in here, so that was to soup that up. I think we have a news story which might be coming as well. Video Arcade, do they make you use your own money there? No position, smiley face. But if you're on a prop floor, you're using the firm's capital. So we're trading on a prop desk. it's real trading. That's what we trade through. So we are using the firm capital to trade. And when you're a prop trader, like you use firm capital, you get a commission based on what you make. Right? So that's the idea. We're not, and like we already said, I don't think anybody here, forget about just Sean and I don't think anybody here is taking the allocation that I'm aware of, anyways, in their personal accounts. So I'm pretty sure everything that you see on SpaceX will just be what we trade here. Iran and the U.S. officials held talks with Qatari mediators in Doha. Oh, now I can't read it.
It's gone. I'm going to see if I can get some allocations right now.
Iran refused trilateral meeting with the U.S. and Qatar. Axios. Okay, not really moving oil futures at all. Slight pullback. Remember, after 10:30, you do have, the spot market did close, but oil futures oil still moves around here, and you're not seeing anything whatsoever. So it's either maybe there is no pop to be had. Is now SMCI is through the low of the day. That's now 21.5% down. 21.5 for SMCI. Man, I wonder if it's dragging Dell with it. The next thing I do, I might just take this breaking this little flat bottom here underneath VWAP on SLV. But I don't wonder, how far is Dell getting dragged down in all of this?
Listen to this. My broker says, order entry. Limit orders are required for buy orders. You must enter a limit price. This is for SpaceX. As soon as I logged in, it popped up. You must enter a limit price when submitting a buy order. Buy market orders will not be accepted on the first day. So they will not be accepting buy market orders, probably because they don't want to be responsible for whatever the price goes out at. Clients are responsible for monitoring their own orders and making the required changes. Once trading begins, orders are executed based on price and time priority. That's supposed to be the way it's executed at all times. SpaceX is not expected to begin at the market open 9:30, and the first trade may occur later in the morning or several hours after open. Just giving a warning about SPCX there, as I was trying to get shares on it, and it's just warning me how to trade it properly.
I think it's standard because when if you pull up the name, it gives the same warning, I think, everywhere. Yeah. But that's not the allocation. That would be like just telling you what to do if you want to actually trade it. Yeah, it just says they participate
in Canadian IPOs, so it's not, unfortunately, who I bank with, which is a Canadian bank, not available there.
Down a point.
Womp womp. I would literally have put whatever I had in cash, and that's doing right now, and we talked about that. I believe there's a sell in the market based on requirements to hold capital in your account for SpaceX IPO. So, okay, we get one fill there at 70 again. So we're getting very, very light now. It's only 244. We still have some movement here on Oracle, though. We'll see if that can break lower. Just so everybody's aware of this, I have about 35% left of this trade, and I just keep covering around 204 because it ain't breaking 204. So we'll wait to see a little bit lower. I do have a bid at 203.82, which is exactly where that wick was. So we just missed it. We're gonna wait. I think I put my order before then, so it must have seen a resting order and ran away from it. We're gonna wait to see if Oracle comes back down in. I'm bidding 203.80. We'll see if we get that fill. What's up to Jackie? Oh, we're gonna go to Adair, and then we'll go back to the chat.
GM did spike a little bit higher here, guys. Just be aware, comments coming from Kurt Kelty, who is the Vice President of Battery and Sustainability over at General Motors. Apparently, the production of LFP batteries for energy storage systems instead of EVs will be starting this month at GM's Tennessee plant. So update here with battery and sustainability. Nice look here for GM, at least initially. We spiked like 75 pennies on this. Back to you.
In the whole space,
down
Ford is getting crushed. I'm glad we sold some Ford. Have you seen Ford? Here's Ford, by the way. It's taking the same way down as Rivian right now. But the thing about Ford is it just made like multi-months or year high there recently. And we were, again, pretty lucky to be on the floor every day and talking and seeing you guys in the chat, because like I sold out on this move higher. We can call up a daily, a monthly, whatever you want. And here's on Ford. Here, this looks better on this chart here from eSignal if I call up a weekly chart or something. You know, this was, as soon as we broke through that 15 mark, that was it. Like we got some out at 15, 100%, and then we got some out, I think it was 16.85 or something like that on that day. And then it did go higher, man. It almost got to $18 there. And it goes all the way back. This is 2022. You know, so basically you bleed out. Ford no longer a dividend payer. So, you know, all the way down, I believe so anyways, all the way down. And I don't know. I'd have to look back.
I don't own them anymore. So.
No, I'm just saying I have to look back to see what, I mean, I can check right now.
I don't think they used to have a decent.
I don't know, but no, it doesn't have a dividend anymore.
They used to, I know.
So yeah, downside right now for Ford, and there it goes. And you know, just like we were saying before, you want to talk about an IPO, like this is what Rivian did on its IPO. So this is a weekly chart, but you know, Rivian came out, I believe, at 108, which is that, I'm never gonna forget that, maybe it's 107, but it ripped up huge that first day. Then I think this was all pre-market action, and then basically this is what happened. So let's just say, and I don't think Rivian is SpaceX. I mean, let's not go there.
What?
But just to say what could happen, this was 107, and that happened at November 1. So then by the time May of 22 came through, so you're talking about 7 more months, this name was $26. So it dropped like 70% there in 5 or 6 months. And even then, if you go even forward, even after that, you're down like 90% in less than 1 year on Rivian, minus 90% there. So that's part of the story. And that's part of Ford's story too. Ford did have some into Rivian. So if you see where Rivian came to market, that was this. You know, Ford, everyone was excited, then all of a sudden Rivian went down, and there goes Ford's EV plans, and we already know what happened there. So now we'll have to wait to see what happens with some company that people are excited about. I think it's Space something, and that's gonna be coming out on Friday morning. So we'll wait to see that. And Neil and I were just joking because there's somebody in the chat saying SpaceX already IPO'd, but of course they did not.
Oh, no, of course not. And being able to trade something in the tokenized market does not mean that it's open. It's just not the same thing. Do you have access to a proxy? Sure. But it's not the same thing as when you have passive buying from institutions, when you have retail coming in hordes. It is absolutely not. It's a massive liquidity event to get listed on the exchange. It's the same way, like what was the TrueLeave? Like could you trade TrueLeave yesterday? Of course you could trade TrueLeave at the OTC. But when it came back, it's a liquidity event. I think you're gonna have SK Hynix is trying to get listed, I believe.
Yep,
SK Hynix is, I don't know when it would happen, but SK Hynix, you can trade SK Hynix. IPO. But when it lists in the US, it's still just different. And coming to the US markets proper, like the NASDAQ or the New York, is just a massive event. So it is absolutely different. No questions asked. And someone just said Hood was a good IPO. I don't think Hood was down on the first day, Robinhood. Robinhood was down on the initial day, I believe 9%. Here, I'm gonna ask, you probably have Grok up, but I'm gonna ask how
I have them all up.
Robinhood, I'm just asking Gemini.
I know, I have a chart for
IPO day. I just figure it's faster. Sometimes it's just faster to ask. We'll see. SL did get this SLV off of VWAP. We'll see how it will go. I'm already on it. And so underneath VWAP, I'll probably reload it, just kind of give it to the first wick above the volume weighted average price. Okay, so 2021, it priced at 38. It lost 8.5%, 8.4% down. So it closed at 34.82 after being priced at 38. It doesn't tell me where it opens. It doesn't say what. It priced at 38. It could have opened at like 40 for all we know. But either way, yeah, it ended up to the downside on Robinhood. So actually, it was not very good.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that SpaceX isn't going to be good. The comparison I was making was last time retail got a healthy allocation in something was Robinhood. It's the only comparable from that standpoint, but it's not remotely comparable in size and height.
Oh, I don't have Robinhood.
Oh, no?
No, I have Beyond Meat. I mean, here I have.
How are they going to not have Robinhood?
No, this is just a study. We talked about putting, so here's Beyond Meat's first move. Here's Rivian. So this is Rivian. If we zoomed in at the open here. So this is where they opened Rivian, right? And then, so that was right at 1 o'clock. So there it is at 1:08. And it actually, you would have actually got stopped out on this one as well because there's the wick lower. So you actually lose pretty bad on Rivian right there on the open. Which name is this? Here's Beyond Meat. Let's see what that did. So Beyond Meat actually, again, wicks lower as well, but that's not right. That's not the open. So I think this must be the open. So you're probably okay on Beyond Meat. That name opens up at $47, rips to $60 there. That's Beyond Meat. Here's Uber. Uber goes well as well. Here, zoom out a little bit so I can see the prices. Uber goes $42, right straight up to 43, does not halt. Rugs all the way to the downside there. That's Uber. The next one here, here's CoreWeave off the open. They open at 115 as well. Not much going on for CoreWeave off the open. You actually lose on that one. So far, I've called 3 examples up. All 3 are losing trades based on the strategy that I'm trying to do. So yay for that one. All right, that's Beyond Meat. We already did Rivian. Let's do this next one. This is Kava. Loss as well, opens up there, rugs down, so that's a loss. So I'm getting less and less confident here about this trade, so thanks for me showing you this.
The problem is the minute chart's not perfect there because there's a few of those where...
All I need to see is that lower wick.
If there's an initial pop where it's enough to get some out and then it wicks, I know there's been a couple where it instantly rugs, but you're not really taking much of a hit because like it goes like a buck or two, and you hit the offer enter. That's happened to me a couple times, but I'll have almost a flat trade because it rugs you after it gives you at least a little bit of an out.
I think, was this the one that we made the boat on? It might have been Circle. So this is Circle here. This was a good one, man. This one opened up $64. Maybe? I think it was bullish, yeah. $64, that goes to 74 and halts. And then it starts bumping after that. So this is like, Circle was awesome. Like if this is what happens to SpaceX, this is what I'm saying about how it's in Trader God's hands right now, because if this is what winds up happening for SpaceX, then I mean, I'm going to Turks and Caicos, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. If indeed this is what it looks like.
Needs your money. Needs some.
At the end of the day, there, yeah, we'll be getting that. Maybe we'll get an R1, but no,
Antigua needs the money.
I have no idea. I'm not. I don't even know what kind of shares we'll use, to be honest with you. It depends about the opening price. But there's Circle, so I'm glad we're kind of doing this right now. Here's bullish, so this is another one there. So this is the one that we were talking about. This is 96. And just to Neil's point, that didn't happen. Didn't wick down. I'm more worried about a thicker candle, and there it goes all the way to the upside. So bullish goes
20%.
Yeah, it went to 108.
It was sick.
There on bullish, so that was a really good one. Firefly Aerospace, downside right there. Probably was in the right spot. Anybody heard of Figma? That worked out as well. There's the opening print there on Figma. I'm sorry if this is boring for you guys. I have no idea. I'm not even listening to the chat right now. There goes Reddit. Reddit, definitely not great. That means it opened up here, closes down there. So this is a losing trade. But again, like if you get hit on this, you're probably losing $1 or $2, not the end of the world. But that's a $50 open. So that's that one. And here's ARM Holdings. ARM actually, again, not great. This is what's gonna happen to SpaceX, I have a feeling, and it's not a good feeling, I'll tell you that, because if this happens to SpaceX, I'll be pissed. So opens up, closes the very next candle down. So what winds up happening is you get flat right there, then it makes a bottom at 55, and then it starts to go. So you gotta be careful of, potentially losing too much off that open and not being able to play the second move. But there it is, man. The IPO trade brought to you by Trader TV Live. And just there's a couple examples there that we put together and wanted to show you. So let's go back over to the desk. I believe it's with Adara. Ooh.
Thank you. The IWM currently trading flat. We're going to take a look at the individual tickers for today. CIIT up almost 77% on the day. TNC International, this is the global logistics services and mineral trade business company. All speculative momentum over actual news for this certain ticker. STI, Solidion Technology up almost 45% on the day. It's an advanced battery tech company, and this company is withdrawn from its filing back in February. That was major purpose for it was securities. So it was a securities filing that's been withdrawn. And CRMT, final ticker for you today, America's Car Mart Incorporated, down almost 54% on the day after the company was working on a $500 million capital raise to prevent a bankruptcy filing. And that's all for your small caps.
Was there an IPO today?
EROC?
Yeah. Did it get EROC'd? Yes, it did.
Absolutely.
So here we go.
But you could see the thing about this one is you
weren't
could
raising
have
capital
made
for
money.
E-Rock? Come on, man.
Yeah, but it goes to, it's 2010. This isn't SpaceX, man. Like, you could be
By
long
the
that at
way.
the open, take a couple of points, and then you're absolutely fine. But no, there's only one that matters. Just to give you an idea of why SpaceX matters. Can you count suckers? Like, look at, this is SpaceX. If I didn't even show you the names, I guess I can't do my thing where I do the circle here. I gotta turn that back on, the pointer. All you have to do is look at the number. Like, E-Rock is tiny, 600 million. 600 million, that's nothing. 600 million on this,
75 billion tomorrow or on Friday.
86, well, they're saying 86.
Oh, now, okay.
Yeah, 86. It doesn't matter. It's so much larger than, we get excited for 1 or 2 billion is enough to take it. Quantinium was what, 1.7 billion?
Yeah, 115 something.
It was less than 2 billion. Yeah, 1.68, 1.7. Quantum, yeah, come on. Compared to 86. Quantinium. That'd be the first and last time I say it correctly. I actually enjoy now saying that one incorrect because it sucked.
Yeah.
If the IPO was good, then I'd bother to learn the company's name properly. I'm not gonna mess up SpaceX because that's supposed to make us money.
I lost about like $1,000 or so on that one, but that's okay. That hopefully, if we wind up losing on SpaceX, we'll see what the amount is, and let's just not jinx it. So, okay, that's been a good bunch of talk there. I hope you guys enjoyed the last hour or so there on IPO, and you know, again, keep putting your questions in. Neil and I looking at the chat as much as we possibly can. We want to thank Adara, we want to thank Sia and everybody in the back there for keeping us on this market, and any kind of news sort of related stories that pop through. We are going to be trading. Like, if you're looking for something to do on Friday, like we're going to be here. So you get ready, live quotes, live everything.
Also trading in the afternoon, unless I'm shut down.
On
I'll
SpaceX.
trading in the afternoon too.
Yeah, I mean, even if I get shut down, I'll go into, like, I don't even know if my SIM account layout is even loaded in here. I've never been in it, but we'll wait to see.
Well, the cloud thing works. Well,
yeah, I should be able to copy it over. This is not an issue. One more time, but okay. And just quickly before we go back over there, we just got multiple fills down there on Oracle, so we did get that 80 fill that we were looking for. We told you we only had a third left, so now we have about 20% left. And then it tried to break. It did break through 04 there, so I punched out a little bit as it went back through 04. So we're short now Oracle 205.60. Obviously the report coming out 405. I'm going to try to remain short. There was a small story about the U.S. government, yada yada yada, with Oracle, so that didn't seem to do anything to it. No major volume spikes, but we're still short Oracle. And oh yeah, the face slap right now as we go short on the NASDAQ today, and we remain short. Well, the top ideas, short IBIT, short NASDAQ, short SLV, short Apple. The short Apple we could talk about. That one reversed quite nicely. Adara was something else.
It's funny, you just mentioned here another U.S. government story. I have a new U.S. government-related story, specifically when it comes to defense stocks. I pulled up LMT. You could also look here at Boeing, I mean, tangentially related. You've got NOC, lots of different plays within this sector to be aware of, as NBC reports that the defense industry leaders are preparing to meet with President Trump amid growing concerns over the supply of missiles. Now, it does not specify, I read through the article, I'm not seeing which defense industry leaders are set to meet with Trump and his administration, but either way here, guys, keep an eye on the defense sector. Some concerns here about missiles, defense industry representatives set to meet with the Prez himself. Back to you.
Yeah.
And Dan McIsaac actually, and shout out to you, Dan, was asking, can we ask Mr. Wonderful if he's allocated and what he's doing with SpaceX? 100%. I promise you, we're gonna have Kevin O'Leary's on tomorrow morning. It'll be in the morning.
But
of course we will ask.
I don't understand why.
We'll talk data centers, we'll talk SpaceX, we'll talk whatever, you know, he'll talk about pretty much anything that's market related. And I know the day before, of course, that's gonna be a topic.
Has there been an IPO of like this kind of extraordinary hype open lower than the price? Like even Cerebras, which has been a nasty, that was 185. It opened up at 350.
No.
Even if you still have your Cerebras shares, you're still in the money by a lot. So I don't.
No, not with this.
I don't see the downside.
Not with this level.
I just don't see the downside of that. And okay, so if you are worried about allocation and like you don't know if you should do it, how about just allocate? But you know you like the name. That's the other thing. You have to like the space. You have to like the symbol. You have to like SpaceX, or else don't do it. But if you like it and you're willing to hold it, and let's just say you have 10 grand and you can somehow get $10,000 worth of allocation, maybe just get 5. And that way, then you have your intro, your entry price is 135. If somehow it opens up at 125. It's not even damage. I'm just saying, like, what is the downside of allocation?
125.
Well, people that are saying, no, I don't want this, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why don't you want it? Because even if
are they saying they don't want the, are they saying they don't want the issue price? Or are they saying they don't want the open price?
Issue price. If you put in your order tonight, you're getting the 135.
So you guys don't want the 135.
Right, this is what people are saying. So this is what I don't understand. I mean, you put that.
Well, no, it's 20%. But it was 20. What did I?
Yeah, so 20% are saying no. I don't understand, but anyways, it doesn't matter.
20. Yeah, it's 76% are saying no. That's if I'm going to close this. We're done. The no is 76%. 24%.
I just can't wrap my head.
And I actually think it's, in my opinion, the people that are yeses are more likely to vote. Usually, people are more likely to be in the like they'll say if they're not taking it. I think that's actually skewing it a bit, but interesting. Dan McIsaac says he doesn't want to tie up dip buying power, or do you want to tie up the buying power? That's
what I'm saying. You got to allocate the right amount. I mean, don't put us in mortgages out here or anything like that. It's just like if you had some spare cash, it's lying around. Most of us traders here are, trading with some money that we have lying around. So, it's not worth your life savings. And I already answered that question with Gia's hockey coach.
Like I got lucky. Like the timing would have been right if I could get the because I just got my WonderFi shares out.
I just don't see the downside.
Which put me into dip buying money without having to put new money into the account. But yeah, I don't see. I don't think I've, and I could be wrong about this. When Sean asked the question, I'm still trying to think of one of any hype level that opened lower, and I can't come up with one. Sorry, I can't do it. And maybe we'll think of more, but I just can't think of one at all. We're gonna go. Oh, just one quick note. I'm still gonna try to short silver if I can, but probably never get out of SMCI short. 23% and still falling for SMCI. That stock is dead.
Yeah, and as we sit now, $5 in the money, that cannot happen without volatility. And so for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. There's a triple levered bull and bear ETF tied to the NASDAQ 100 index, and they are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, both up and down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your strategy, objectives, and risk profile. As we say always, trade tactically and learn more about this product at beta, one word, betapro.ca, and we make it easy for you around here. You can just scan that QR code right there, or make sure to check the link and check the link in description. How about that there for today? All right, like as we were doing that, man, I mean, it's just more outs, like, more life. Shout out to Drake. If we get back into 203.60, we just took another fill there. That bottom's 203.50, so that's fine. We'll watch out for that. And then as the NASDAQ comes in, let's go. Props up. We just get filled near that low again and sitting around, man, 69.60. We take that fill, and now we're trying to make a move back up to the upside. So we're getting lighter and lighter here. It's now the hour of power. So, we did talk a little bit about IPOs there, and we don't want to forget about some of the other things that have been popping off today. AZI was yesterday's runner. We had CPOP, man. This one was a sort of a name that we're very, very familiar with. I mean, this was one that had come and gone.
Yeah, the pop culture.
Yeah, the pop culture. It's called Pop Culture Group. And if you look at a daily chart, it had done something similar to this before, where we really started to go a Chinese social media gathering, pop culture, yada, yada, K-pop, I have no idea. But there it is, up to the upside there. And as it goes, 250, what a surprise, man. It's basically right where it had been before. So we had seen this numerous times live on the show. And then so for today, for this to be a K-pop surprise, it's not. We had saw this earlier on in the a nice high of 110, but this is where everyone loses all the money right here, because breaks through VWAP, halts, opens lower, and continues lower. So not continuum, Neil, this continues lower, and there we go, man. Nice little downside play there for CPOP, and now we CPOP higher, and we wait to see what winds up happening. Just multiple halts. That's not a good trade today, CPOP. All right, AMD, okay, Zen 6. All right, so here we go, another chip. Obviously, the space has been getting pretty frothy right now. Points to stronger AI, PC, and workstation positioning. So, all right, I mean, I guess that might be a shot at Intel if we're talking about
AMD's
workstations. So maybe Intel takes a hit on that one. I don't know how much these chips are going to cost, especially the new round of chips.
The weird thing is AMD's going down, Intel's.
Well, yeah, the whole space, right? I mean, it's
Intel's at VWAP and looking a little bit stronger. Relative to the two, Intel's almost green on the day. It's only 0.3 to the downside. So I would give you, maybe, look, they both already sold off as I go back to AMD from the highs. But yeah, not a very good look. 4.5% down. They both sold off from the highs. But Intel just looks a little bit better today. The charts are eerily similar. I think that just speaks to the market sentiment at this point. Quickly, because Lozo, a couple of people have asked about, I was asked about GE Vernova in the chat, and I just answered there, but there was another comment very quickly about VST and CEG. I think you're just getting a bit of a reset. Like most of the reason why people are looking for these power names to be good is because of data center. Like that's where everyone's thinking the growth is going to be. So while that's taking a back seat, the names that have been a little bit weaker, like VST is still in the same downtrend. At least CEG, Constellation, has been giving you like a bit of a base to work off of. I'll save the best for last. But it's testing that low for the base in CEG. And remember, GE Vernova has been the best in the group. And its chart looks a little broken. Like if I'm in something in the long term, I'm like, I'll trim 10% and then trim 10% and usually never more than that, sometimes 30 if it's a long-term holding. So I can't tell you that I'm out of any more than 20% of this. So I'll probably buy the dip at the 200-period moving average on a long term. But like, to me, if you're looking for Vistra or Constellation, show me when GEV catches a bid and then worry about the other two. And I think if we catch a bid here off the 200-period or maybe just after SpaceX when everything calms the you-know-what down, then the other two can go. Because this has been leading the way. So I can't expect the other two to be doing well when this is so far off of the highs, man. It's been bleeding. This is more than bear market territory, like GE Vernova off the highs. So expecting Vistra and Constellation to be bucking the trend now, I think is a little bit wishful thinking. It just is what it is. I believe we're going back up to the desk.
Yes, we are going back to the desk. I really like your take that Intel is almost green because it is, well, technically down 0.10%. Well, we hope it closes in the green. Let's take a look at our sectors for today, starting with the SPY, down a little bit, less than 1%. Mixed sentiment continued across tech services today. Electric tech seems to be sliding into the red, with Apple in the green, currently up almost 1%. COHR Coherent Corp almost up 1%. NVIDIA still making that loss, negative 3.28%. AVGO almost sliding 5%. MU failed to reverse that bearish momentum from yesterday and today, earlier this morning, currently down 4.15%. Google, as we said earlier in the show, has introduced Diffusion Gemma, which is a 4 times faster text generation model that's dedicated GPUs. And the company's Google Cloud customers in India faced an intermittent network disruption after a fire at a third-party data center that triggered an emergency shutdown. Currently, Google down on the day 2%. Looking at finance, we got BRKB, JPM, Visa, all trading flat at the moment. BAC currently still holding that gain from the morning, up 1%. Robinhood up 5%, 5.18%. Netflix, wrong sector. Tech services, we do have Netflix up almost 1%. Retail, Amazon's Graviton 5, AWS is now generally available. Amazon currently, however, down almost 2.4%. Walmart, Costco all up 1%, a little over 1%. Consumer durables, I'm seeing all red here. Tesla also sliding at the moment, 3.6%. Energy looking great today. It's maintained that bullish momentum since the morning. Oil stocks also looking good. Communication sector also looking good, except one name, SATS, in the red, over 1%. Health tech, mixed sentiment. Lilly trading flat. J&J still in the green, rest in the red. That's all for your sector board. Sending it back to you.
I'm
There is
trying
some
to.
pain. Because in the chat, someone said, thank you, Sia. Someone had said in the chat that SpaceX will trade like the Alphabet IPO, or the Google, it would have been Google.
Yeah, so I'm going to, so here's Google right here. I'm going to go here, and all you have to do is you got to go to go-to, and then I'm going to type in here. I got the date. It's August 19th, so 08/19. I don't think these charts go back that far. I don't know the time. I'll just put, let's go 12.
I would go 11. I think they opened
Might
earlier
take
back
a minute
in the
to
day.
load.
They used to
so
open earlier.
I'll minimize this and put that up there. I'm going to load. If all of a sudden I see a crazy Google price show up on my chart, then I'll get that to you. I don't think it goes, I don't even know if it's trying to think about that right now, going back that far. But we'll wait to see if that happens. So yeah, I really think it's dangerous to try to compare it to something else. This is completely something else now.
Nothing has ever come out this
Okay, the
big.
market is...
We're making left
Yeah, it's
turns,
making
baby.
another move right now, which is good for me, guys. We're gonna bid out right now, out of some more of these queues. Oracle's coming back in. So I have now about 15% left, willing to hold this, willing to basically hold the rest of them. I have a bid at 203 flat, so hopefully that can come in. That'll be almost $3. That'll be $2.50 short on this Oracle trade. And you know what? I started posting this, and I wanna thank everybody for the, the kind words about the midday show. You know, yesterday you guys wanted me in there to start posting about the trades. So today I was even posting, like I started posting right here at 1:30 that we were short Oracle. We did take that out, but that was what we were looking for. And then right there at 2 o'clock as we came back on air, we re-shorted Oracle. So any kind of trades that I'm talking about doing, or when I came back, I was also posted in there that we were still short off VWAP there. And this is where we started recovering into TQQs, into that space. Yeah, it doesn't look, I don't see at all that this Google is even working now to go that far back. So if anybody has data that far back for Google, we can look. But I don't really know why we would equate it to that. We could equate it to Meta's opening, which would have been Facebook at that time. Lots of other potential IPO names. How about the Tesla IPO? You know, I mean, what day was that? That might have been something exciting to talk about at that time, right? So the Tesla IPO, what date was that? We could try to have a quick look up. Of what date? Okay, so Sia just dropped it to me. June 29th of 2010.
That's probably a good one to look at.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know about the retail flow.
It's also the day after Elon's birthday, I believe. So I would go.
I thought Elon's birthday was late June.
We know that Elon loves things related to his birthday, including, you know, say, for example, launches of robotaxis, or
oh shoot, it might have been working.
A couple weeks before the SpaceX IPO.
No,
but yeah,
now
June
it won't go
28th.
in my
I want to double
charts.
check
I
this.
think it's trying to...
I believe is Elon Musk's
Yeah, it is
birthday.
June 28th.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
It's
of course,
late
yes, SpaceX or Tesla IPO the day after.
All right, well, I tried to switch my chart to Tesla.
It worked.
And now it's not working at all. So I do think it was trying to figure out Google for me and going all the way back 22 years to find out when Google IPO'd. So, okay, well, I mean, here's the data that it had. Google's initial public offering, here's a quick facts about it. Its initial, I can call this up here for everybody. Its initial public offering, pricing the stock was $85 per share, 22 million shares. I don't even know what there it is. Wow, 23 billion, like this is the thing. This is why you want to invest, okay? Google's market cap right now, $3 trillion. It came out at $23 billion. So all you had to do is drop in that date, $1,000 or something into Google back in 2004, and it would be worth, that's 23 billion, 20x would be, so 200x, I guess, $1,000 worth about, because that's 2.3 trillion would be, I don't know what Google's market cap is, I just said 3 trillion. But anyways, you'd have about
over 4.
Is it over 4 now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so then you would have way more. You'd be having about $500,000 on a $1,000 investment into Google. So this is the thing, right? I mean, we got to be careful about what we're doing. And there it is. The stock closed its very first day of trading at $100.34. So $85 was the IPO price. Unfortunately, I don't know where it opened, but that was the price. That's where it closed, and that was the valuation, $23 billion. So if we were to have this show 22 years ago, and you asked us, what about this valuation? It was probably rich at the time. And
Maybe not this rich, but
just like SpaceX.
And Tesla's, the answer is $382,000 if you put 1,000 in. Or is it? No, sorry, 338,000.
That was Tesla.
Tesla,
Google.
$1,000 would be 338,000, and that was in.
And that was in 16 years ago. You said 2010, right?
Did I say the year?
Well, she said
Yeah, 2010. Adara said 2010. I don't think I.
Yeah. So there you go. So 16 years, and you're going 400x. So
I mean, you can't go
no,
wrong.
this is what it is. This is why we talk about it. Like, I've been very, I don't want to use the word blessed too much, but very blessed to be able to have been trading and investing since, a teenager and things like that. So I've been part of, like, I remember going long NVIDIA $100 like post-split, pre-split, sorry. And that went to 2,100 or 2,500 bucks. And we all have those kind of stories. We all have other stories too.
I don't have any
I remember
IPO
buying
story.
weed companies when they were actually worth something.
I bought some of these companies when they were starting to get good.
Yeah.
But like, if people say like, if you go back in time, would you change anything? My science fiction answer is obviously never, because you do that, then you change a bunch of other things, and like you change things in your life that you don't want. Like maybe I don't have my dog.
Yeah, you become too rich.
But if you're just doing like the normal, I would have been trying to play IPOs. It was just not something that I did when I was younger. Like, I wouldn't mind buying a company that I thought was good. I would do that in my PA, but I wouldn't get in there and try and get these allocations at the beginning when you're young, and you can take those shots. I'm not telling anybody to get and we're not trying to convince everybody to get the SpaceX IPO. That's far from it. I'm just simply saying.
I'm trying to convince everybody.
Well, I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I can't think of a single hyped one. If you got the issue price that has been bad, that is so very different. And someone said, but you guys are all nervous about like it getting rugged and what you could lose. That's a prop trade. There's a big difference between opening print, whatever happens in the first minute or two, and the issue price, right? Like Cerebras may have flunked it for 10 days in a row, but you were in at 350 at the open. The 185 issue is still in the money to this day. And even though the thing has gotten dumped, we have about 40 minutes to go to the close. I actually got out of silver and it's still going down. So we got VWAP to the low, and this is still actually falling. Try to remember, I know the market's down 2%, but do remember that gold and silver are both getting, rugged isn't too extreme. But they're not like the market pulling back off highs. Like, these are breaking down. Like, gold is now at the March lows and breaking that. Like, this is where we're at here. That parabolic move that we saw, it's given it all up and then some in both gold and SLV. Like, it's been a bit of a free fall for sure. And the heck is, so much for like Intel. Well, that was kind of a jinx. On Intel, I'm like, yeah, Intel's close to green relative to some other things. Well, now it's down 1.3% because that's apparently what's happening. And SMCI, yeah, about that. It's still lower. Man, 24%?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Is it really this? See, here's the thing. Like, I know I was saying the stock was a short, but just one thing about the raise that they're doing. They are raising $7 billion, and yes, it was $24 billion valuation. It's obviously now like 18 or something like that. But they're also getting potentially $39 billion in new revenue, and that's where the funding was to go to be able to pay for that. And I get it, their margins are slim, but it's still the potential. If you just go with the current margin, it's still about $3 to $3.5 billion added. That's not a small chunk. Like, it's a decent amount. I think there's going to be a dip buy in this sucker somewhere. It's just obviously not today. Damn. That's bad.
I'm just, honestly, man, we're just covering another one here. Here's a really old. You guys might not have seen this one before. Thank you to Fortnite. All right, so here goes a name, right? We're starting to get a little bit lower right now in the space with the Qs, right? And so we're starting to get a pretty nice move here to the downside. Let's see if it winds up holding or not. But it's the NASDAQ, and we're starting to bleed out. So, we're now 350 in the money on this one. We're now 250 in the money over here on Oracle, and we're just starting to cover. With this much time left, honestly, I'm pretty happy with the performance here of this short, and we have 10% left right now of Oracle. So we just got another cover right there at 203 flat, as we said we were bidding 203. So there's the fill there, and that's what it is. Nasdaq 100 futures given CPI. Yeah, I mean, Trump even came out today and said that he liked the inflation number, and okay, whether or not he liked it or not, the market did really appreciate that and had a nice upside move, but then we got back to reality. I know, come on guys, just relax about that CPI number. And then all the way to the downside right now. So I'm still gonna say what I said weeks ago. There's going to be selling ahead of the SpaceX IPO as traders like yours truly and everybody else out there gets capital. That's why gold's going down. That's why silver's going down. They're selling what they can. They know they can get back into it, raising some capital for this trade. And I mean, let's see what winds up happening, but the bleed is on right now as, traders are obviously nervous. Will SpaceX have the effect on the market that potentially we're all nervous about? Does it get, a lot of traders get caught up high and all of a sudden that holds some money? I mean, it's part of the story with crypto as well, right? I mean, crypto's selling off. A lot of the traders that are in Bitcoin are probably also, fans of Elon Musk or that kind of money chasing. And right now, crypto, obviously we've seen what IBIT's been doing the last couple of weeks with this market as well. So a lot of downside pressures. And you're gonna notice, like on here, on today's note, it's all short, right? We had this all, we've been talking about it all week, and maybe we don't execute the best, but we have those ideas in, and like even IBIT this morning, there's the short right here, and then there's another out that happened right to me as we got stopped out there, and then it started to come down. It did make new highs after that, but you can see where IBIT is now, right? A lot lower. So we're just gonna have to wait to see what winds up happening come Thursday, come Friday. But yeah, thank you for the super chat and the question there. Given the CPI today, data, which came in as expected. Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit shocking to see the market down another 2%.
But also never buy the 830 high. Don't buy the 830 move. I don't care which direction it comes in.
Nobody do that.
And I don't, maybe nobody does it, but I just think.
Oh, no, some people do it. Yeah, for sure. But don't do it.
I would say almost never do it. It just feels like more often than not, it's a fugazi. That being said, like it was a frustrating one if you were looking for places to get out. Like IBIT just kept running. I think I have 7 trades in silver. 5 of them, even if I got profit, they stopped out before I got it all out. Like dropped, stopped out before I got it all out. Dropped, didn't have, actually this one I did get almost all out, then I reloaded it as well.
Unbelievable. Okay, yeah, special guests in the building right here. Just real quickly, as we start to bleed down, did you show the imbalances yet?
Oh, no.
Okay, so here's the imbalances coming in. We got that's an old one from the NASDAQ, so it's not there. But I got to get rid of that. But anyways, FCX, Snapchat,
that's 1 point.
Some of these names are here. Buy, sell, pretty mixed overall here on the imbalance locator. So we're gonna have to just kind of stay focused on what's been happening with this market, and the bleed is real and it's starting to continue to the downside. We started the show $2 or $3 in the money. Right now we're 7 in the money. So we've got 6, 350 over here, 250 with Oracle as Oracle continues to come down. I don't know if Adara has a graphic, or maybe we've already done them. Just on Oracle, if you want to come in with anything.
Yep.
Tonight on Oracle, because there are some traders asking about what Wagwan with Oracle, and we'll have to see where that's going later on today too. So there it is.
Yeah, here's Wagwan with Oracle. I felt weird saying that, guys. Sorry.
No problem.
ORCL, we're expecting these earnings at 4:05 p.m. tonight. Revenue, $19.08 billion is the estimate. This would imply 20% year-over-year growth. With earnings of $1.96 per share, that is what we are expecting. Last quarter, you had 22% year-over-year growth in overall revenue. Cloud revenue up 44% year-over-year. Cloud infrastructure revenue up 44% as well. Cloud database revenue up 35%. Cloud application revenue up 13%. Forward guidance here, they were expecting 18 to 20% year-over-year growth for this quarter we're about to get. As I said, that's in line with estimates. Cloud revenue growth for Q4 26. Again, they're expecting 44 to 48%. So this is pretty solid. CapEx here, $50 billion for fiscal 26. Again, this is the last quarter of fiscal 26. So let's see what we get here from ORCL. Again, guys, for those who are like, oh no, we're going to have to hear Adara yap about Oracle ad nauseum tomorrow. You won't, because I will be off. But either way here, ORCL, do expect infographics on Oracle over the next couple days while I'm gone.
Oh, that's what. Thank you very much, there. I didn't realize.
Yeah. That's why I said that. Okay, yeah, thanks, Adair. So there's a quick little, and you can get that all at TTV Research, right? It's all there. There's so much actually at Trader TV. Yeah, TT. Well, is it?
No,
It's
never.
probably not too much. It's a lot. I'll give her that. She's definitely the hardest working person around here. That is. I mean, it's not even close. And here we go. Tonight's oh, this is earnings for June 11th. This is tomorrow. There's the graphic. I mean, there's another graphic right there. Here's an Elon Musk, a little SpaceX graphic as you go. Oracle cloud infrastructure work here. Everything. Aurora Cannabis earnings preview. Come on. I mean, if we're doing that, we got to do that. Aurora Cannabis earnings preview.
I may have wanted to pad some stuff up.
Yeah, be surprised if there's any earnings
So you're going to expect a Canopy Growth Corp.
And here we go. Yeah, this is what we're doing right now. So it's Casey's. This is who's expected all week. So it's Chewy tonight. Oh, sorry, pre-market today was Chewy.
Happened.
Oracle Stitch Fix on the stitches, and of course that's an clothing ordering product there. Adobe. Wow. Okay. Tomorrow after market Adobe. We'll see if software as a service remains hot. And it's not, so FYI on that one. All right, so we just got to fill there. Oracle, 202.69. We just got to fill right there. So as we continue to bleed down, man, we gave this to you. It's another one. It's $3. We'll see how low we can go here on Oracle. But yeah, go to TTV Research.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the super chat up. We got it out of the way so we could go over the TTV Research. And Cheese in a chair, we know who you are. Still love the business. Appreciate you. The market looks like it's really worried about tomorrow's PPI report. And rightfully so. Everything smells like a short to me. Well, I think that's one of the concerns. I don't know that it's the primary reason that we're down 2% today. I think that could be going a little bit far. Yeah, I get it, but there's a wealth of concern. We talked at length about the IPO. We've certainly talked about CPI this morning. I mean, the numbers were higher even though they were expected. It was 4 print to 4 print. I don't care what anybody says. And then you have the conflict in Iran not going anywhere. U.S. was up 2% today, and you've been getting some harsh words from the president. So yeah, I think all encompassed together, things are going to look a little bit bearish. So I agree with you. I just don't know that PPI can be counted on as the sole reason in this particular case. I can't really go that far. And we'll cross the bridge when we get there. Maybe we get a surprise tomorrow morning with PPI. I'm not expecting one, but maybe you do. Even yuckity yuck, FCX with that sell imbalance, they're down 3 points today. You know, this was like just 1 week ago, Freeport was breaking out. And now, back under the 50-period moving average. They're selling everything today. And that's all it really is. A couple of names on the early look that stand out. I know Snapchat got mentioned, but I would venture QSR here. QSR has only done 1.5 million shares. A sell imbalance of 1.1 million shares is pretty significant. GM's got 1 million. There was some news on GM earlier today. 1 million's not that big for General Motors, but QSR could be something. Actually up on the day, QSR, but a 1 million sell imbalance ain't bad at all. I don't know if there's a chance for one more short to pop. Probably not. Yeah, it's way too far down. I'm almost thinking, I don't know, the way SMCI is falling down. You never know how long to hold those things for. I'm actually thinking maybe like some kind of if I see like a snap bottom at the imbalances, maybe something on SMCI, not around 25%, like maybe like a 350 reversion trade as we get closer in to the close. I like reversions. Like I'm only green today because of a reversion. Like sometimes weird things happen and I hit one. Yeah. And that's all you really need. But SMCI, that's a fail for not still being short this. But maybe a false 30 break. I don't see any size on the level 2. Wow, there's only like 75,000 shares on the bid that I can see on SMCI when it's done so much volume. Oh. That's literally nothing. The stock is done 121 million. I was expecting you pull the level 2 down, you'd at least see like 500,000 shares there. Yeah, wild. Nobody on the bid. Absolutely wild so far here today. Again, we want to thank everybody for joining us both on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube Live. No matter where you are, man, we want to say a big thank you. We want to shout out to everybody worldwide. I mean, we're excited to produce more and more. We talked about this operation even going into Asia, right? So Kuala Lumpur, get ready for that one. And without any further ado, we got to go back over to the desk. Sia has an update for us.
Thank you so much for that, Sean. We're going to take a look at a couple currencies for today. The pound holding broadly steady against the dollar. Investors are closely monitoring the latest flare-up between the U.S. and Iran that was casting rather fresh doubt over prospects for a deal to end the war. Pound is trading slightly up by about 0.04 to 0.1% for the day. Next look I have for you is the Indian rupee. Central bank has likely stepped into the foreign exchange market today to lift up the rupee and to support it, currently at 95.29, up modestly on the day after hitting an intraday low of 95.56 in early trading. We have Bank of Canada expected to leave interest rates unchanged today. Policymakers weighing in on strong inflation and labor data against the weakening economy. This is creating uncertainty for the Canadian dollar against all its major peers. Finally, we talk about the Japanese yen under significant pressure as USD JPY trades at the $160 mark, approaching the key intervention level. This is where Japanese authorities had previously stepped in and spent a record of $74.1 billion defending the currency in the month of April to May of this year. Yen has weakened 2.07% in the past month. And that's all for your Money Talk. Sending it right back to you.
Thank you, Sia. So SMCI, there was maybe 150,000 shares on the bid at 30 bucks. They wiped that out in actually at the blink of an eye. I was about to say in like 1 or 2 seconds, but it wasn't even that. The second the bid showed up and it was level 1, they took the entire thing out, but it held 29.97. And the second it got back through 30, it just went long 02s. It couldn't get further than 30.37. I think was about the best price. But a quick little, like just back and forth at that $30 level. It's like one of those like SSR trades, but it's way too late in the day, I think, to expect any kind of massive continuation. But yeah, just a quick little scalp trade. It gave you like that risk 5. Make about 20 to 25, get in, get out, and then wait for the next time there's a big opportunity. Who knows? This stock, day 2 SSR play, I think, tomorrow will be more exciting for a long.
All right, let's do this. What's up, Ozan? There it is, man. Oracle right now, $4, going lower right now. We're short Oracle. Look at that, whoosh, right there. They must have read Adara's mind or something, because that is a nice downside push there for Oracle from 203 all the way into 201. We're starting to cover, man. There's the short, bang, 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 all the way in. This is a profitable trade, man, to end the day. So, you know, again, thanks everybody for that. Let's look at something else, though. What else was anything? All right, CPOP has once again C-popped or no? No, $2, so another halt right there going through. What were some of the halters that were today? So we had C-pop.
DSY.
DSY, yes, that was a big one, right? 868, ooh. Come on, DSY, what happened to you, man? I went to sleep a little bit over here. DSY hasn't halted since. It looks like, I mean, is there a halt in here? There's a little bit of a volume, yeah, right there. So you can also just look at where there's no volume, right? And that's another thing. Like if you see into there's a gap with volume, so all these gaps are all halts. So the last time CPOP halted was 110 or so, and you can see right now it's been settled down just for a minute, DSY. So we'll have to look at that tomorrow. It doesn't look like there's going to be too much action in this name to end the day. So DSY, maybe not on your radar. Do not get caught thinking that they might halt again. Hey, look, if it does, it does. But right now it's underneath VWAP, looking to go a little bit lower there. DSY. MTEN, I believe. That might be a name from yesterday, but that was moving around this morning, and it's kind of settled down a little bit now as well. Everything underneath VWAP. And I think Luis, might have, he didn't, directly say, these are all shorts or anything like that, but, the air is going to come out of some of this. We did have Robinhood we were all loving life with Robinhood when it was $91. Still a great day for Robinhood, bouncing off of 87 or so right now. So watch out for that name coming back in, still up 4%. And I think this is part of the story, right? I mean, as we're able to trade more, as the shackles have been taken off of restrictions for PDT rule, Robinhood, we talked about, look, their crypto number is going to be hot garbage again. There's no doubt about that. But now, hopefully, they can turn some of their focus back on, I don't know if they have the predicting markets there at Robinhood. I'm going to assume they do. They also have a couple different options. I think they have some sort of a gold card there and different account sizes for Robinhood where you get different perks. So I still think Robinhood's a work in progress, but something that will work out in the long run there. And then SoFi had themselves a day, but not anymore. That was upside until this happened. SoFi, Crimea River, downside on that one. Where will I average it next to SoFi? Even I don't know. I'm not looking to get any more shares anytime soon of a lot of these names. I do wait for the IPOs to settle a little bit. Here's CBRS, Cerebras, and like we said, and this is why I challenged that 135 level, right? This name was so highly valued. I mean, I was in Minnesota when this was happening. I was watching even CNBC later on that night, and they were talking to some sort of a tech expert saying like, wow, he couldn't believe, you know, the price to earnings and the if I don't know if there is earnings on Cerebras, but you know what that was coming out at, the revenue number, the sales, all that, and it was like, wow, it still went out at 350, and that was the night of this. And since then, man, it's just bled all the way to the downside. So I worry that if this is SpaceX, then we're gonna have some more downside in this market. So yeah, raise cash, raise some capital, excuse me, if you're able to, ahead of what could be a well-received IPO or could go the other way, man. I mean, a lot of people that I think are talking SpaceX down, I don't wanna say they're haters or anything like that, but there is going to be, there's just as good of a upside potential, in my opinion anyways, early on, than there is downside potential. I mean, you never know what that valuation is gonna come out at, so I think we need to hold off on our true opinion until we see what that first print looks like. Because if they've booked the value at 1.7 trillion, let's be perfectly honest with you, there's a lot of companies right now that are in that realm. Like there's not a lot, there's not too many trillion-dollar companies, but like Broadcom and some of these other names that have really gotten hit to, you know, to the downside here. Like, I don't know. I mean, here's a question. You want Broadcom at this price right here? Or do you want SpaceX at 135? You know, so for me, I'd rather take SpaceX right now than Broadcom. So I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but that's just something there that if the 1.7 trillion, I mean, we can have a list, right? We can just ask Grok or anything right now, what are the top companies that are over $1 trillion? You know, Berkshire, I think JP Morgan, I think reached that. What was the one most recently?
Well, Walmart was back and forth.
Walmart was back and forth.
It was somebody else.
Did I just misspeak on JP Morgan?
What is Micron? It has to be, right?
Micron was one of the most
AMD's
recent
not
ones.
there yet.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did 800, I think, maybe.
I thought JP Morgan was the next one. Yeah, it's 850.
No, JP Morgan never got to $1 trillion yet?
Well, it's 850 now. So what is JP Morgan? It might have, which is why I'm thinking. Do you ever remember reading an article, Dara, about JP Morgan crossing?
Today?
No, just crossing a trillion at any time. JP Morgan.
Off the top of my head, no.
Oh, then
and that could be wrong. That could totally be wrong. Like, guys, my memory is not perfect. I do not recall an article about JPM. Like,
okay,
no, there was a non-tech stock that did for sure. There was another.
Walmart did.
No,
Walmart.
Somebody else.
You know what? I'm going to say JP Morgan did.
There's another non-tech that did.
But look at this. It went to 333. So that's
another one.
15% higher. It's 850 right now. It's close. It's close.
How do we not say we?
Might have came close.
Eli Lilly.
It's Eli Lilly. Yeah.
Eli Lilly.
But what is Eli Lilly?
Twice to Eli Lilly. They're not like a one-time entrant in the club. They've done it multiple times.
Yeah, Eli Lilly right now is just over 1, so it's 102 right now. So yeah, Eli Lilly, yeah, loving Eli Lilly.
How do we forget that one?
Oh yeah, people in the chat were all over Eli Lilly. And then BRK, yeah, we did talk about Berkshire, BRKB. These guys took the most recent debt of Google. I'm in Berkshire, so I have a stake in this company right here, but not enough to disclose it, you know what I mean? But there it goes, nice upside move into 5 bills goes Berkshire, but this is still $1 trillion, if not, maybe it's not anymore, but Berkshire was another one of those names. So yeah, man, many tech names are involved in that club. There's only a couple we just mentioned there, Walmart, JP Morgan approaching it, and then Eli Lilly and Berkshire, so.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's going to be, but that's also part of the reason for the sell-off is like you have a decision to make, like in terms of allocation. Like a lot of accounts are going to be heavy tech, heavy AI. So if you want to own SpaceX, you're asking yourself, do I need more of this? Do I need to trim in other places? Like maybe you need to sell some AMD. I don't know. I just feel like for most people, that's where you're at. And then I saw someone in the chat saying it's going to be better for the other space companies.
That's why I initially went to Rocket Lab there. But.
I think, look, I can't tell you that anybody here on SpaceX IPO is going to trade Rocket Labs, because that's almost certainly untrue. We're all going to be trading SpaceX. That said, the sympathy play can be something. I remember on the Quantinuum, I said it right twice, in the Quantinuum now 3 times, Rigetti was a trade. That was an opportunity. Plenty of moves in Rigetti. It had a nice little rally. You could have then faded it after the fact as well. So there was plenty that you could be looking at in sympathy, and so that's fine. I just think most of the time you're looking to trade the sympathies because maybe you want something cheaper. Rocket Lab's a $100 stock. This one's going to be in the hundreds as well. So I don't know if that's going to be the case. Maybe you like a Sidhu if that's going to be your cup of tea. My goodness, SMCI could not. Right back through 30. 27% down. 27 now on SMC, 26.5. Let me not do it a disservice by saying it more than it is, but this is absolutely bleeding. This is day 2 SSR play. This is right back into the May lows. And if it opens anywhere close to this tomorrow, it'll be short sell restricted. That's just the uptick rule. It doesn't mean you can't short it. It just means you can't hit the bid without there being the last print grain, which is an uptick. So yuck. Yuck, 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 and more yuck. They tried to hold 30. And I think still, even like the initial pop of 30, 38 is as high as it went. The second pop, 30.5. It never went any further than that. It was just one scalp, and that's all you could see. A very unfortunate day for SMCI shareholders. And the part about it is it didn't dip Dell enough to make it worth a buy at any point, which kind of sucked. I kind of felt like down 27%, you might have had one of those Dell down 6 or 7, but yeah, of course I said 6 or 7. But it just didn't happen. Still early look with 7 minutes to go. Just FCX, Snapchat, NCLH, QSR, Pinterest might have been there before and I missed it for $1 million to the sell side. NCLH and Snap are the 2 longs. Everything else looks like a sell. HPE is a sell. General Motors is going to be a sell as well. Uber is a small buy. What was the story with Uber today? What were we that came up.
Uber's I feel horrible that I'm still.
It lost 70. Lost 70, gained 70, lost 70, but the real low is 68, so it's not completely dead. But you know what this looks like to me?
Oh no, a flat bottom break.
But what's going to be? It's $68.
Yeah, it's going to be that tomorrow. This market's going to be red tomorrow.
Or, well, tomorrow.
Yeah, we should do another poll. We should do another poll. I mean, what do you think the market tomorrow? I think red again tomorrow. NASDAQ down another 2% tomorrow.
I'm still looking short. I just don't know if Uber makes the flat bottom break till Friday. I think it makes the on Friday. I think this one makes the break on Friday, not tomorrow, but we'll see. Only 1.5.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll just wait, guys, and it's just a one sort of a moment in time here, and we're all going to remember SpaceX. We're all going to remember where we were and what we were doing, and as long as you're here with us, you're going to have a good time on Friday. And we wish Adara the best. She's going back home for a couple of days, so you'll be filling in there. So. We'll still have some news coverage, obviously, during those days as well. As Sharif, Joe, everybody's going to be here for Friday. And it should be a lot of fun. I will not be getting out of this seat, though. I will be sitting down here at 8 o'clock and not getting out until whatever that time is. I might have to.
I'll tell you exactly what's going to. When we finish the morning show at 11 o'clock.
No coffee that day.
I'm getting up. I'm sprinting for like.
I'm not. I'm gonna employ Joe to go get my lunch for me.
Sean, no coffee is a big commitment.
I'm gonna go at least.
See, I actually need you to go get my lunch that day as well. I mean, I need. I don't know if I need like a little bedpan beside me because I'm not. That's so gross, but I'm not leaving the seat. But I think you might be right. Maybe 11 o'clock. So the thing is that we'll be here, and I think it's very important that we continue to, talk realistically, right? I mean, we'll see when it's going to open. I'm pretty sure that it will be like. I think it'll be a pretty orderly open. Like, I'm pretty sure they'll be like, okay, it's going to open in 5 minutes.
I think this one opens between. I actually think this one could be between 12 and 1.
I think it's going to be earlier than 12.
I hope it opens in the morning. I hope it opens at 10:30.
I think it's going to open at 10:21.
I like 22. I like 22 better.
You're sounding like Joe right now. He was like, when Luis was on the show, he was like, no, I'm doing it at 4:51, not 4:50.
Oh, this guy Joe over here? Okay. Yeah, no. I'm also saying that so that we have more viewers at that time. You know what I'm saying? So if I think it's going to open at 3, then maybe nobody will. Like, I'm trying to play the algorithm here.
But remember, this is the first time I can remember where they've closed the book a day early. If you're doing that, then what's stopping you from having a more orderly open and doing it in the first half of the day?
That's right, Joe. Get ready,
Why
Joe.
not? There's nothing stopping this one. I think we could open
I can just borrow some of yours. All right, we're gonna
morning show ever. We're gonna open it on the morning show.
We're gonna go back to Sia.
Thank you so much. We're going to dive right into the crypto update for today. Bitcoin trading nervously ahead of today's US CPI release around the 61,900. Now it was at 880 region earlier, currently crossed over at 61,943. First one for you, Pyth Network, which is a blockchain company and market data provider, has launched new pricing indexes for U.S. stocks and commodities. They said today that Coinbase, Kraken, DYDX, and NATO are already using the indexes to power new trading markets. Aim here is to support round-the-clock product trading across crypto exchanges. And now, pretty small, but just something to go over. Stand with Crypto UK, which is a Coinbase-backed group, has launched a nationwide campaign using and urging its 286,000 members to file formal complaints against British banks over blanket restrictions on certain crypto transactions. With that, let's wrap up the crypto segment by saying that Solana down 2%, ETH is down 0.5, little less than 1%, and XRP currently down 3.3% on the day. Thank you.
No,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
I know we have a super chat, but we're now $4 in the money as Oracle is really cranking. And I just hope that I sort of disclosed to you guys why we were doing this. You know, we thought it was a red day. Oracle's coming with some fire at the end of the day with their earnings report. And I was just like, we're underneath VWAP. This trade made a lot of sense, and now it's making dollars. So, all right, what's the super chat?
It is Nicole Avada. SMCI 29 put was 29, now at 102. Where is the new thing? Obviously, no one can be happy. I'm sure there's people that own the stock, but ultimately, they're in trouble. It was a short all day today. I actually think tomorrow I might look for a long on it. It was a gimmick long at the end of the day, realistically, but and look at the volume at the end of the day here. It is churning through volume at the bottom. It's now done two massive volume spikes. These are not closing prints. It's done two volume candles that are bigger than anything outside of the opening print, and all at the lows. And we're sitting chilling right at the May bottoms here. Oh yeah, it does look like a potential reversion play in tomorrow's trade. I actually just want it to close down here so they can open up at 30 tomorrow. Because if it's gapped up 10%, that gives it a little bit less juice for sure. So 2 minutes to go, imbalances will come out. I might leave SMCI out. Like, heck, that might have an imbalance today. Why not? It's done 142 million shares. It's down a bajillion %. There's nothing that actually stands out here at all. And why not? Yeah, might as well leave it on that. I don't see anything that's going to stand out. The overall market's down 2 points, but I don't know that there was anything, you know, that makes me think, oh, NVIDIA might have an imbalance. Oracle going into earnings, usually stocks don't have imbalances based on earnings, but I suspect that probably could just go whichever way the market goes at 350. Because remember, on days where the market's down, profit taking is people buying. So sometimes you can get just buy imbalances because of that, if anything. But it's mostly sells, from what I see.
Yeah, definitely to the sell side. We just got another Q's fill right there. We'll go diamond hands. I mean, I think it's appropriate for now. We started the show, remember, we were $3 in the money. Then we were like, I made a mistake, we were 5, and then we were 6. And, you know, now we're $8 in the money here, including the Oracle short and these TQs. So heading into the close, we just reviewed some of those imbalances. Some other names. I mean, I have, honestly, here's a scanner here, and it's like Netflix, it's Intel, it's Oracle. Like, there's really all the same names here that are hitting levels for me. We could have a quick look at Netflix. I think Netflix is honestly like a buy down here. It's just, it's been hit so much. I don't really understand. Oopsies, there's the split or charts. I feel like these are decent levels. I mean, maybe you have a little bit more work to go in to get to 78, 79, but like I would say if I had Netflix or Uber, I probably can see the light of day more for Netflix than I can for Uber. So, you know, maybe that would have been a decision. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oracle just threw up all over itself, all the way down to $200 right there. So, oh my gosh. Snapchat with a bid, NVIDIA with a buy. I'm just going to get out of this Oracle, honestly, whatever. There you go. We cancel that. We're out of Oracle right there at 60s. See you later, alligator. That's a big one there. We'll take that to the bank all day. There goes Microsoft to the downside as well. That's going to be a look at Microsoft bleeding today down to 398 again. And remember, we were like, FOMO on Microsoft. You know, it's breaking out. Everyone was like, oh my God, it broke through 440. And we were kind of like, yo, chill, because it came right back in again. And there's 400 again for Microsoft. So those who wait get opportunities in this market. SMR, UI, oh, there's the total number, 317 to sell. It's actually, feels like the market was like quite a decent move higher right now.
Everything was
yeah, so everything went into a buy there. NVIDIA went into a buy as well. What's NVIDIA doing? Nice little spike up there. But yeah, that's a little bit of a talk. I only have one little piece left on the TQs. So look at that fill that we got just before came out at 69.50. So that's a good one. And now we'll just get out of the rest here and enjoy our evening. You have baseball planned, or?
We got practice tonight.
Yeah,
it's going to be. I messaged all the parents.
Oh,
38 degrees with the humidity Celsius.
Yeah, I meant to actually not rub some salt in the wound of Sharif, but when I saw him, I was going to tell him, bro, do not go outside, because Sharif hates humidity.
So humid.
And right now, it is like 100 degrees Fahrenheit right now here in Toronto. It is spicy right there. As we get ready for, it's World Cup time, baby. So we're excited for that. That's gonna be coming through very, very soon. Canada versus Bosnia, I believe, round 1. So we'll see how that winds up going.
That's gonna be wild in the city, man. I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, man, those Bosnians are gonna go crazy over here. But yeah, it should be a wild day here, the 12th. So it's actually SpaceX Day. Friday is Canada's first game. But the World Cup actually starts tomorrow, right? So.
Yeah,
some early games tomorrow.
Well, obviously here is going to be a big deal for the Canada game, but I've heard some things where some tickets haven't been sold.
No, they're not. They're still not sold out.
Yeah, because the prices are so insane, which is absolutely nuts.
No, but I think they're not even. Yeah, they're not even sold out on like FIFA's website.
NVIDIA tagged 199.
NVIDIA what? Broke
199.
Is that dramatic enough for everybody?
92. That's only 3% down, but we did see. I mean, technically, we saw one handle on NVIDIA today. But you know what? There's still the 200-period moving average, and after all this SpaceX, let's call it, I don't know,
hurrah,
lack of exuberance or whatever we're calling it, hurrah, pandemonium, volatility, whatever it is. After it's settled down, maybe this is when you get the 200-period moving average on. Sometimes that's how it is. Probably that IBM buy didn't do too well. It's kind of hanging around. Whatever, it got to the 200. That's a long-term one that if I've ever trimmed, then I'm usually buying back at 200-period moving averages. And this is the first time it got back above it after making an all-time high. And I'm kind of a 10% out at the all-time high kind of guy. With less than 10 minutes to go, by the way, NVIDIA is, of course, back above 200 now with a little bit of a bounce. Let's go to Adair.
Nothing massive here, but AMRC, a little bit of a bounce. Not sure what the volume is here, honestly. Just be aware, court filing revealed that this company has won its lawsuit against the DOJ. The DOJ alleged fraudulent billing related to government contracts, but they have ruled in favor of Amoresco. Back to you.
All right. Don't know about the stock symbols there. CMC, Cheetah Mobile trading lower. We just got those Q1 reports coming out as well after market. There's Oracle, just because they're coming out at 405. Down only 2% today, which is actually pretty good considering where this market is. Some of the big bleeders here today, let's just call up something that I haven't called up yet today. So let's just do this real quickly here and have a look at the broader market just right quick. All right. Where's that Donald Trump meme of like, we're winning, we're winning so much, we are just winning and winning and winning. Caterpillar, when's the last time you saw 6 on Caterpillar? So that's down pretty nicely. We already focused on GEV. This whole space, man, I just bought more IREN yesterday, so it's not like we're tooting the horn of that one today either. But
that's where money's coming out of.
Their downside, yeah. LIT, Lumentum there, nice move higher for that name as we get excited about the space stocks one more time. And then or just new technology. And as we go here, Broadcom, AMD, I mean, this is where most of the damage is done. Boeing is for some reason in electronic technology. That's down, well, I guess planes, sort of electronic. Right there, Corning. I love the whole, no, it isn't. You know, we're winning too much. No, we're not. We got to win more. So shout out to you, Mr. President, over there. I don't know. Too bad Carney doesn't have any fun memes. Maybe he does that I don't know about. I did see our former.
No, Carney doesn't have any.
I saw our former Prime Minister on the red carpet with his new love affair, Katy Perry, there, and they were at. Joe, stop hitting fail, man. I'm trying to talk over here. But yeah, they've been dating now. You didn't know that, Sia?
You didn't know? See, you didn't know? You didn't know?
They went to.
What?
You didn't know about Katy Perry there?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Coming off guard
I
there a
love
little
Katy
bit.
Perry. I grew up when she had the Fireworks and Roar song.
Oh, so you're a strong liberal, you're saying?
What? No.
Okay, I'm just playing around. All right, so yeah. Anyway, as we go on, you know, we do have Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, is who we're talking about, now dating. He went to Coachella with her, actually. So I mean, I don't know. He was Prime Minister about like a year and a half, or how long has Carney been there for? Who knows? But anyways, as we continue to go, Katy Perry has a few things under her belt for sure. There's financials today, pretty mixed board on the financials today. Schwab, American Express, Goldman Sachs down. What, Goldman Sachs down today? Okay, Goldman Sachs is about to collect the bag from this IPO, by the way. So is Morgan Stanley.
They're all getting paid.
Yeah, but of course, as typical Elon Musk negotiated apparently some crazy fees for that IPO. So
yeah, but they also get OpenAI's coming later. They got Anthropic.
Well, plus they get allocation that they can give to all of their customers, their clients.
Oh,
so.
They're making a lot of people happy. They're making a lot of people happy, and they're making themselves happy. But that's why you own a Goldman or a Morgan or a JP or a JPM, and you put it in because the casino always wins. And they are the casino. Although the exchanges have been getting beaten up because of the prediction markets. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Some of the exchanges have gotten beaten pretty bad.
Yep.
Oh no, Uber is breaking that low. Well, I still say Uber. Friday. I still say Friday for the 68 break. Although it's like literally $1 away. Yeah. Sorry, Uber. It might not last too much longer. It's a trade either way. I don't care when it happens. Although this is an interesting thing. If we do feel SpaceX opens
we're all
earlier than normal, does it alter the behavior? Like if there's indications that thing could open in the first half of the day, it does adjust how I feel about trading other things. Because I'll tell you right now, like I don't really trade anything. I try not to be trading much of anything else when it's getting close to that print. My focus is in one spot. I think that's true for a lot of people. You don't want to be messing around. You'd be holding something, but like you're not getting into anything if SpaceX is imminent. Riley just said I want SMR. Someone just said they want SMR under $7.
Okay, well, just wake up tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. It's at 9. Next week.
Yeah, I mean, look, down 7% today. What is it closing at?
It's 9:30. It's not getting to 7 tomorrow.
Minus 10%.
That's 25% to get down.
Handle on it.
Yeah, next week. Like it would take somewhere in the next week to be at $7. But $7 is a good level for SMR. Like when it did its big breakaway from the 200 period moving average, it was down at 7. SMR, $7 was a good price for SoFi as well. We have 1 minute to go. Deshaun to Savage.
Yeah, here we go. What's up, Jesse? I'm always gonna.
Jesse in the house, man.
I'm always gonna remember that. Here we go.
That's your boy.
Here we go. You know what I mean? So there we go, man. Thanks, Jesse. That was really fun, man. We tweeted that one out. Thank you so much for all the kind words, I think. Anyways, we're just having some fun around here, as you guys know. But yeah, Oracle with 1 minute left. We can take a quick little look at the imbalances, see what they're doing. Here with just moments left.
4:05.
What is KALV? Is that must be a buyout?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Snapchat, Flow Ridas here. Oh, what? A name that we forgot about for a minute here, BBAI. What are you even doing with a bid underneath you? What are you down 10 today? Oh, up? Okay, BBAI, that's a surprise. Yeah, you already mentioned sort of Rigetti there. There's IonQ, another name. There's your Uber down there. What's IonQ doing today? Flat. That's pretty good for the quantum names to be flat in a day like today. Not bad. The Dow Jones, the ES down 1.5. The NASDAQ down 2. Your closing bell is brought to you by the global intelligent company known as VFS, ticker VinFast. We want to thank them for their sponsorship of the closing show. And there we go, man. That is officially a wrap. Right now, the U.S. markets are now closed with the NASDAQ down 2%, the ES down 1.58%, the Diamond, which would be the Dow Jones, what are they up? UNH had a decent day, didn't it? Oh no, Dow Jones down 1.8% as well, so that's not great. Of course, recently added into the Dow NVIDIA, so that's gonna be a down drag on that one. And then you wanna guess what IWM is with that hot inflation print today, or not taken that well? I'm gonna say this could be down 2.5%. Let me see what this is down. I haven't even looked at this. It's down, ooh, less than everything else. 1% goes down the IWM. So yeah, not bad. Bitcoin holds 62,000 or so, going out at 61.9. So hey, there it is. Thank you so much, Kelsey. I don't know this to be true. We'll try to do even better tomorrow, but there it is right there. Thank you guys. Best show ever.
Wait till tomorrow, then wait till Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Then wait till Friday, and then wait till Monday. Unfortunately, there isn't a show on the weekends, but yeah, that's all anyone's trying to do around here. And we'll see what post-Oracle earnings tomorrow, and then we get SpaceX on Friday. It only gets better.
Yes.
Sean, someone in the comments I just saw earlier said that after that comment, watch out, Sia's gonna put prune juice in your coffee on Friday.
Oh, prune juice. Okay, okay.
Prune juice.
I'd love to. I'd take a coffee on Friday. That'd be great. Yeah, we're obviously having some fun here. I have no idea what Sia's political views are. So, but we'll having fun around here. That is for sure.
It was a pretty big response to what was suggested. I'm just saying.
Yeah, prune juice. Yeah, nah. Yeah. Hopefully, I'll be able to.
Well, we ain't gotta go there. Like, shoot.
But doesn't prune juice? That would be.
Well,
yeah, I don't know if that's what I'm worried about, but we'll be here on Friday.
But that's the last thing you want on SpaceX Day.
Oh
would be
man,
prune juice.
Like I said, I might just be sitting here all
That's the problem.
just chilling out. Uh-oh.
No, that would literally be sabotage.
I'm trying
to sabotage anybody.
We're still waiting out for 201 here on Oracle, but I don't know if it's going to happen anytime soon. It says no substantial deal. Okay, well, there we go. So, oh, you mean Donald Trump can't push his way through this deal? I mean, look, everyone's opinion is what it is, but until these guys, I think, I don't know who's meeting with who anymore. I don't know if there's any face-to-face meetings, set up for anything here, but we just have to trust the process. Both J.D. Vance and President Trump both said that it's a matter of time, and hopefully sooner rather than later that they can solve this, but I don't know. Israel's a different story altogether, so.
Yeah, they do whatever.
All right, everybody, we've had a lot of fun today, obviously. Thank you to Sia, thank you to Adara, Big Joe's over here, thank you to Sharif, thanks to Neil, Brendan, everybody backing on the ones and twos, man. It's been awesome today. Thank you to
Randy, even though he gone.
Yeah, thank you to Randy. Hope he's driving okay there. Fabian as well, Ramin's there. And yeah, everybody that's part of the Trader TV Live team, we want to thank you. And make sure you just join us tomorrow. That is for sure on Thursday, where there'll be more SpaceX talk. Maybe we get some more information. You know, maybe the price.
Have more information.
Yeah, because the retail orders will close and we'll get that figured out. So, all right, man, good show there. Good luck with your game tonight. Hopefully
it's not practice, just practice.
Practice, okay, so 38 degrees. Have some fun on that one. See you till tomorrow, everybody.
Peace.